Chapter 81. Bang! Yin Zhongqing furiously struck out with the great unparalleled palm strike once again. This time, he flew up into the sky and attacked from above. This was the biggest advantage of a heavenly core warrior. He could attack at will, but his opponents couldn't hit him. With this, no matter how strong these three men and dog were, they would be killed by him sooner or later. The great unparalleled palm strike pressed down. Jiang Chen and the other two men had no choice but to strike out with powerful attacks once again. The ground beneath Jiang Chen's feet caved in, and a long crack appeared on the ground. "Ha, young lad, I'll bury you here today. I'll let you know that a heavenly core warrior is not someone you can fight," Yin Zhongqing said with a loud voice. He kept striking out with powerful attacks, and at the moment, the sound of explosions could be heard. Powerful shock waves from the battle could be felt everywhere, and everything within a few miles radius was affected by the shock waves. The natural energies had become chaotic. "They're finished. If this continues, they're going to die for sure." That's right, this is the advantage of a heavenly core warrior. They can't control the natural energies, and they can't fly in the sky. They can only defend, but they can't fight back. Even if they can defend for a short period of time by working together, it won't last long. Those who were watching from afar were sure that the three men and dog were going to die today. If the situation continued like this, there wouldn't be any accidents. Bang! Damn it, this old bird has really pissed me off. Young lad, let's do something big today. I'll make this old bird die from anger. The Huang dog said angrily. What do you want to do? Jiang Chen asked. Right now, he was filled with anger. Yin Zhongqing wouldn't let this matter go, and he would never let it go. Let's go, let's destroy the mayor's mansion, then we'll kill this old bird. Damn it! The Huang dog cursed. I can't go fast with just my blood wings carrying you too. Jiang Chen said. Daddy isn't going to rely on you. Damn it, if a tiger doesn't show its power, Daddy will be a sick cat. Xiao Yu, get on my back. The Huang dog said to Yan Qinyu. All right. Without any hesitation, Yan Qinyu sat on the Huang dog's back. She didn't know what the Huang dog wanted to do, but she knew that the Huang dog would never harm her. Gagaga, let me show you how powerful your grandfather is. The Huang dog let out a loud laugh. The golden light on his body kept flashing, and in the blink of an eye, a pair of wings made entirely of golden light took shape. With a flap of the wings, the Huang dog turned into a beam of golden light and soared into the sky, carrying Yan Qinyu on his back. Fuck. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's eyes widened. This dog was really good at disguising himself, he could actually fly. Obviously, this pair of wings of light was something that the Huang dog had obtained when he broke through to the mortal core realm. This guy didn't want to show it, and he even wanted Jiang Chen to carry him. This was really shameless. If it wasn't for Yin Zhongqing making the Huang dog really angry, he might not have shown his wings of light. Look, that dog is flying. Fuck, even a dog has wings. This is amazing. When many people saw the Huang dog flying in the sky, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Ha, Yin Zhongqing, since you don't want to give up, then let's have some fun. We won't hold back anymore. Jiang Chen laughed out loudly. The blood wings on his back flapped, and he soared into the sky as well, flying side by side with the Huang dog. This sudden change really shocked Yin Zhongqing. He stared at Jiang Chen and the Huang dog who were floating in the sky in front of him with a shocked expression. He didn't know what was going on. What's going on? How come that young man can fly as well? Oh my god, even a human can grow wings. Look, they are flying towards Silver Moon City. I wonder what they are going to do. In the sky, Jiang Chen and the Huang Dog were flying towards Silver Moon City at high speed. For them, a few dozen miles could be covered in just a blink of an eye. At this time, Yin Zhongqing also came to his senses. He cursed inwardly and hurriedly chased after them. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the sky above Silver Moon City. The Huang Dog was laughing all the way. He and Jiang Qin flew past Silver Moon City and directly flew above the city lord's mansion. "Look, who is that? The young man in white and the Huang Dog. Isn't that the young man who blinded Yin Ren in Silver Moon Hotel? How did they come back? They can actually fly." Many people saw Jiang Chen and the Huang Dog. It was their first time seeing a dog and a human with wings on their back. Naturally, they were extremely curious. "Be starred, stop!" Yin Zhongcheng's angry roar came from behind. It was obvious that Yin Zhongqing had already guessed what Jiang Qin and the Huang Dog were going to do. "Hee, let's go and raze the city lord's mansion to the ground." Jiang Qin chuckled and suddenly punched downwards. A golden beam of light was shot out by him and landed on a row of buildings. Rumble. A loud rumble resounded. The row of buildings instantly turned into ashes, turning into ruins. Ga, the Huang Dog was not to be outdone. Golden light constantly shot out from his body, rushing towards the city lord's mansion like a rain of swords. For a moment, the entire city lord's mansion seemed to be collapsing. Screams and screams rang out. One figure after another ran out of the city lord's mansion frantically. They were so scared that they wet their pants. Many people had no idea what had happened. After coming out, they still had a blank look on their faces. "Stop!" Yin Zhongqing finally caught up. When he saw that half of the city lord's mansion had been turned into ruins, his lungs were about to explode. He couldn't help but curse his useless son in his heart. What kind of monster had he offended? He had simply brought a disaster to the city lord's mansion. Even if he killed the other party, the damage to the city lord's mansion would be irreparable. "Old bird, today, I'll raze your city lord's mansion to the ground." The Huang Dog was incomparably arrogant. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden energy ball. With a loud rumble, it landed on a building, causing it to shatter into pieces. "Ah!" A shrill scream sounded out from the building. A fat man's body was nearly blown in half, and he died on the spot. "Ren Yin Zhongqing roared out. The fat man who was killed by the Huang Dog was none other than Yin Ren. Yin Ren's eyes were blinded, and he was severely injured. He was healing his wounds in the building, but he had never expected to meet with such a tragedy. "Kaka, this fat man is so pitiful. He survived the Silver Moon restaurant, but now he's dead in his own home. This is so satisfying." The Huang Dog was jumping up and down in the sky, looking extremely happy. "Damn dog, I'm going to skin you alive." Yin Zhongqing couldn't control his anger any longer. He swung his arm, and a huge axe appeared in his hand. The axe was shining brightly. It was actually a mid-ranked combat weapon. Combat weapons were very precious, and ordinary early Heavenly Core warriors couldn't get their hands on one. As the city lord, Yin Zhongcheng's status was different, and that was why he was able to get his hands on this mid-ranked combat weapon. Swoosh! The huge axe flew across the sky, trying to hack the Huang Dog in half. Besides, the huge axe had locked onto the Huang Dog's energy, making it hard for him to dodge. Humph! The Huang Dog let out a cold snort. His body shook violently, and a holy energy rushed out from his body, cutting off the huge axe's lock. With a flap of the golden wings on his back, he elegantly dodged the attack. Bang! On the other side, Jiang Qin was even more ferocious. Every time he punched out, there would be destructive energy blasted out and landed on the prefecture. If this continued, it wouldn't take long before the entire prefecture was turned into ruins. Shouts and screams could be heard in the prefecture. Everyone was jumping up and down, trying to find a way out. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow didn't care about their lives. Although their target was the building and not the people inside, it was inevitable that some people would be caught in the crossfire. Heavens, the mayor's mansion is going to be destroyed. This is like a dream. This is too cruel, too brutal. This young man and the Huang dog can't be offended. Not long ago, they killed young Master Lu and blinded Yin Ren in the Silver Moon restaurant, and now, they are going to attack the mayor's mansion as well. Looks like the mayor has pushed them too far. Once a cruel man gets angry, he will be extremely terrifying. I'm afraid the mayor's mansion is going to be destroyed soon. Everyone were sighing, and no one was calm. They stared at the young man with blood-red wings and a Huang dog who were flying in the sky with frightened eyes. They felt lucky that their target was only the mayor's mansion. If Silver Moon City was involved, it would be a disaster for the entire city. Stop, bastard, stop. Yin Zhongqing was about to go crazy. He kept swinging the axe in his hand, but he couldn't even touch Jiang Chen and the Huang dog. This young man and dog were too fast. Unless he broke through to the mid-heavenly core realm, there was no way he could catch up to them. What made him even more speechless was that once he used his mid-ranked combat weapon, he could lock onto his enemy's energy, making it impossible for them to dodge. But this young man and the Huang dog in front of him both had the ability to cut off his energy. This made Yin Zhongqing feel like vomiting blood. Besides, Yin Zhongqing had to be careful when he attacked. If his axe couldn't hit Jiang Chen and the Huang dog, it would hit the mayor's mansion and cause irreparable damage. Bang bang! At this moment, the entire mayor's mansion was filled with explosive sounds. 3 beams were dancing in the sky. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog's speed was too fast. One of them had the blood wings of a blood-winged hawk, and the other had the innate wings of a dragon horse descendant. Both of them had unique advantages. Yin Zhongqing kept attacking, but because he was being cautious, he couldn't cause any damage to Jiang Chen and the Huang dog. The mayor's mansion was now in a state of complete destruction. Yin Zhongqing, you asked for this. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. As the once greatest saint in the world, he had done all kinds of great things. He had even slashed open the gate to the realm of immortals, let alone destroying a mayor's mansion. When the last building of the mansion was destroyed, Yin Zhongqing was completely enraged. He raised his head and roared out. Die, I want all of you to die. Yin Zhongqing's anger had almost materialized. His powerful Yuan energy covered an area of more than 10 miles. The axe in his hand was shining brightly, and his powerful energy covered the entire sky above the mayor's mansion. Since the mansion had been destroyed, he didn't have to worry about anything anymore. Even his son had been killed, he had to avenge this. Today, he had to kill this young man and that damn dog. Kaka, until we meet again. Chapter 82. The Huang dog's wings of light were extremely fast. It was an innate ability that came from the bloodline of a divine beast. It was not something ordinary demon beasts could compare with. Ordinary early heavenly core warriors could never catch up with it. After destroying the mayor's mansion, the Huang dog had vented his anger. He excitedly danced around in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he flew away from Silver Moon City. Haha, Jiang Chen burst into laughter. With a flap of his blood wings, he caught up to Big Yellow who was flying at high speed. With their current strength, they could fight Yin Zhongqing if they joined forces, but it would be meaningless, because there was no way they could kill Yin Zhongqing. They had achieved their goal of destroying the mayor's mansion, and what they needed to do now was to run away. Jiang Chen was full of vigor and high spirits. He had just arrived in the Qi province, and he had done something big. He couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. This made him feel like he was once again invincible in the cultivation world. Although he was cultivating a different skill in this life, he still wanted to be the same as his previous life, a path of domination. This Silver Moon City was just the beginning. Stop right there, leave your life behind. Yin Zhongqing roared out. He was extremely angry, and his anger was about to burn the air around him. If he let Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog escape today, he would probably throw up 3 liters of blood because of his anger. Swoosh! Yin Zhongqing held the gigantic axe in his hand and used all his strength to chase after Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. In the sky above, 3 beams of light left and soon disappeared, leaving behind a ruined mayor's mansion. Smoke filled the air, and the magnificent mayor's mansion had lost its former glory. It was a miserable place. Stop right there! Yin Zhongcheng's gigantic axe unleashed a bright beam that tore through the air towards Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog who were flying in front of him. Too bad, when the axe beam reached Jiang Qin, it had lost all its strength. It was easily shattered by Jiang Chen's slap. Ha! Yin Zhongqing, I think you should just give up. Without wings, you won't be able to catch up with me. Jiang Qin turned around and laughed. Wakaka, woof woof. Old birdman, chase to your heart's content. The Huang Dog barked excitedly, provoking Yin Zhongqing with his words. Yin Zhongqing was seething with anger from his 7 orifices, and the muscles on his face had begun to twist. He had only been chasing relentlessly, but the hatred in his heart had simply broken through the clouds. He was determined to kill Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. I don't believe that with my heavenly core cultivation level, I can't catch up with 2 mortal core warriors who have wings. My Yuan energy is stronger than theirs, and as long as I keep a distance from them, I'll be able to catch up with them when they run out of Yuan energy. Yin Zhongqing had already made up his mind. No matter what, he couldn't let these 2 people and a dog go today. Boom boom! Yin Zhongqing kept swinging his axe during the chase, but he was unable to deal any damage to Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. In the end, he could only give up on maintaining his stamina. Puppy dog, even you can fly now, this is great. Yan Qinyu sat on De Huang Dog's back and patted De Huang Dog's head as she praised. Jijia, of course, don't you know who I am? De Huang Dog was an extremely narcissistic person. If Jiang Chen patted his head like this, he would have gone berserk and bitten him. But when Yan Qinyu did this, he didn't do anything. This was probably what they called everything has its vanquisher. De Huang, can you still increase your speed? Don't play with him anymore, let's get rid of him as soon as possible. We need to get to Whirling Sun City as soon as possible. If we keep chasing like this, I'm afraid we'll attract unnecessary trouble. Jiang Chen said. After all, they had just arrived in the Qi province, and on their first day, they had destroyed a mayor's mansion. This could be considered as an earth-shattering event. The combination of these 2 men and a dog would definitely be known by everyone in the city soon. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't want to attract too much attention. First, he wanted to go to Whirling Sun City and watch the Qi province competition. He wanted to see the geniuses from the 4 big sections. Second, they were still very weak right now, and they hadn't reached the stage where they could actually fight against a heavenly core warrior. Alright, getting rid of that old bird will be easy. De Huang Dog shook his head. The wings on his back flapped crazily, and his speed had almost doubled. Damn it, this dog is too abnormal. The descendant of the dragon horse really can't be compared with ordinary people. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. De Huang Dog wasn't a flying demon beast, but because of his innate talent, he had the ability to fly at the mortal core realm, and his speed was unparalleled. Even Jiang Chen's blood wings couldn't compare with him. Looks like I can only use the dimensional shift to catch up to this dog. But the dimensional shift is an extremely profound movement skill, and with my current strength, I can't use it to sense the power of space. Only when I reach the Combat King realm will I be able to sense the power of space. Besides, using the dimensional shift consumes a lot of yuan energy, and if I use it together with the blood wings, I can only use it for a short period of time. But it should be enough to get rid of Yin Zhongqing. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. His footsteps became mysterious, and a mysterious cyclone emerged from his body. His body instantly became lighter, and with the help of the blood wings, his speed had almost doubled. In an instant, he had caught up to De Huang Dog. Damn it, what kind of monster are you? How can you catch up to my speed? Damn it. De Huang Dog grimaced in pain. He felt really gloomy. It looked like it would be impossible for him to find an advantage and a sense of accomplishment from Jiang Qin. The dimensional shift was an extremely profound movement skill, and it was rarely seen in this world. Only Combat King warriors who had comprehended the power of space could use it. In his previous life, Jiang Qin had relied on the dimensional shift to travel millions of miles in an instant. Swoosh swoosh. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog turned into two beams of light and disappeared from the scene. Yin Zhongqing, who was still furiously chasing after them, was startled. His eyes were wide open, as if he had just seen a ghost. Motherfucker. After holding back for so long, Yin Zhongqing finally managed to say this. At this moment, this was the only sentence that could describe how depressed and confused he was right now. What kind of weirdo was this? A mortal core warrior being able to fly was already enough to make people speechless, but now, his speed was so fast that even a heavenly core warrior couldn't catch up to him. This was ridiculous. In the end, Yin Zhongqing gave up chasing after them. How could he chase after them? There was no point in chasing after them. If he followed behind them, he wouldn't even be able to eat dust. I won't let you guys go. Yin Zhongqing's roar reverberated through the air, piercing through the clouds. Yin Zhongqing would definitely not let this matter go. He would definitely take revenge for what happened today. He had to take revenge. 1,000 miles away, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog landed next to a hill. Both of them were breathing heavily. Obviously, they had overexerted their yuan energy. Kid, what kind of movement skill is that? With your blood wings, you can actually catch up to my light wings. De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Qin with a surprised expression. Dimensional shift, I can't use it for a long time with a mortal core warrior's cultivation level, and it consumes a lot of energy. Looks like I can't use it again unless I have to. Jiang Qin didn't hide anything. Kid, you have a lot of secrets. In that stupid red city, there's no way you could have such a mysterious movement skill. De Huang Dog was speechless, but he wasn't in a good state either. He stuck out his tongue and said, "Damn you, Daddy's light wings are the same. I just awakened my innate ability not too long ago, and with my current cultivation level, I can't use it for a long time. Especially that fast speed just now, it caused me some backlash. I won't be able to use my light wings for at least half a month. Let's go to Whirling Sun City, let's just walk. If not, you can carry me and Xiao Yu." De Huang Dog laughed. No matter if it was a mutated beast or a divine beast, or even a divine body like Yan Qinyu, their innate abilities or innate combat skills all had a certain limit. Once the limit was exceeded, it would cause a huge backlash to the user's body. As long as the backlash wasn't too serious, the user would be able to recover by themselves. However, this recovery would require a certain amount of time, and during this period of time, the user wouldn't be able to forcefully use their innate abilities. If they did, the backlash would be even worse. Carry my ass. Let's just walk and save ourselves some trouble. Our goal this time is the Qi province competition. Don't cause any more trouble. Jiang Qin glared at the Huang dog. Big brother Jiang Qin, we've destroyed the mayor's mansion. That Yin Zhongqing will definitely not let this go. Yan Chen said worriedly. What's there to be afraid of? The Huang dog said in an arrogant manner. It's fine. This is the world of cultivators. It's normal to have a few enemies. Besides, Yin Zhongqing isn't that strong. He hasn't reached the point where we can't fight against him. At least, compared to the Tianjin Gate, the difference is not small. Jiang Qin said. Along the way, he had been instilling in Yan Qinyu the ideology of the world of cultivators. The current Yan Qinyu had grown up a lot. At least, she was no longer that ignorant girl from Red City. And, as long as I'm with big brother Jiang Qin, Xiaoyu won't be afraid. Yan Qinyu smiled. Her smile could make anyone go crazy. This guy is a man who can bring disaster to a country. Being with him will be troublesome. The Huang dog curled his lips. Puppy dog, what are you talking about? Yan Chenyu grabbed the Huang dog's ear. Ayaya, let go of me. I'm complimenting your beauty. Xiaoyu, when did you become so rough? You should be more gentle. The Huang dog said in a depressed manner. Following you two brutal guys, I'm already being very gentle. Yan Chenyu snorted. The Huang dog looked up at the sky and had no tears. He was speechless. Yan Chenyu had become like this because of him and Jiang Qin. In the end, he was the one who had led her astray. Sigh, he was reaping what he sowed. Xiaoyu, what De Huang said makes sense. I think it's better for you to wear a veil. That will save you a lot of trouble. Jiang Qin suggested. Yan Chenyu had to be considered. The reason for the conflict in Silver Moon City was because of Yan Chenyu's beauty. This was only the first stop in the Qi province, and this place was tens of thousands of miles away from Whirling Sun City. Wouldn't there be more trouble along the way? Alright, I'll listen to Big Brother Jiang Qin. When we reach the next city, I'll buy a veil. Chapter 83. What happened in Silver Moon City quickly spread throughout the area. Although no one knew what the name of the young man in white was, the combination of two men and a dog was too eye-catching. It was just a code name. Silver Moon City had suffered an unprecedented loss. The mayor's mansion had been turned into ruins, and the young master of the mayor's mansion had died tragically in his loft. A few mortal core warriors of the mayor's mansion had also died tragically. The mayor Yin Zhongqing had chased after them for a few hundred miles, but in the end, he had no choice but to return. He had lost all his face. The dignified mayor, one of the tyrants of Silver Moon City, had been beaten so badly in his own territory that he had no place to vent his anger. At this moment, Jiang Qin and the other two were on their way to Whirling Sun City. After passing through a small town, Yan Qinyu bought a purple veil to cover half of her face. Even so, her beautiful figure couldn't be hidden. But compared to not wearing a veil, it was much better. This way, it would save them a lot of trouble. Whirling Sun City was a big city in the Qi province. No matter its size or power, it was not something Silver Moon City could compare with. Whirling Sun City was located in the middle of the Qi province, and it was a city built by the four big sections. Therefore, the power structure within the city was very complicated. Within the Whirling Sun City, there were the strongholds of the four big sections. This had also led to the endless battles within the Whirling Sun City. Luckily, the purpose of the Whirling Sun City's existence was only to participate in the annual Qi province competition. It didn't have any particularly powerful or high-quality resources. Otherwise, there would have been a lot of battles. Jiang Chen and the other two were covered in dust from the journey. After half a month, they finally arrived at Whirling Sun City. Looking at the city from the outside, Whirling Sun City was emitting a magnificent aura. The aura of nobility was extremely strong, and it was not something Silver Moon City could compare with, let alone Red City and Fragrant Sky City. The walls of Whirling Sun City were more than 30 meters tall. It was impossible for a mortal core warrior to jump over it. When Jiang Chen arrived at the Whirling Sun City, the entire city gate was filled with people coming and going. While it couldn't be said that they were coming and going, it would be more accurate to say that they were all here. The annual Qi Province competition had attracted countless cultivators. The four big sects represented the entire Qi Province. Who wouldn't want to witness the glory of the genius disciples of the four big sects? Most of the people who came here were people with power and influence in the Qi Province. Firstly, they wanted to witness the glory of the geniuses of the four big sections. Secondly, they wanted to find an opportunity to interact with the four big sections. If they could get close to them, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in their own region. There were also a lot of people who came to cheer for the participants. After all, the disciples of the four big sects came from different places in the Qi province, and many of them were from powerful families. Therefore, a lot of families came to cheer for the participants, but in reality, they came to show off. Being able to join one of the four big sects was already a great honor, and being able to participate in the competition was even more of an honor. So many people. Yan Chenyu said. The Qi province competition is held once a year, of course it would attract a lot of people. De Huang Dog said. Tomorrow is the Qi province competition. We came at the right time, we can watch the main show. Yeah, we didn't have the chance to watch the Inner Circle Disciple competition last time. This time, we can't miss the excitement of the Outer Circle Disciple competition. Let's go to the Whirling Sun Square early in the morning tomorrow, we can't miss the show. Everywhere was filled with discussions, and the topic was all about the Qi province competition. Whirling Sun City was huge, but it still couldn't handle a lot of people. Therefore, all of the inns and restaurants in the city had been booked out a few days ago. There were basically no vacant rooms left. A lot of people had rushed to the Whirling Sun Square, trying to find a good spot to watch the show. Everyone here was a cultivator, and sleeping on the streets was very common. With the protection of Yuan power, a little bit of cold was nothing. Jiang Chen also couldn't find a place to stay, and he didn't go find the little devil king either. He just followed the crowd and arrived at the Whirling Sun Square. Brother Jiang Chen, what a big square. This square is way too big. It's more than 10 miles wide. Yan Chenyu was very surprised. This was the biggest square she had ever seen. It had a circumference of more than 10 miles, and it was unimaginably big. Inside the square, there was a fighting stage, and there were also stone steps that were so tall that they almost reached the clouds. She didn't know what they were used for. Also, there were some stairs around the square, probably to let the spectators see more clearly. Ignorant. The Whirling Sun Square was built by the four big sects just for the annual Qi province competition. How could it not be big? Yeah, you must be a newbie, a country bumpkin. Yan Chenyu's words had just finished, but it immediately attracted a lot of disdain. Being treated like a country bumpkin, Yan Chenyu's pretty face under the veil was a little angry. She pouted her little mouth, and when she saw Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog laughing with their hands covering their mouths, she was so angry that she stomped her feet. Xiao Yu felt wronged. This square was really the biggest square she had ever seen. Even 10 of the central squares in Red City added together wouldn't be as big as this one. Why were they laughing at her? Big bro Jiang Chen. Yan Chenyu started acting coquettishly. This was a woman's weapon, especially a beautiful woman. No one could stand it. That's right, this square is too big, too big. Jiang Chen said in a serious tone. With his experience and knowledge as the once greatest saint in the world, this square was nothing to him. Compared to those super battlefields in the divine continent, this square was just a child's play. Brat, how dare you make me, a noble existence, sleep on the streets with you? Don't you feel even a little bit guilty? The Huang dog said in a dissatisfied tone. Get lost. You're just a dog, and you want to stay in a restaurant. Jiang Chen was speechless. This dog was too outrageous. Woof. I'm not a dog. The Huang dog barked and argued. Do you guys know what the Qi province competition is going to be like this year? Someone asked. Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu immediately listened attentively. They were also very interested in the content of this competition. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the same as the previous years. There will be 2 competitions. Do you see those stairs that shoot up into the sky? That's called the Stairway to Heaven. Do you know what the Stairway to Heaven is? The reason why it's called the Stairway to Heaven is because of the difficulty of climbing it. That's right, this is the first competition of the Qi province competition. Tomorrow, each of the 4 big sects will send a late heavenly core warrior to stand at the top of the stairs, and they will unleash their energy together. The disciples who participate in the competition will have to climb up the stairs from the bottom. The higher they climb, the more pressure they will feel. In the end, according to the height they climb, the top 30 will advance to the second round of the competition. The combined pressure from 4 late heavenly core warriors, ordinary mortal core warriors won't be able to withstand it. Many people were discussing. Because there were a lot of people participating in the competition, the Stairway to Heaven was just the first step. Only those who performed outstandingly would have the chance to advance to the second round of the competition. This was the survival of the fittest. Only the strong could survive. I heard that people who aren't from the 4 big sects can also participate in the Qi province competition. In the past, there were people who performed well in the competition, and in the end, they became disciples of the 4 big sections. That kind of situation is really rare. The requirements to become a disciple of the 4 big sects are very high. If you want to participate in the Qi province competition, you can't be older than 25 years old, and you have to be at the mortal core realm. And if you want to become a disciple of the 4 big sects, you have to pass the test of the Stairway to Heaven and get into the top 30. That's right, it's too difficult. It's impossible to get into the top 30 by competing with the disciples of the 4 big sections. If someone can do it, then he must be a genius. A genius like this should have joined the 4 big sects long ago. Why would he wait until now to pass the Qi province competition? Everyone was discussing. Jiang Chen finally understood the rules and content of the Qi province competition. People who weren't from the 4 big sects could also participate, but if they wanted to get a good ranking in the competition, it would be too difficult. All the geniuses in the Qi province were gathered in the 4 big sections. Big bro Jiang Chen, does that mean you are qualified to participate in the Qi province competition? Yan Qinyu said. Yan Qinyu's voice wasn't soft, and it immediately attracted many gazes towards Jiang Chen. Kaka, your big bro Jiang Chen will definitely be able to defeat everyone and get first place in the competition. Even the little devil king won't be his match. The Huang dog was even more shameless. Jiang Chen had black lines on his forehead. This dog really knew how to attract hatred. Sure enough, after the Huang dog finished speaking, it attracted even more gazes. These gazes were looking at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at an idiot. Fuck, who is this guy? How can he be so shameless? He still wants to participate in the Qi province competition and kill the little devil king. Does he know who the little devil king is? That's right, where did this young man come from? He hasn't even grown his hair yet, he really doesn't know how high the sky is. Kid, go home, wash up and sleep. He wants to kill the little devil king. Are you an idiot? This guy is an idiot, let's stay away from him. Sure enough, some of the people who were closer to Jiang Qin quickly moved to the side, leaving a certain distance between them. Looking at their gazes, they were treating Jiang Qin like an idiot. Fuck, what's the meaning of this? Let me tell you, this is the #1 genius in the Qi province. It's not too late for you to kneel down and worship him. If you wait until he becomes famous tomorrow and you come and hug his leg, it will be too late. The Huang dog said passionately. The distance between the crowd and Jiang Qin was getting further and further. Fuck. Jiang Qin kicked the Huang dog's head with his big foot. Only then did the Huang dog shut his mouth, but he still had that evil smile on his face. Stupid dog, no one will think you're a mute if you don't talk. Jiang Qin had an urge to press the Huang dog down and give him a good beating. This dog was too evil, he was attracting hatred everywhere he went. The Huang dog didn't stay quiet for long, he couldn't help but become restless again. This dog's 2 front hooves left the ground, and he stood up like a human. He even put his hooves behind his back and walked back and forth in the square, looking very arrogant. Hey, beautiful girl. The Huang dog saw a female cultivator, and after greeting her, he didn't forget to throw her a flirtatious look. That idiot, what are you looking at? I'm talking to you. Look at your face, I don't want you even if you give me a human pet. The Huang dog kept talking, and he kept offending people. Damn it, where did this dog come from? Beat him away. Some people couldn't take it anymore. This dog was too hated by everyone, he was simply a top-grade dog. Chapter 84. Jiang Qin suddenly realized that bringing Yan Qinyu wasn't too troublesome, but bringing the Huang dog was the real problem. No matter where this black-bellied dog went, he would always be the center of attention, and he would attract hatred everywhere. The second day. The sky wasn't even bright yet, but the whirling sun square was already filled with people. Even though the square had a circumference of more than 10 miles, it was still crowded. Every year, the Qi province competition was a grand event in Whirling Sun City, and it would definitely receive a lot of attention. Dong dong dong, following the muffled beating of the war drums, the noisy square immediately quieted down. The beating of the war drums signaled the beginning of the competition. The beating of the war drums came from all 4 directions at the same time, one after another, shaking people's hearts. The sound of the war drums had been passed down from ancient times, and now, the sound of the war drums was the symbol of a battle. Warriors on the battlefield couldn't help but feel their blood boiling when they heard the muffled drum beats. In all 4 directions of the whirling sun square, there was a long passageway, and on top of each passageway, there were 4 golden characters. The Black Sect on the east, the Tianjin Gate on the west, the Burning Sky Pavilion on the south, and the Valley of Happiness on the north. These were the exclusive passageways of the 4 big sections. No matter how crowded the square was, no one dared to get within 3 meters of the passageways, and no one dared to disrespect the 4 big sections. Everyone knew that although this competition was called the Qi Province Competition, in reality, it was just a competition between the 4 big sections. Look, the disciples of the 4 big sects are about to appear. Someone said in a low voice. Following the beating of the war drums, many figures appeared outside of the 4 passageways and walked towards the whirling sun square with their heads held high. Many people were in awe, and some were even envious of them. The disciples of the 4 big sects who appeared were all arrogant. Some of them even had their eyes facing the sky, and they were filled with an indescribable arrogance. The gazes of the crowd made them feel like they were walking on air. All the disciples who walked out of the passageways were at the mortal core realm. On the surface, the weakest among them was at least at the mid-mortal core realm. Obviously, early Mortal Core disciples didn't even have the right to participate in the first round of the competition. Even if they were at the mid-Mortal Core realm, they would be the elites who had been selected. Ordinary mid-Mortal Core warriors wouldn't come here to embarrass themselves. On the Black Sect side, all of them were wearing white outfits, and a golden one character was printed on their chests. That was the symbol of the Black Sect. On the other side, the Tianjin Gate also wore the same light yellow uniform with a short sword on the chest. The Burning Sky Pavilion wore black long robes and looked solemn. The only difference was the Valley of Happiness. The disciples of the Valley of Happiness were less than half of the other three sections. Among them, there were many women. These women wore flowery clothes and each of them had an enchanting and charming figure. Some of the female disciples didn't even bother to cover their bodies, only wearing a thin, transparent shirt, revealing their exquisite figures. Many people's nostrils bled as they looked at them. Some of the male disciples were also wearing breasts, looking quite different from the rest. Damn, the sluts in the Valley of Happiness are really unrestrained. If I can sleep with them for one night, it will be worth it. If you have the ability, join the Valley of Happiness. I'll sleep with you every day. How could it be so easy? The Valley of Happiness focuses on the dual cultivation method. It can be said that it is an evil sect. They are extremely strict when it comes to accepting disciples, especially male disciples. I heard that they have to test their compatibility with the dual cultivation method. When the girls from the Valley of Happiness appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Among the four big sects in the Qi province, the Valley of Happiness had the least number of disciples, but their overall strength was not to be underestimated. Especially their seductive techniques, they were unparalleled in this world. Furthermore, each female disciple of the Valley of Happiness was more flirtatious than the previous one. With their seductive techniques, they had won over many powers, causing the Valley of Happiness's position to be deeply rooted in the Qi province. Even some disciples from the other three big sects had affairs with the female disciples of the Valley of Happiness. They're all sluts, sooner or later, I'll take them all as my human pets, caca. De Huang Dog was laughing out loudly. The people next to him were shocked, and they quickly moved away from De Huang Dog. This dog was really despicable. He even dared to say that he wanted to take a human pet from the Valley of Happiness. If they stood next to him, they would be in big trouble. Damn dog, no one will think you're mute if you don't talk. Jiang Qin was speechless. It's none of your business, get lost. De Huang Dog didn't show any mercy. Look, that's the little devil king from the Black Sect. Someone shouted out. Many people immediately shifted their gaze towards the direction of the Black Sect. Jiang Chen looked over as well, and he saw the last young man to enter the passageway. He was wearing a blue robe, and he had a handsome face and an elegant demeanor. He was the little devil king who had helped him out in the Silver Moon restaurant. All the disciples of the Black Sect were wearing white robes, and he was the only one wearing a blue robe. This was considered a special case, but his dazzling aura of a genius made him stand out from the crowd. The Little Devil King is a rare genius of the Black Sect, and his talent is even greater than Guanayun's. In the future, his achievement will definitely surpass Guanayun's. I heard that he has Gu Tianma's bloodline in his body, and once that bloodline is activated, it will be extremely frightening. In this competition, the first place will most likely fall into the Little Devil King's hands. The appearance of the Little Devil King immediately caused a commotion. This was the aura of a genius. No matter where he went, he would always be the center of attention. Look, Li Wushuang from the Tianjin Gate is here as well. In this competition, only he can fight the Little Devil King. Someone pointed at the young man in yellow robe who was the last to come out from the Tianjin Gate. This man was 9 feet tall, and he had a majestic body, just like an iron tower. His body was emitting an explosive energy. This Li Wuxuang is not simple either. I heard that he entered the combat soul's treasure and obtained the inheritance of a combat soul warrior. His cultivation is extremely powerful, and his body is as strong as a wild beast's. He's really frightening. Li Wuxuang is indeed frightening. The inheritance of a combat soul warrior is a great fortune. In the entire Qi province, there isn't a single combat soul warrior. Ling Ao from the Burning Sky Pavilion and Yi Qingzi from the Valley of Happiness have also appeared. Both of them are the best amongst the Outer Circle disciples, and they are the strongest existences in the sect. They also have the strength to fight the Little Devil King and Li Wuxuang, but their chances of winning are slim. It's hard to say. This year's Qi province is full of changes, no one can predict the end result. Don't forget, during the Inner Circle competition, the Burning Sky Pavilion was the first to appear in the Northern and Southern dynasties. That's true, the Northern and Southern dynasties are indeed a dark horse. I wonder if there will be another dark horse in today's Outer Circle competition. If there is, then it will be interesting. The sounds of discussions could be heard everywhere. All the voices were centered around the Little Devil King, Li Wuxuang, Ling Ao, and Yi Qingzi. Every sect would have a representative, and these four were the most representative. If nothing unexpected happened, the first place in today's Outer Circle competition would be from these four. Jiang Chen did a rough calculation. The Black Sect, Tianjin Gate, and Burning Sky Pavilion each had nearly 200 disciples participating in the competition. The Valley of Happiness had fewer disciples, around 70 to 80 of them. Although the Qi province was the smallest province in the eastern continent, it was still a vast land with many geniuses. In a big sect, there were more than 10,000 disciples, and there were more than 1,000 Outer Circle disciples at the Mortal Core realm. Even for those who came to participate in the exam, most of them were just here to gain some experience. There were nearly 700 disciples in the competition, and only 30 of them could enter the second round. It wasn't hard to imagine how high the elimination rate was. The disciples from the four big sects walked to the center of the whirling sun square and stood next to the stairway to heaven. Dong dong dong, right at this moment, the beating of the war drums became even louder. Many people held their breaths. They all knew that in the next moment, four powerful late heavenly core warriors would appear, and they would stand at the top of the stairway to heaven and unleash their auras. Just at this moment, four figures suddenly shot over from four different directions like shooting stars, landing at the top of the stairway to heaven. When the crowd saw the appearances of these four people, all of them almost jumped up, their mouths wide open in shock. Because the four men who appeared this year were different from the previous years. They were sect elders from the four big sections. The four men on the stairway to heaven were 3 men and 1 woman, and they were all young men. Heavens, the ones in charge of the exam this year are the 4 of them. Damn, aren't these the 4 men who participated in the Inner Circle competition? Guan Yun from the Black Sect, Liang Xiao from the Tianjin Gate, Bai Hua Dai from the Valley of Happiness, and even the Northern and Southern dynasties from the Burning Sky Pavilion are here. That should be Nan Bei Chao, right? He's so young. He's really a rare genius. Today, I can see their faces. This trip is not in vain. The appearance of these 4 geniuses had caused the entire square to boil up, especially those from the Northern and Southern dynasties. Many people who had missed the Inner Circle competition were feeling regretful that they couldn't see this dark horse, but they never expected that their wish would come true today. Jiang Chen's gaze fell onto the top of the stairway to heaven as well. These 4 men were indeed extraordinary. Putting aside Guan Yun and Liang Xiao, the man from the Northern and Southern dynasties was wearing a golden robe, and his golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His face was sharp, and he looked extremely domineering. His body was emitting a faint aura of superiority. Even the once greatest saint under the heavens, Jiang Chen couldn't help but nod his head in approval. This man is so talented. Even compared to those peerless geniuses in the divine continent, he isn't any weaker. I never expected someone like this to appear in the tiny Qi province. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Wherever the northern and southern dynasties appeared, the natural Yuan Qi would automatically surround them. Obviously, they were people with great luck. Compared to them, Guanyin and the other two looked way too ordinary. If the northern and southern dynasties were compared to princes, then Guanyin and the other two would be ordinary citizens. A smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. Originally, he didn't have any expectations for the Qi province, but he never thought that people like the northern and southern dynasties would appear. This instantly ignited Jiang Chen's fighting spirit. The northern and southern dynasties stood in the middle of the stairway to heaven. Obviously, he was the leader of the group. He casually raised his hand, and the beating of the drums immediately stopped. Let's not talk about the rules of the stairway to heaven. Just like last year, we only need the top 30. As for the rewards for this competition, we won't announce it now. Let's begin. Chapter 85. At the bottom of the stairway to heaven, all the disciples of the four big sects had finished their preparations. Each and every one of them were in high spirits, and the atmosphere was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The relationship between the four big sects had always been hostile, and even in this Qi province competition, there were still many conflicts. It could be seen that the relationship between the Tianjin Gate and the Black Sect wasn't good. Perhaps because Li Wushuang and the Little Devil King were enemies, the disciples of both sides had started verbally attacking each other. The disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion had also shown obvious hostility towards the Black Sect. Not long ago, the genius of the Burning Sky Pavilion, Wu Xing, had been defeated by Guanyin from the Black Sect, and this had caused a lot of disciples to take it to heart. Luckily, the appearance of the northern and southern dynasties had helped the Burning Sky Pavilion regain some face. Even so, it couldn't stop the hostility between the disciples. This kind of hostility would only become more intense after the competition. Not to mention the disciples, even the four geniuses at the top of the stairway to heaven didn't like each other. If it wasn't for them being the hosts of the Qi province competition, these four men wouldn't have been able to stand together peacefully. They would have started fighting each other as soon as they met. Below the stairway to heaven, the disciples of the four big sects were looking at the four men at the top of the stairway to heaven with admiration in their eyes. Senior disciple Nan Bei is so handsome, he is the #1 genius in the Qi province, and he is my idol. If one day I can reach his level, that would be great. Get lost, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You think you are worthy of being compared with senior disciple Nan Bei? How shameless! What are you being so arrogant for? Isn't it just the northern and southern dynasties? If it wasn't for our senior disciple Guan's abnormal performance, there wouldn't have been any problems for your northern and southern dynasties. Bastard, what are you talking about? How dare you disrespect our senior disciple Nan Bei? Do you believe I won't destroy your Black Sect? The sound of the quarrel was very intense, and it seemed like they were on the verge of fighting. Yi Qingzi and Ling Ao were quite calm. After all, they were both geniuses, and entering the inner circle was a matter of course. In the near future, even in the inner circle, they would have a high status. However, the way they looked at Bai Huadai and the northern and southern dynasties was still filled with admiration. The calmest ones were the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang. Whether it was Guanyin, Liang Shao, or even the northern and southern dynasties, they did not put any of them in their eyes. This was the pride that came from their bones. Maybe they admired the four from the northern and southern dynasties, but they would never blindly worship them, because they had the same great potential, and they had the confidence to surpass them. Begin. The northern and southern dynasties announced loudly, opening the curtains for the first round. As soon as he finished speaking, the war drum sounded again. Voila! Nearly 700 men stood side by side in a row. The stairway to heaven was very wide, and even if it could accommodate 1,000 people, it wouldn't feel crowded. There were a total of 100 stone steps on the stairway to heaven, and each step was 1 meter tall. For mortal core warriors, they could easily take a step that was 1 meter tall, so it was nothing. Therefore, when the northern and southern dynasties finished speaking, some of them dashed forward like a leopard, and in the blink of an eye, they had climbed up 3 steps. They were like dragons and tigers, and it was an imposing scene. But, when many of them stepped onto the 4th step, they immediately felt a slight pressure, and their speed slowed down. The pressure came from the combination of 4 late Heavenly Core warriors. Besides, these 4 late Heavenly Core warriors were not ordinary late Heavenly Core warriors. If they worked together, perhaps even an ordinary early Divine Core warrior would be no match for them. The pressure on the stairway to heaven came from energy pressure, yuan energy pressure, and most importantly, soul pressure. This made it harder for the disciples participating in the competition to climb up. In other words, this year's competition would be much more difficult than the previous years. Guan Yun, who was wearing a white robe, raised his head and looked at the crowd. With a cold expression on his handsome face, he said with a loud voice, "Besides the 4 big sects, those who want to participate in the stairway to heaven can come up now. If anyone can get into the top 30, he or she will immediately become a disciple of the 4 big sections." Right after Guan Yun's words left his mouth, the crowd immediately became restless. All of them were looking at each other, but no one stepped forward. Everyone knew that Guan Yun's words were just a symbolic statement from the 4 big sections. Under normal circumstances, no one would be stupid enough to challenge him. Suddenly, a few pairs of eyes stared at Jiang Qin. Someone said in a mocking tone, "Hey, buddy, didn't you say you want to kill the little devil king? Why didn't you do it?" "Haha, of course he's scared. If he can't do it, then don't talk big. This is too embarrassing." "That's right. Come on, let's all look down on him." Jiang Chen was instantly speechless. He didn't even do anything, but he was still being ridiculed. He stared at De Huang Dog fiercely. Those words weren't said by him, but by De Huang Dog. However, Jiang Chen was really going to participate in this competition. "Fine, I'll go. All of you, get out of my way." Jiang Chen waved his sleeves and strode towards the whirling sun square. This action of his surprised many people. This kid can't be serious, right? Why doesn't he know how strong he is? Competing with the 4 big sects, isn't he just looking for trouble? Even if he goes, he'll just be making a fool of himself. I guess he won't be able to walk up to 20 steps. 20. You think too highly of him. Look at him, he looks so weak. I guess he won't even be able to last 10 steps. Behind Jiang Qin, the ridicule became even more intense. What do you guys know? He's the greatest genius. This stairway to heaven is just child's play to him. He will definitely get the first place. De Huang Dog said arrogantly. Get lost. This dog's words aren't reliable at all. First place. More like last place. Someone scolded. He just wanted to slap this dog away. Damn you. Do you dare to bet? 100 human elixir, 1 to 10. Who dares to come? De Huang Dog said very seriously. His eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. Damn, 1 to 10. Damn dog, are you serious? How are we betting? Someone suddenly became interested. Isn't that simple? Each of you bet 100 human elixir. If that kid gets the first place, you guys lose. The human elixir will belong to me. If he doesn't get the first place, I will pay you 1,000. The Huang dog's face was full of righteousness. You are the most unreliable dog. You can't be trusted. What if you go back on your words? Someone said. Look at your useless faces. So many of you, are you afraid that I will run away? You guys can drown me with your saliva. Go, go, go. If you want to bet, don't bet. If you don't want to bet, just leave. Anyway, this kid will definitely get the first place. The Huang dog wagged his tail, showing an expression of looking down on them. Puppy dog, what are you doing? You are going to get into trouble again. Yan Qinyu's voice reached the Huang dog's ears. This dog actually wanted to use her big brother Jiang Qin to bet with someone else. This was too unfair. Only an idiot wouldn't want to make money. Little you just stand aside and don't talk. Today, we are going to make a fortune. The Huang dog was definitely a sinister guy. He wouldn't let go of any chance to make a fortune. Let's bet. Even if you beat me to death, I don't believe that kid can get the first place. I bet 200. I bet 200 as well. I bet all of my assets. If you lose, you have to pay me 2,000. Someone reminded him. Don't worry. I don't have anything else, but I have a lot of human elixir. If you don't trust me, you can take out the human elixir and give it to this lady here. She can keep it for now. De Huang turned around and looked at Yan Qinyu. Everyone else also looked at this girl who was wearing a purple veil. Their eyes couldn't help but brighten up. They were not idiots. With just one glance, they could tell that even if this girl was wearing a veil, she was still an extremely beautiful existence. Okay, I will give it to this lady first. I will bet 100. I will bet as well. Damn dog, just wait to pay up. With the little devil king and Li Wushuang here, no matter how capable that kid is, he will not be able to get the first place. First place my ass. I still think he won't be able to make it past 20 steps. Damn it, if this dog can't pay up, we will stew him. At this moment, everyone was fighting to place their bets. In just a few minutes, more than 100 people had placed their bets. Yan Qinyu had collected a total of 15,000 human elixir. Besides that, the commotion had attracted a lot of people's attention. They all rushed over, and when they found out why they were placing their bets, they were so excited that they almost jumped up. Fuck, someone who isn't from the 4 big sects wants to get the first place. Isn't that just a fantasy? Let's bet, let's bet. Someone had even bet his own money into the bet. The Huang dog's grin was so wide that it almost reached the back of his ears. Both of his dog eyes were filled with little stars. This was a huge windfall, and it came so easily. Others might not know about Jiang Qin, but he did. This kid was really strange. This little stairway to heaven was nothing to him. Even if a divine core warrior were to fight him, they still wouldn't be able to suppress him. Hee hee, puppy dog, you're so mean. Big bro Jiang Qin loves human elixir the most. Yan Qinyu giggled as she patted the dog's head. With one hand placed behind his back, Jiang Qin walked step by step towards the stairway to heaven. He looked calm and unhurried. Looking at the disciples of the 4 big sects who were fighting each other to climb the stairs, a faint smile could be seen on his face. When the 4 men from the northern and southern dynasties saw Jiang Qin, their eyes lit up. Putting everything else aside, just Jiang Qin's bearing alone was something no ordinary man could compare with. On the stairway to heaven, someone had reached the 10th step. The pressure was huge, and his forehead was covered in sweat. The higher he climbed, the greater the pressure. What a huge pressure, I feel like my legs are filled with lead. The 4 geniuses working together is too strong, even my soul is trembling. With my current condition, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it to the 20th step, this is so embarrassing. When he saw Jiang Chen here, he immediately said while clenching his teeth. He did not remember the time when he had knelt in front of Jiang Chen in Origin Mountain and peed his pants. What? That's him. How audacious. How dare he participate in the competition? Today, I will tear him into pieces. Jiang Chen's identity was exposed in an instant, causing the disciples of the Tianjin Gate to look at him with hatred. Sigh. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. He thought that his luck was not on his side, but he was not afraid. Today's situation was different. It was a competition between the four major sects, and it was not up to the Tianjin Gate alone to decide. Jiang Chen pointed his middle finger at the disciples of the Tianjin Gate, then he turned around and continued climbing. Damn it, how dare this guy look down on us, the Tianjin Gate. Kill him, we must kill him. He is too audacious. A rogue cultivator dares to be rude to the Tianjin Gate, and he even killed a disciple of the Tianjin Gate. There is no way he can survive this. The Tianjin Gate is finished. Even a rogue cultivator can look down on you. That's right, this young man is not bad, I like him. The people from the Heavenly Sword sect were furious, but on the other side, the people from the Black sect were laughing out loud. They were having a great time. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. The disciples of the Black sect now found Jiang Chen pleasing to the eye. At this moment, the little devil king and the others had climbed up to the 70th step. At this point, the four of them were sweating profusely, and every step they took was extremely difficult. The pressure from the four late heavenly core geniuses was making them tremble. Maybe their talent was not any weaker than the four men above them, and one day, they would be able to catch up to them, or even surpass them. But too bad, their cultivation levels were too low right now. The little devil king and Li Wushuang climbed up another step. This time, Yi Qingzi and Ling Ao were slower, and the difference between them was obvious. Swoosh swoosh, right at this moment, the four of them felt a strong wind coming from behind them. They couldn't help but turn around and look. What they saw was a young man dressed in white chasing after them like the wind. His speed was extremely fast, as if he didn't feel any pressure at all. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen arrived next to the little devil king. He grinned, then he cupped his fist and said, "Brother Han, long time no see." "Good move, brother. How should I address you?" Han Yan asked while gasping for breath. Looking at Jiang Chen's calm and relaxed expression, this was the first time he felt a sense of defeat in his heart. That day, although he could tell that Jiang Chen was not an ordinary man, he didn't expect that Jiang Chen's performance would be beyond his imagination. That day, when he helped Jiang Chen, it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision, and he didn't ask for Jiang Chen's name. But today, when he saw Jiang Chen catching up to him on the stairway to heaven, he paid more attention to Jiang Chen, and that's why he asked for Jiang Chen's name. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen patted Han Yan's shoulder and said, "Brother Han, take your time climbing, I'll go up first." After saying that, Jiang Chen turned around and continued jumping forward. The pressure had no effect on him at all. How is this possible? Li Wushuang's eyes were wide open, his face was filled with disbelief. Who is this young man? His Yuan energy is only at the early mortal core realm, why is he not afraid of the pressure? He's not from the four big sects, and he actually surpassed us. Yi Qingzi and Ling Ao were shocked as well. Humph. Li Wushuang, you have to know that there's always someone better than you out there. If you have nothing better to do, you better put away that arrogant face of yours, or you'll just make people hate you. Han Yan let out a cold snort and said to Li Wushuang without any politeness. He's just a little early mortal core warrior, I wonder what kind of cheating method he used to climb so high. If I meet him in the second round of the fighting stage, I'll be able to kill him with just one finger. Li Wuxuang said with an arrogant expression. If you have the ability, just keep climbing. Han Yen sneered, then he turned around and continued climbing while gritting his teeth. But when he saw Jiang Qin had already reached the 80th step, he was so depressed that he almost knocked his head on the stone step. He couldn't help but say, "What a freak. Look, the new first-place disciple has surpassed the little devil king and Li Wuxuang, and he's still climbing. Heavens, it's true. Who is that young man? Why is he so strong?" Another dark horse. Last time there was a dark horse in the inner circle competition, who would have thought that there would be another one today? Not only that, he's not from the 4 big sects. This is so exciting. Chapter 87. Kaka, did you see that? I told you he would be number 1. The Huang dog had a proud expression on his face. Those who had placed their bets had black lines on their faces. They were all grinding their teeth, wishing they could tear the Huang dog apart. Where did this monster come from? How can he be so strong? Humph. He must have cheated, or else he wouldn't be able to do it so easily. Why are you panicking? It's not the end yet. The little devil king and Li Wuxuang will definitely catch up. Those who had placed their bets were starting to feel dejected. Some of them comforted themselves, hoping that the little devil king and Li Wuxuang, who were gasping for breath, would be able to catch up with Jiang Qin and kill Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin jumped up to the 80th step, his face still carrying a warm smile. On top of the stairway to heaven, the expressions of the 4 men from the northern and southern dynasties had changed. Especially Liang Xiao from the Tianjin Gate, who had looked down on Jiang Qin in the beginning. His face was filled with shock. Who is this guy? He actually managed to reach the 80th step under the pressure of the 4 of us. He has surpassed the little devil king and Li Wuxuang. Liang Xiao said with surprise. Interesting, looking at his yuan energy, he is only at the early mortal core realm. Looks like he has a lot of secrets on him. Bai Hua Dai's posture was seductive, her body was full of flirtatious charm, and even her voice carried a hint of flirtatious charm. Her beautiful eyes landed on Jiang Qin, and she kept looking at him. She was very interested in this young man who had appeared out of nowhere. Release your soul pressure together. Leng Leng from the northern and southern dynasties said. A powerful soul pressure shot out from his body. Soul pressure was different from soul energy. Soul pressure came from the 5 elements, and it came from the powerful soul of a cultivator. It was a very special form of expression, invisible and untouchable, and it could directly affect one's soul. That's right, we can't let him reach the 90th step, and we definitely can't let him reach the top. If we do, where would our faces go? Liang Xiao said. Liang Xiao's words were agreed and nodded by the other 3 men. Indeed, the 4 of them were the top geniuses of the Qi province's younger generation. If the 4 of them couldn't even suppress an early mortal core warrior, they would lose all their face. This time, the 4 men from the northern and southern dynasties directly used their soul pressure, and they focused most of the pressure on Jiang Qin. Even so, because the pressure had increased, the little devil king, Li Wuxuang and the others couldn't move anymore. They stopped at the 70th step, they couldn't take another step, and those who were behind. Feeling the tremendous increase in pressure, Jiang Qin's mouth curved into a faint smile. However, he snorted coldly in his heart, trying to suppress me with your aura and soul pressure. What a joke. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, the pressure on his body immediately disappeared. As for the soul pressure, he didn't care about it at all. After cultivating the great soul derivation skill, his soul had reached the heavenly core realm. With the help of the skill, all soul pressure was useless to him. Most importantly, Jiang Chen's body was emitting the aura of a saint. It was an aura that resonated with the heavens and earth. Unless there was a direct suppression of strength or yuan energy, the invisible aura and pressure was nothing to him. Even though Jiang Chen didn't have the cultivation of a saint, he wouldn't be suppressed by a few heavenly core warriors. Since you want to suppress me, I'll definitely make you lose face. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He had always been like this. According to his original plan, all he wanted to do was get first place, and he didn't want to reach the top. One more step, and he would be able to stand side by side with the four geniuses. Heavens, he actually reached the 99th step. Is he still human? What is he doing? Is he really going to reach the top of the stairway to heaven? This position has already swept the faces of the four geniuses. Does he not want to live anymore? This is too exciting, this is too exciting. Today's trip was really worth it. I thought the first place would be between the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang, but who would have thought there would be such an explosive dark horse? A lot of people were crying out in surprise. Jiang Chen's performance was too shocking. The Qi province competition had been held for so many years, but there had never been anyone who dared to stand at the top of the stairway to heaven. Could it be that this dark horse today was going to break the record and create a miracle? The Little Devil King shook his head and smiled. He secretly thought that he had misjudged Jiang Chen. That day at the Silver Moon restaurant, although he could see that Jiang Chen was not ordinary, he didn't expect him to be this abnormal. Heavens, he really reached the top of the stairway to heaven. The Qi province competition has been held for so many years, but this is the first time someone has reached the top of the stairway to heaven. Where did this young man come from? What's his name? I admire him. Not only does he have the strength, he also has the courage. A miracle, this young man has created a new miracle. This is the first time someone outside of the four big sects has taken first place in the Qi province competition, and it is also the first time someone has reached the top of the stairway to heaven. Coming here today was not a waste of time. His name will definitely be recorded in the history of the Qi province competition. The atmosphere doesn't seem right. This young man has reached the last step and dared to stand shoulder to shoulder with the four geniuses. This is basically humiliating the four geniuses. Look, the northern and southern dynasties have ugly expressions on their faces. It seems like they are planning to kill him. Yeah, this young man is young and frivolous. He is too willful. Although he has created a miracle, he has also offended the northern and southern dynasties. This is not a joke. I'm afraid he will have a hard time in the future. Everyone was discussing this. This was the birth of a miracle, the birth of a dark horse, and his name in the Qi province competition would be hard to erase. While everyone admired Jiang Chen's abilities, they admired his courage even more. There weren't many people who dared to humiliate the four geniuses, and they were from the northern and southern dynasties, who were currently in the limelight. A lot of people couldn't help but worry about Jiang Chen's situation. On the stairway to heaven, when Jiang Chen stepped onto the last step, his thoughts became clear, and the circulation speed of the dragon transformation skill suddenly doubled. Dragon marks started forming in his body. This was an epiphany, an opportunity, and the benefits it brought were endless. With this opportunity, Jiang Chen had the hope of breaking through to the mid-mortal core realm. In the blink of an eye, another 6 dragon marks had formed in his Qi Ci. Adding the 19 dragon marks from before, Jiang Chen now had a total of 25 dragon marks. He needed 30 dragon marks to break through to the mid-mortal core realm. However, Jiang Chen didn't choose to break through to the mid-mortal core realm right away. This wasn't the right place to do it. Besides, the benefits brought by this epiphany and opportunity weren't something that could be achieved overnight. He needed some time to break through to the next realm. 6 more dragon marks was pretty good. At least, Jiang Chen's combat strength had increased to another level. As for breaking through to the mid-mortal core realm, that was something he could think about in the future. Jiang Qin, no one dares disobey me, never. You are courting death. The northern and southern dynasties were filled with killing intent. His eyes were like those of a poisonous snake, sending shivers down people's spines. The number one genius of the Qi province was really angry now. He was blessed with great luck, and he was born with a noble aura. All living beings in this world had to lower their heads in front of him. This kind of nobility had already penetrated into the bones of the northern and southern dynasties. Although he could feel the same noble aura from Jiang Qin, he still felt that he was nobler than Jiang Qin. In the world of the northern and southern dynasties, he was the absolute king. No one dared to offend him, and no one could disobey him. That's why he was so angry right now. Ha, northern and southern dynasties, you really know how to put gold on your face. You don't have the qualifications to make me disobey you. Jiang Qin laughed out loud. The natural superiority of the northern and southern dynasties was just a joke in front of him. Courting death. The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties turned cold, and deep killing intent could be seen in their eyes. Northern and southern dynasties, pay attention to your status. This is the Qi province competition, and you are the most important host of this competition. Your every word and action represents the burning sky pavilion. In this competition, there is no rule that says the participants can't reach the top of the stairway to heaven. Jiang Qin is the number one in the first round of the competition, and you dare to attack him in front of so many people. Guan Yun opened his mouth. He wasn't really defending Jiang Qin, he just wanted to be fair to the competition. It didn't matter if the four of them were humiliated by Jiang Qin, but the face of the four big sects was important. Humph. Guan Yun, are you trying to teach me how to do things? We, the northern and southern dynasties, can do whatever we want. It's not up to you, a loser, to say anything. Don't forget, you couldn't even withstand 3 attacks from me. If you didn't admit defeat, you would already be a dead man now. The northern and southern dynasties. Leng Leng glanced at Guan Yun, his entire body was filled with arrogance. Humph. Guan Yun let out a cold snort, anger could be seen on his face. However, what the northern and southern dynasties said was the truth. That day in the competition, he had indeed admitted defeat. The Qi province competition was originally a competition between the 4 big sections. Because of the relationship between the 4 big sects, once they stepped onto the stage, it would be a battle of life and death. Unless someone chose to admit defeat, otherwise, the battle would only end after a life and death battle. Therefore, when this was mentioned, Guan Yun's expression became very unnatural. However, after listening to Guan Yun's reminder, the northern and southern dynasties also retracted their killing intent towards Jiang Qin. If it was during normal times, if Jiang Qin offended their dignity, they would definitely kill him. However, the situation now was different. Although the northern and southern dynasties were arrogant, they couldn't joke around with the burning sky pavilion's face. Jiang Qin, you're very good. The northern and southern dynasties said coldly. Jiang Qin casually glanced at the northern and southern dynasties, then he turned around and jumped down from the stairway to heaven. At this moment, the first round of the competition had come to an end. All the disciples from the 4 big sects had also jumped down from the stairway to heaven. The little devil king arrived next to Jiang Qin, then he patted on Jiang Qin's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Jiang, good move, I admire you. Brother Han, you're being too polite. Last time when you helped Silver Moon City, Jiang Qin wouldn't dare forget that. Jiang Qin said. His impression of the little devil king was pretty good, and his impression of Guan Yun at the top of the stairway to heaven was pretty good as well. This gave him a pretty good impression of the entire black sect. Chapter 89. The appearance of a dark horse was the most satisfying thing. Everyone in the whirling sun square was in high spirits. The young man named Jiang Qin had created a miracle, but at the same time, a lot of people were starting to worry about Jiang Qin. It was obvious that Jiang Qin had offended the northern and southern dynasties and Liang Shao. Both of them were not easy to deal with, especially the northern and southern dynasties. They were the rising stars of the Qi province, proud and arrogant. All the disciples from the four big sects looked at Jiang Qin. They didn't know what to feel. Jiang Qin's performance had made them lose face. The Qi province competition had been held for so many years, but this was the first time that the first place had been taken by an outsider. The first round of the competition had ended. Next was the second round. The intense fights on the fighting stages were what everyone was looking forward to, because the real geniuses had to be the kings on the fighting stages. Although Jiang Qin had gotten first place in the first round, when it came to the fighting stages, he still wasn't favored by many people. Being able to resist the pressure didn't mean that he had great abilities. The Stairway to Heaven competition has ended. The top 30, please proceed to the fighting stages. The northern and southern dynasties said. The four big geniuses moved their bodies and flew up into the sky. They arrived at a tall stage in the middle of the square. In front of the stage, there were 15 fighting stages that were 6 meters tall. There were 15 of them, just enough for 30 people. The fighting stages here were designed for the Qi province competition. Every year, the Qi province competition would be conducted the same way. 30 people would go up to the fighting stages at the same time, and they would fight in pairs. 15 fighting stages was just right. The 30 people in front of the Stairway to Heaven walked towards the fighting stages with big steps. Each of them had high spirits, and they were filled with fighting spirit. Those who were able to stand out from the hundreds of disciples were all late mortal core warriors. Jiang Qin was the only one who was still at the early mortal core realm. However, the current Jiang Qin was much stronger than before he started the Stairway to Heaven. With the formation of 6 dragon marks, his combat strength had reached another level, and he was now at the peak of the early mortal core realm. He was just one step away from the mid-mortal core realm. On the high platform, Liang Shao took a step forward and said in a clear voice, "The first round of the Stairway to Heaven is just a warm-up, so don't worry too much about the names. There's no difference between the first and the 30th place. The first round itself is only a threshold for the second round. Only those who have an outstanding performance in the second round can obtain the final reward." Liang Zhao's words were obviously targeted at Jiang Qin. His meaning was clear. The first place in the first round was useless, and the second round was the most important. "Senior brother Liang, I wonder what the reward is this time?" Tianjin Gate asked. "That's right, tell us in advance, give us some motivation," someone said. Not only the disciples who were participating in the competition, even the spectators were looking forward to it. The rewards for the Qi province competition were prepared by the 4 big sects together, so the rewards would definitely not be bad. "Alright, I'll tell you the rewards first. The champion of the Outer Circle Disciple competition will get 3 treasures. A mid-ranked combat weapon, a storage ring, and a 1,000-years-old earth fruit." Liang Zhao's voice was loud, and everyone in the square could hear him clearly. When the 3 rewards were announced, the entire square immediately burst into an uproar. Amazing! No wonder it's from the 4 big sects. A mid-ranked combat weapon. Even in the 4 big sects, only the Inner Circle disciples who have reached the Heavenly Core realm have the chance to get a mid-ranked combat weapon. But now, the Outer Circle Disciple competition is giving out a mid-ranked combat weapon as the reward. The storage ring is even more precious, it's many times better than the storage bags we use. It's small and easy to carry, and it can contain the user's divine sense, so only the user can open it. A 1,000-years-old earth fruit is also an extremely rare natural treasure. I heard that it's very difficult to grow, and it requires a certain geographical condition. It needs to continuously absorb the earth energy, and it also contains the essence of the earth. What a generous reward. Sounds of surprise could be heard everywhere. For ordinary people, these 3 treasures were extremely rare, and they wouldn't even have the chance to obtain them in their dreams. It wasn't hard to imagine that once these treasures were announced, it would definitely stimulate the fighting spirit of all the disciples, and the fights on the fighting stage would be extremely intense. Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. With his status as the once greatest saint in the world, he had seen all kinds of treasures. A mid-ranked combat weapon was nothing to him, but a storage ring was definitely something good. Right now, he was only using an ordinary storage bag. If he could get a storage ring, it would be much more convenient for him to store items in the future. What really attracted Jiang Chen was the earth fruit. This kind of natural treasure was extremely rare. The 1,000-years-old earth fruit didn't contain enough essence of the earth, but for him right now, it was more than enough. Together with the benefits from the earth fruit, Jiang Chen was 100% confident that he could break through to the mid-mortal core realm or even higher. Amongst the crowd, the Huang dog was happily counting his harvest. He completely ignored the glares from the crowd that looked like they wanted to eat him alive. The Huang dog, what rank do you think that guy will get in the second round? Someone asked. Do we even need to guess? He will definitely get first place. The Huang dog said casually. First place. What a joke. The Huang dog, do you dare to bet again? The man immediately said. He was afraid that the Huang dog would say no. If he did, then his elixir would be wasted. Of course I dare. I'm just afraid that you guys won't dare. But, this time, it's not 1 to 10, it's 1 to 2. The Huang dog said in a serious manner. No one could see the cunning look hidden deep within this dog's eyes. This dog is scared. 1 to 2. Looks like he doesn't have much confidence in that guy. That guy is only an early mortal core warrior, he is definitely not a match for the little devil king and Li Wushuang. It's impossible for him to get first place. I'll bet my remaining 100 elixir pills as well, I bet that this guy won't get first place. That's right. Look, the Huang dog no longer has the confidence he had before. He lowered his bet from 1 to 10 to 1 to 2 because he's afraid that guy will lose all his money. What's there to be afraid of? Let's bet with him. I'll bet as well. Damn it, your father, want to win back all the money I lost. At this moment, more people came to place their bets than the first round. Those who lost in the first round were eager to win it back in the second round, and those who didn't participate in the first round didn't want to miss this opportunity. Almost no one believed that Jiang Chen could get first place. After all, withstanding the pressure and defeating the little devil king were 2 completely different concepts. Seeing this, the Huang dog's grin was so wide that it almost reached the back of his ears. The cunning dog's scheme had once again succeeded. He had purposely lowered the bet, so that everyone could see his guilty conscience, and they could safely bet the elixir pills on him. Kaka, your father, am so smart. This kind of business that comes to me is so cool. The Huang dog was extremely proud of himself. He felt that he was extremely smart, and that there was no one in this world who was smarter than him. If there was a mirror in front of him, perhaps the Huang dog would have kowtowed in front of it. In front of the fighting stage, all 30 men were fully prepared. They were just waiting for the order from the northern and southern dynasties. Nanbei Chao took a step forward. With a wave of his hand, 30 tokens made of green wood were thrown out and lined up in a row. Each of the tokens had its back facing the disciples who were going to participate in the competition. There are 30 plates here, and each of them has a number from 1 to 15. You can pick one randomly, and the two with the same number will fight on the fighting stage. The Northern and Southern dynasties said. However, many people knew the rules of the previous competitions. Brother Jiang, if you and I pick the same number, don't hold back. Han Yen said with a smile. Of course. Jiang Chen responded with a smile. The rewards for the Qi province competition are only for the champion, but your performance and ranking in this competition will be sent to your respective sections. When the time comes, the sects will give out rewards to those who have performed well. So, everyone, you have to give it your all. Guan Yun said with a loud voice. He was mainly talking to the Black sect. Alright, let's begin. The Northern and Southern dynasties said. All 30 men walked up to the fighting stage, picked a plate and held it in their hands. Among the 30 men, the number of disciples from the 4 big sects was almost equal. Tianjian Gate and Burning Sky Pavilion each had 8 disciples, the Black sect had 7, the Valley of Happiness had 6, and the last one was Jiang Qin, who was an outsider. Jiang Qin flipped over his plate and saw the number 8 on it. In other words, the other disciple who picked the number 8 would be his opponent, and they would have to fight on the 8th fighting stage. The drawing of lots seemed fair, but in fact, it was secretly manipulated. Under normal circumstances, disciples from the same sect wouldn't be matched against each other, and they would be matched against other sections. If not, it would be meaningless. Let me tell you the rules of the fighting stage. Anyone who steps onto the fighting stage will have to fight a life or death battle. I don't need to explain the relationship between the 4 big sections. If you have the ability, then kill your opponent, don't even give them a chance to surrender. The Northern and Southern dynasties said with cruel expressions. This was the rule of the Qi province competition. On the fighting stage, there was only life or death, and the only way for the loser to survive was to surrender. I'm number 9, who's my opponent? Daddy is number 1. Damn it, who's Daddy's opponent? Come up here and face your death. A strong man jumped onto the first fighting stage and said arrogantly. He was from the Burning Sky Pavilion, and he was a late Mortal Core warrior. He had an arrogant expression on his face, but in the next second, when he saw his opponent, the arrogance on his face disappeared. The arrogant expression on his face disappeared, and a bitter expression appeared on his face. He had the urge to smash his head against the ground. What a shame! Because the opponent standing in front of him was none other than the little devil king, Han Yen. Motherfucker, your father's luck is really bad. I admit defeat. That burly man cursed. He turned around and jumped down from the battle platform. His speed was even faster than when he came up. Although he was arrogant, he still knew his own capabilities. Fighting against the little devil king was no different from courting death. On his fingertip, a long and narrow golden beam that looked like a sharp sword slashed across Huang Feng's neck with lightning speed. Slash! A shocking scene appeared. The arrogant Huang Feng didn't even have the time to let out a scream before his head flew high into the air. It was directly chopped off by the golden beam in Jiang Chen's hand. Silver-red blood sprayed out from the decapitated head like a fountain. It was more than 3 meters high, and under the sunlight, it looked extremely demonic. This was the cruelest color in the world. It was so beautiful that it made people's hearts turn cold. Dong, 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 Huang Feng's head flew high into the air and landed on the fighting stage, then it rolled down onto the square. His eyes were wide open, and his face was still filled with the fear of death. Perhaps, until he died, he had never thought that he would end his life in such a way. In his opinion, the Qi province competition wouldn't take his life. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he could still admit defeat. However, he had forgotten that in front of some people, sometimes, he wouldn't even have the chance to admit defeat. Huang Feng didn't even have the time to attack, he didn't even have the time to use his combat skills and combat weapon. That loud shout was the only thing he could do on the fighting stage. A cruel smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He didn't even look at the dead body on the ground, and he ignored the thousands of shocked gazes. He turned around and jumped off the fighting stage. For him, killing someone was just that simple, let alone someone from the Tianjin Gate. His relationship with the Tianjin Gate was irreversible, so killing one more wasn't a big deal. Heavens, what did I just see? How could he be so fast? That was a genius from the Tianjin Gate, a late mortal core warrior, but he didn't even have the chance to attack before he was killed. This is too shocking. Just how strong is he? This is too cruel, his methods are brutal, he didn't even give his opponent a chance. Huang Feng didn't even have the chance to admit defeat before he was killed. Did you guys see that? Jiang Chen didn't even blink his eyes when he killed his opponent, he didn't even put the Tianjin Gate in his eyes. Just this courage and attitude alone is enough to make me admire him. Everyone was shocked. The whirling sun square was in an uproar. Who would have thought that a mortal core warrior like Huang Feng would be killed, and in such a thorough manner? The way the crowd looked at Jiang Chen had once again changed. Those who bet with the Huang dog had ugly expressions on their faces again. Their hearts were beating like crazy. Where did this abnormal young man come from? How could he be so abnormal? All the disciples of the Tianjin Gate were furious. They wished they could tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Those disciples who were cheering for Huang Feng now had ugly expressions on their faces. In the first round of fighting, only the Tianjin Gate had lost one man, and he was killed by a rogue cultivator. Jiang Chen had slapped the Tianjin Gate's face in front of the entire Qi province. Damn it, we have to kill him today. Kill him. We can't let him walk out of the whirling sun square alive. All the disciples of the Tianjin Gate were furious. Li Wushuang waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. When they saw Li Wushuang, the disciples of the Tianjin Gate once again saw hope. There's still senior disciple Li. I'm sure he's no match for senior disciple Li. That's for sure. Senior disciple Li has obtained the inheritance of a combat soul warrior. How can that young man be compared to him? Senior disciple Li will definitely avenge Huang Feng. Li Wushuang was the representative of the outer circle disciples, and he had obtained the inheritance of a combat soul warrior. He had extraordinary abilities, and he was definitely not someone that Jiang Chen could deal with. The little devil king walked up to Jiang Chen and said, "You're really ruthless, but I like it. I wonder how you're going to deal with this situation today. I'll just take it one step at a time." Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent expression on his face. He had been through much more dangerous situations than this, let alone this Qi province competition. The Qi province competition was held once a year, and he was one of the participants. Killing someone wasn't against the rules. If the Tianjin Gate wanted to deal with him, they would have to wait until the competition was over. The first round had ended, and 15 disciples had been eliminated. The remaining 15 disciples would have to fight each other. All 15 of them would draw lots, and one of them would have to draw a blank. The remaining 14 would have to fight each other. The little devil king's luck was pretty good, he had drawn a blank. In fact, it was a good thing for the other disciples that he could draw a blank, because no one wanted to fight the little devil king. This time, Jiang Chen's opponent was a late mortal core disciple from the Black Sect. When the disciple saw that his opponent was Jiang Chen, he immediately shook his head, cupped his fist and said, "Brother Jiang is really amazing, even Huang Feng was killed with a single strike. I'm not your match. I'm Wang Yu, I admit defeat." After saying that, Wang Yu turned around and jumped down from the fighting stage. He really admired Jiang Qin. The situation was clear now. Jiang Qin had offended both the Tianjin Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion. Right now, only the Black Sect would still like Jiang Qin. Besides, the Little Devil King and Jiang Qin knew each other before, and it seemed like they were quite close. Because of this, all the disciples from the Black Sect had a good impression of Jiang Qin. After the second round, there were only 8 disciples left. Han Yan from the Black Sect, Li Wushuang from the Tianjin Gate, Ling Ao from the Burning Sky Pavilion, and Yi Qingzi from the Valley of Happiness. The 4 representatives of the Outer Circle disciples were all here. Including Jiang Qin, there were 3 other late Mortal Core disciples. At this moment, the expressions of the 3 disciples had darkened. These 5 disciples in front of them, none of them could defeat them. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation level wasn't high, the way he killed Huang Feng had left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. In their minds, he was on par with the Little Devil King and the other 3 disciples. Let's continue. The Northern and Southern dynasties said coldly. They waved their hands and threw out another 8 cards. This time, Jiang Chen's opponent was Ling Ao from the Burning Sky Pavilion. Jiang Chen and Ling Ao jumped onto the fighting stage at the same time and stood facing each other. Jiang Chen is going against Ling Ao. This is going to be interesting. Ling Ao's cultivation level has reached the peak of the Mortal Core realm, and he is just 1 step away from the Heavenly Core realm. His skills are extraordinary, and he is not someone Huang Feng can compare with. I wonder if Jiang Qin can handle him. It's hard to say. Although Jiang Qin is only an early Mortal Core warrior, he is a mysterious and cruel man. He hasn't shown his true skills yet. The battle between him and Ling Ao will be a real battle, and it's hard to say who will win. Let's wait and see. This is going to be a good show. Jiang Chen has already offended the Northern and Southern dynasties, which is equal to offending the Burning Sky Pavilion. With the way he killed Huang Feng, he won't show any mercy to Ling Ao either. Only at the end of the competition would there be something interesting to watch. Only the battles between geniuses could make people's blood boil. On the other 3 fighting stages, Li Wushuang, the Little Devil King, and Yi Qingzi were fighting against the 3 geniuses at the late Mortal Core realm. This was definitely not a coincidence, it must have been arranged on purpose. The 3 geniuses knew their limits, and they immediately surrendered and got off the stage. Heavens, where did this Jiang Qin come from? Even Ling Ao was pushed back by him. I can't believe this. This is too terrifying, too powerful. Ling Ao is one of the most outstanding warriors of the younger generation, but Jiang Qin is able to push him back with a cultivation level that is 2 stages lower than him. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Monster, this is too monstrous. This Jiang Qin will become the biggest dark horse in the history of the Qi province competition. His fame will be comparable to that of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Don't get too excited yet, it was just one collision. Ling Ao is the representative of the Outer Circle disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion, so he must have more powerful skills. It's still too early to tell who will win and who will lose. However, Jiang Qin being able to gain the upper hand in the first exchange has already proven his monstrous talent. After all, he is only at the early Mortal Core realm. If he was at the peak of the Mortal Core realm like Ling Ao, I'm afraid Ling Ao wouldn't even be able to withstand a single attack from him. Everyone's opinion of Jiang Qin had changed once again. Their impression of Jiang Qin had once again improved. The battle that everyone thought was going to be one-sided had now become a mystery. The disciples of the 4 big sects were even more shocked than the outsiders, because they knew how powerful Ling Ao was. Among the Outer Circle disciples, only the Little Devil King, Han Yan, and Li Wushuang could force Ling Ao to retreat. But this Jiang Chen had done it. Looks like I've underestimated him. A smile appeared on Han Yan's face. Jiang Chen, you have completely angered me. I will let you know what true terror is. Ling Ao was angry. His entire body started unleashing a powerful energy, and his entire body was covered by an energy whirlpool. Use whatever skills you have, just in case you don't have any more chances later. Jiang Chen was calm and composed. His attitude was even higher than Ling Ao's. Jiang Chen, next, I will use my strongest combat skill and kill you with one strike. Ling Ao's black hair was dancing in the wind. He looked like he was in the center of an energy whirlpool. The vast amount of energy made him look even taller. He slowly raised both of his palms. His palms were covered in a golden light, and it looked even more dazzling under the sunlight. Countless energy whirlpools were gathering in his palms. Ling Ao's combat strength had actually increased. Senior disciple Ling Ao is going to use the primordial chaos grappling technique. This is a lower-ranked earth combat skill, and it is senior disciple Ling Ao's ultimate skill. That's right, an earth combat skill. Even ordinary heavenly core warriors don't have the chance to obtain it. I heard that once this primordial chaos grappling technique is used, his palms will turn into a cage and trap his opponent. After that, he will kill his opponent in the most brutal way possible. It's brutal and overbearing. Senior disciple Ling Ao is angry. Jiang Chen is finished this time. All the disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion were in high spirits. His lips curled into a hideous smile, and the sword in his hand pierced towards Ling Ao's heart. Ling Ao's expression changed drastically. With his current condition, there was no way he could defend against Jiang Chen's attack. He was being suppressed by Jiang Chen's qi, and he didn't even have the chance to admit defeat. Stop! Nan Bei Chao shouted coldly. An imposing aura was unleashed from his body. At this moment, many people could see through Jiang Chen's intention. Puqi. Unfortunately, the shouts of the northern and southern dynasties were useless. Jiang Chen's sword pierced through Ling Ao's chest, and the sword came out from his back. This sword had pierced through Ling Ao's heart. He was dead for sure. The life and death arena was like this. You die or I die, there was no reason. As for the Burning Sky Pavilion, since he had already offended them, he didn't mind killing one of their geniuses. Chapter 92. The moment Jiang Chen's long sword pierced through Ling Ao's chest, the entire arena became silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and they held their breath. They could not believe what they had just seen. Then, an uproar broke out. Oh my God, what did I just see? He killed Ling Ao, he really killed Ling Ao. How audacious. The northern and southern dynasties have already warned him to stop, but he still killed Ling Ao. He did not even give Ling Ao a chance to admit defeat. This is insane. So cruel, so cruel. I have lived for so long, and finally, I have seen a real cruel person. I admire him. This is too exciting. The representative of the Burning Sky Pavilion's outer circle disciples, Ling Ao, was killed on the fighting stage. This is a huge loss for the Burning Sky Pavilion. But what Jiang Chen did was not wrong. Before, Ling Ao was filled with killing intent, and he did not plan to let Jiang Chen go easily. Since he wanted to kill Jiang Chen, why can't Jiang Chen kill him? This is a fighting stage of life and death, and once you go up there, you will die. Plus, Jiang Chen has already offended the northern and southern dynasties. With the northern and southern dynasties as character, they will not let him go easily. Therefore, whether Jiang Chen kills Ling Ao or not, he cannot change his fate. He has the courage to kill Ling Ao, which is admirable. The entire square was in an uproar. This kind of scene was too exciting. The Burning Sky Pavilion's outer circle disciple was killed. This was too shocking. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Jiang Qin had changed. Other than admiration, there was also a trace of fear. This was definitely a very cruel person. Below the fighting stage, Han Yan, Li Wushuang, and Yi Qingzi's expression changed. Although they had already put Jiang Qin in a very high position, especially Han Yan, he even thought that Jiang Qin could fight Ling Ao to a draw. But he had never thought that Jiang Qin would kill Ling Ao in such a decisive and cruel way. Where did this guy come from? Han Yan smiled bitterly. Having truly witnessed Jiang Qin's methods, he could not help but recall that day in the Silver Moon restaurant. Now, it seemed that even if he did not lend a hand that day, Jiang Qin also had the ability to escape unscathed. Of course, if the little devil king knew what Jiang Qin had done to Silver Moon City after he left, he would probably vomit a mouthful of blood. On the other side, the Huang dog was walking around arrogantly, whistling at the ashen-faced people who had placed their bets, making people want to hang him up and skin him alive. What are you so proud of? The competition isn't over yet. You only killed Ling Ao. That's right, Ling Ao is not even on the same level as the little devil king and Li Wushuang. Damn dog, what are you so proud of? When that kid loses, you'll have to spit out all of your human elixir. Everyone said viciously. Is that so? Since you guys are so confident, then let's bet again. This time, the odds are 1 to 100. The Huang dog bared his teeth at the crowd. Who else wants to bet? Hurry up and bet, the odds are 1 to 100. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. Yan Chenyu, who was standing on the side, giggled. This black-bellied dog was too shameless. Unfortunately, no matter how much the Huang dog encouraged them, no one took the bait. None of them were idiots. After witnessing Jiang Qin's true methods, they did not dare to bet anymore. Even Ling Ao was killed. Whether or not the little devil king and Li Wushuang could defeat Jiang Qin, it was hard to say. They could not be fooled by this dog again. Not to mention 1 to 100, even if it was 1 to 1,000, they still would not do it. This dog was too treacherous. On the fighting stage, Ling Ao was already dead. Jiang Qin slowly pulled out his long sword, and Ling Ao's dead body fell on the fighting stage. A genius of a generation had fallen just like that. The faces of the northern and southern dynasties were pale, their faces were extremely ugly. An undisguised killing intent was directed towards Jiang Qin. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? How dare you disobey me? The voice of the northern and southern dynasties was so cold that it could make people sink into the abyss. Everyone could see that this genius was really angry this time. Just now, before Jiang Qin killed Ling Ao, the northern and southern dynasties did tell him to stop. Jiang Qin slowly shook off the blood on his long sword. He fearlessly met the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties. Why should I listen to you? Can you control the fighting stage in the competition? Ling Ao didn't admit defeat, so I can kill him. What does that have to do with you? Jiang Qin's question made the northern and southern dynasties speechless. That's right, although he was an important person in charge of this competition, he still couldn't interfere with the process of the competition. Ling Ao didn't admit defeat, therefore, Jiang Qin had a reason to kill him. Jiang Qin is right. The northern and southern dynasties, the Qi province competition is fair and open. You have no right to stop Jiang Qin from killing Ling Ao. Guan Yin said. Although he wasn't a match for the northern and southern dynasties, as the representative of the black sect, he still had the guts to say this. All right, let the competition continue. The northern and southern dynasties said indifferently. They didn't look at Jiang Chen again, but everyone could tell that the northern and southern dynasties were really angry. After the competition, they would definitely not let this matter go. Jiang Chen turned around and jumped down from the fighting stage. A disciple of the Burning Sky Pavilion ran up and carried Ling Ao's dead body down from the fighting stage. When the disciple came down from the fighting stage, he glared at Jiang Chen with hatred. The Burning Sky Pavilion had suffered a huge loss today. Ling Ao had extraordinary talent, and he would soon break through to the Heavenly Core realm and be promoted to the Inner Circle. In the future, although he wouldn't be able to compare to the Northern and Southern dynasties, he would still be the strongest in the Inner Circle. He was not someone ordinary geniuses could compare with. To put it bluntly, 10 late mortal core geniuses were not as precious as one Ling Ao to the Burning Sky Pavilion. At this point, the competition had entered the real climax. Ordinary people had been eliminated, and those who were left behind were the elites of the elites, the geniuses of the geniuses. Below the fighting stage, there were only 4 people left: Jiang Chen, Han Yan, Li Wushuang, and Yi Qingzi. This group made people excited, but at the same time, it also made people sigh. According to people's expectations, the one standing here right now should be Ling Ao and the other 3. If you have time in the future, you can come to the Valley of Happiness to look for me. If you have any requests, I will satisfy them. Yi Qingzi giggled and jumped down from the fighting platform. The words she left behind were simply a blatant seduction. Moreover, she admitted defeat in such a calm and relaxed manner. Perhaps only people from the Valley of Happiness could do that. Jiang Chen didn't even look at Yi Qingzi. He would never look at a vulgar woman like her. Compared to Yan Qinyu, those women from the Valley of Happiness were like chickens. Damn, this Jiang Chen can't really get the first place, can he? I bet another 200 elixir. I've really been tricked by that dog. I think there's an 80% chance that Jiang Chen will get the first place. The battle between the Little Devil King and Jiang Chen will definitely end in a lose-lose situation. At that time, no matter who wins, their combat strength will be greatly reduced. At that time, they will definitely not be Jiang Chen's opponent. Damn, I've been tricked by that dog. I hope there's a turning point, or else I'll lose big time. Chapter 93. The Huang dog had become the biggest winner. Looking at the situation, if nothing unexpected happened, Jiang Chen would definitely get first place. No matter who won the battle between the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang, it would be very difficult for them to deal with Jiang Chen. The Huang dog was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He raised his head and kept walking in front of the crowd. Looking at the bitter expressions of others, he was in an extremely good mood. This feeling of building one's happiness on someone else's pain was really good. Next, everyone's eyes were on the second stage. The Little Devil King and Li Wushuang were still looking at each other. Both of them were preparing their auras. These two could be said to be old rivals. They had fought against each other many times, but they were always evenly matched. The Little Devil King versus Li Wushuang, that was the battle that everyone was looking forward to. Jiang Chen stood in front of the disciples of the 4 big sections. He ignored the gazes of Tianjin Gate and Burning Sky Pavilion, and put his attention on the stage. Both of them were rare geniuses. Their talents were even higher than Guan Yun and Liang Xiao. Their future achievements were limitless. However, before the two of them showed their true abilities, Jiang Chen couldn't really judge who had the bigger potential. Han Yan, you and I have fought 4 times, and we have never had a clear winner. Today, we will take advantage of the Qi province tournament and decide who is the real number 1. Li Wushuang was as strong as an iron tower. His voice was also extremely loud. His whole body was filled with a domineering aura. It seemed like he was determined to get the rewards of this tournament. You talk too much. Li Wuxuang, you are not my opponent. Just admit defeat. Han Yen sneered. Humph. Han Yen, everyone says that you are the descendant of Gu Tianma, and that Gu Tianma's power is sealed in your body. Unfortunately, you can only reveal a trace of your demonic nature, and your power has never been awakened. In my opinion, the rumors are wrong. However, I will kill you today. Whether you are the descendant of Gu Tianma or not is not important anymore. Li Wuxuang coldly snorted. Two cold lights shot out from his eyes. Gu Tianma. I never thought that there would be such a legacy in this world. I just don't know if it's real or not. Jiang Chen murmured. He had a certain understanding of Gu Tianma. He was the king of the ancient devils, the emperor of the devils. His bloodline was precious, and his physique was much more tyrannical than the average godly physique. Such a body of Gu Tianma was extremely rare. In other words, the powerful physiques of the ancient times had already disappeared in the long river of history. Jiang Chen had met a descendant of Gu Tianma in his previous life. Moreover, it was not a very pure one, but its means were extremely terrifying. Ordinary saints were no match for it. Trying to kill me? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Han Yan's blue robes fluttered in the wind. There was a faint smile on his face. His entire person was very calm. It was as if he was not facing a battle of life and death, but a very ordinary battle. Cut the crap. Let's see who's the real deal. Li Wuxuang moved. His entire aura was like that of a tiger. His huge body brought along a powerful wave as he fiercely pounced towards Han Yen. Around Li Wuxuang's body, there was an energy whirlpool. When the whirlpools collided, they let out firecracker-like sounds. This was a kind of brute force attack. Li Wuxuang cultivated a battle technique that was close to the barbarian technique. His body was extremely tyrannical. His entire body charged forward like a yak. The boundless yuan power in his body turned into a wave-like golden energy. It directly formed a golden shield in front of him. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say, both of them have their own strengths. But, I think Li Wuxuang has a higher chance of winning. After all, he has obtained the inheritance of a combat soul warrior. I don't think Han Yen is his match. Everyone focused their attention. The two old rivals on the fighting stage were about to begin their final battle. They both knew that a normal battle would just be a waste of time, and it would be very difficult to determine the winner. Li Wuxuang's aura had reached its peak. His entire body was covered with a domineering aura, as if he was a tyrant king. Sky Tyrant Fist. Li Wuxuang suddenly shouted out loudly. He immediately unleashed the third form of the tyrannical script. When he punched out, a deafening boom could be heard from dozens of miles away. Many people could feel their hearts palpitating from this punch. The tyrannical script was too powerful. Li Wuxuang's golden fist had sealed off the entire fighting stage. On the opposite side, Han Yen had a serious expression on his face. He pushed both of his palms upwards, and two bright lights carrying a demonic aura shot out from his palms. In the blink of an eye, a huge energy ball was formed. On the surface of the energy ball, there were mysterious patterns flashing. Han Yen pushed the energy ball with all his strength, and it collided with Li Wuxuang's fist. Bang! This time, the terrifying energy waves covered the entire fighting stage. The people standing on the outside couldn't see what was happening on the inside. There were terrifying energies everywhere, and they were all colorful. Some of the people who were closer to the fighting stage lost their hearing due to the vibrations. Some of the weaker ones almost fainted. Tap tap tap. On the fighting stage, Han Yen took 3 big steps back, and was pushed all the way to the edge of the fighting stage. Half of his feet were outside of the fighting stage, and his body was swaying. His face was pale, and blood could be seen dripping down from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered a serious injury from the previous collision. "Ha, Han Yen, you've finally lost to me. I told you, the 3rd level of the tyrannical script is not something you can handle. I, Li Wushuang, am the real number 1. On the opposite side, Li Wushuang was laughing out loud. His attitude was extremely arrogant. Defeating Han Yen with his own hands was his biggest dream, and he had finally accomplished it today. He was extremely happy. Good. Senior disciple Li's tyrannical script is really frightening. I told you that Han Yen is no match for you. Of course. Senior disciple Li has obtained a combat soul inheritance. He is not someone a little Han Yen can handle. After killing Han Yen, senior disciple Li will kill that Jiang Qin. Han Yen is finished, he is wounded. If he doesn't admit defeat now, he will only be killed by senior disciple Li. All the disciples of the Tianjin Gate were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Some of them were even jumping up and down. Looking at how happy they were, it was as if the one who had defeated Han Yen wasn't Li Wushuang, but them. On the other hand, Jiang Chen, who was standing at the front, furrowed his brows. He stared at Han Yen without blinking his eyes. He had seen clearly that Han Yen hadn't used his full strength in the collision just now. In other words, it was because of his current condition that he couldn't use his full strength. Just as everyone was surprised that Han Yen was going to be defeated, a sudden change occurred on the fighting stage. Han Yen, who was originally in low spirits, suddenly let out a roar towards the sky. That roar was ancient, hoarse, evil, tyrannical, and mixed with all sorts of emotions. Many people noticed that black fog was rising from Han Yan's body. What's going on? Han Yen is going crazy. What a powerful demonic aura. I can feel that he is going to unleash an extremely powerful evil energy. This is Gu Tianma's energy. Han Yen is indeed Gu Tianma's descendant. The energy in his body is going to awaken. Countless people cried out in shock. Who would have thought that such a change would occur? As for Jiang Qin, he was looking at the center of Han Yan's eyebrows. In the center of Han Yan's eyebrows, there was a black symbol that kept flashing. When he saw this symbol, Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically. That is the symbol of the heavenly demon, the symbol that only belongs to Gu Tianma. Han Yen is the complete inheritor of Gu Tianma, he is the true descendant of Gu Tianma. His cultivation base is at the peak of the mortal core realm, and Gu Tianma's energy was about to awaken. But because of Li Wushuang's provocation, he is going to awaken Gu Tianma's energy at this moment. This idiot, with his mortal core cultivation base, there is no way he can control Gu Tianma's source energy. Even if he can kill Li Wushuang, he will be devoured by Gu Tianma's energy and die together with Li Wushuang. I have to stop him. Chapter 94. This was an extremely dangerous moment. If Han Yen had only inherited a little bit of Gu Tianma's power, Jiang Qin wouldn't be so excited. If that was the case, Han Yen could directly break through to the heavenly core realm by awakening the power, and then kill Li Wushuang. But, Han Yen had Gu Tianma's source mark in his body, which meant that Han Yen had inherited the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma. With his current condition, there was no way he could control the power brought by the awakened Gu Tianma. If that was the case, even if Han Yen could use this sudden power to kill Li Wushuang, he would still suffer from the demonic energy's backlash, and even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. Roar! Han Yen raised his head and let out a long roar. Waves after waves of powerful demonic energy burst out from his body. His energy was rising like waves, and his body was growing taller bit by bit. Popping sounds could be heard from his body, and even his bones were changing. At the same time, Gu Tianma's aura filled the air, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Every roar he let out could make people fall into an abyss. Heavens, how can Gu Tianma's power be so strong? This power has already reached the heavenly core realm. Li Wushuang is in danger. The title of Little Devil King is not just for show. There was no one who wasn't shocked. Everyone was stunned by Han Yan. This was too terrifying. It was as if an ancient devil had suddenly descended upon them. On the fighting stage, the arrogant Li Wushuang suddenly had an ugly expression on his face. He had never thought that Han Yan would have such a change at this critical moment. Han Yan had completely gone crazy, and he had shocked everyone. Not good, junior disciple Han's condition isn't right. On the high platform, Guan Yun's expression had also changed. The sudden appearance of Han Yan's powerful energy didn't make him happy, instead, he was worried. Although he couldn't see it as clearly as Jiang Qin, he could still feel the crisis Han Yan was in right now. Winning or losing wasn't important, but if he lost his future or even his life because of this, then it wouldn't be worth it. Roar Han Yan's demonic energy was getting stronger and stronger, and he couldn't suppress it any longer. Stop! Guan Yun and Liang Xiao shouted out at the same time. This was the first time since the start of the Qi province competition that someone had interfered with a fight. Guan Yun was worried about Han Yan, and Liang Xiao was worried about Li Wushuang. Everyone was well aware of the situation in front of them. Han Yan's strength had skyrocketed to the heavenly core realm, and he could easily kill Li Wushuang. But after killing Li Wushuang, he wouldn't have a good time either. It's too late. We have to stop it now. Jiang Chen's body flickered as he leapt onto the fighting ring at lightning speed. He stretched out a finger that flickered with a golden light and tapped on Han Yan's forehead. Roar! However, his mind had not been completely corrupted by the demonic nature. He knew that the person in front of him was Jiang Qin. Go away. Han Yan's voice was hoarse, and he spat out black demonic smoke from his mouth. Brother Han, listen to me, Gu Tianma's demonic nature is too strong, you have to control it bit by bit. With your current condition, if you forcefully awaken Gu Tianma's bloodline and strength, the consequences will be severe. I'll teach you the Buddha's Heart Sutra now, use it to temporarily suppress the demonic nature in your body. Winning or losing doesn't matter, you have Gu Tianma's inheritance, so you don't need that little bit of reward. This Li Wushuang, I'll help you deal with him. Jiang Qin circulated his divine sense with the great soul derivation skill and transmitted it into Han Yan's divine sense. It directly penetrated into his soul, causing Han Yan's body to shake violently, and he regained consciousness for a short period of time. At the same time, a mysterious Heart Sutra flowed into Han Yan's divine sense like a clear stream. Good Heart Sutra, this is a Buddhist Heart Sutra, it's the nemesis of all demonic nature. If I have this Heart Sutra, I'll be able to control the demonic nature in my body better. Han Yan was shocked in his heart, and the demonic smoke on his body began to retract bit by bit. The Buddha's Heart Sutra was a Buddhist Heart Sutra. It was obtained by Jiang Qin from a Buddha in the Western continent. In his previous life, he spent all his life killing, so he didn't cultivate this Buddha's Heart Sutra. In this life, he cultivated the dragon transformation skill, and walked on a unique path, so he didn't need this Buddha's Heart Sutra. But Han Yan, who was in front of him, really needed it. After Han Yan obtained the Buddha's Heart Sutra, he hurriedly circulated it according to the sutra. The demonic nature in his body was actually suppressed for a short period of time, and the sky demon mark between his eyebrows also temporarily disappeared. Huff huff, Han Yan was panting heavily, and his forehead was covered with sweat. He looked at Jiang Qin gratefully and said, Brother Jiang, you've saved my life today, and you've even given me such a profound Buddhist heart sutra. Han Yen has no way to repay you." Han Yen was naturally very grateful. He understood his own situation very well, and he was very clear that the situation just now was dangerous. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, he would have been completely finished. "I like you." Jiang Qin patted Han Yan's shoulder. Han Yan smiled, looked at Li Wushuang who was still in a state of shock, and said in a clear voice, "I admit defeat." After that, Han Yan looked at Jiang Qin, "It's up to you now. Be careful, this guy is not easy to deal with." Han Yan admitted defeat. There were too many surprises in this competition, and it was too exciting. None of the battles developed according to the people's expectations, but it was also because of this that made this competition even more interesting. "Jiang Qin, you dare to disturb the order of the battle stage, you're courting death." Liang Shao shouted coldly, waved his hand, and shot a bright light towards Jiang Qin. He wanted to kill Jiang Qin with his first attack. He was ruthless. Bang! Of course, Guan Yun wouldn't just sit back and watch. He blocked Liang Xiao's attack with his palm, and angrily said, "Liang Xiao, what are you doing? Jiang Chen is a participant of the competition, and the winner hasn't been decided yet. As the host, you're too shameless." Guan Yun began to defend Jiang Qin. He was very clear that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely intervention, Han Yan would have been in real danger today. The battle between Li Wushuang and Han Yan is not over yet. Jiang Qin went up on stage without permission, that's against the rules. Liang Xiao was not going to let it go. Ha, what a joke. Fighting me is no different than courting death. Li Wushuang let out a cold snort. Jiang Chen was looking at him with an indifferent expression that had a hint of disdain in his eyes, and it had deeply stimulated his strong self-esteem. All this time, he had grown up in the eyes of admiration and reverence. In the Tianjin Gate, he was a shining star, and no one had ever dared to look down on him. But now, he was being looked down upon by a rogue cultivator, and it was the kind of attitude that came from the bottom of his heart. Besides, Jiang Chen was only at the early mortal core realm. How could Li Wushuang accept this? "I just saved your life, and you're talking to your benefactor like this. Looks like the people from the Tianjin Gate really bite the hand that feeds them. They are worse than animals." Jiang Chen pretended to sigh and shook his head. "Courting death. I will let you know the consequences of offending the Tianjin Gate." Chapter 95. The fighting stage let out a thunderous sound. Li Wushuang's aura was extremely powerful. The golden shield that was completely formed from energy was extremely powerful, and it pressed down on Jiang Qin like a huge mountain. The tyrannical script that Li Wushuang was cultivating was a powerful body-strengthening skill. Comparing the strength and toughness of his body, it was very difficult to find an opponent at the same level as him. The tyrannical script was left behind by a combat soul warrior, and it had reached the high rank of Earth Realm. This was Li Wushuang's biggest advantage. Too bad, the advantage of the tyrannical script was nothing in front of the dragon transformation skill. Compared to a supreme skill like the dragon transformation skill, the tyrannical script was just too weak. Therefore, when Li Wushuang attacked Jiang Qin with his body strength, he had already lost. Jiang Qin was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and he had absorbed the bloodline of the blood-winged hawk and the dragon horse bloodline of the Dehuang dog. His body was extremely strong, and even some ancient beasts couldn't compare with it, let alone Li Wushuang. Facing Li Wushuang's attack, Jiang Qin didn't show any signs of panic on his face. When the golden shield was about to reach him, Jiang Qin punched out with lightning speed. Facing a powerful warrior like Li Wushuang, Jiang Qin didn't dare to be careless. Therefore, this punch could be considered as using all of his strength. When he punched out, his entire arm was strengthened by the energy, and there were golden dragon marks floating around his arm. It looked like a simple punch, but it made people feel as if it was as heavy as a mountain. Idiot, using fists to compete with my body strength. Seeing Jiang Chen's action, Li Wushuang's face revealed a mocking expression. Bang! Finally, Jiang Chen's fist collided with Li Wushuang's golden shield. The scene where many people thought Jiang Chen would be sent flying didn't happen. Instead, Jiang Chen let them see the most shocking scene. Crack! The shield that was completely formed by condensed energy shattered into pieces, as if it was just a piece of rotten wood. Jiang Chen had the strength of 25 dragon marks, that was 250,000 jin. When he punched out, it was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. But Li Wushuang still chose to use his body to collide. He was simply looking for trouble. Thud, thud, thud. Li Wushuang was hit by a huge impact, and he had to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. His whole body had already retreated to the edge of the fighting stage. The sneer on his face had already disappeared, replaced by a deep shock. Whoosh! This scene instantly caused an uproar. This kind of scene was really too exciting. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, many people wouldn't be willing to believe it. My God, he actually forced Li Wushuang back with just one punch, just like how he forced Ling Ao back. What kind of monster is this Jiang Chen? This really blinded my dog eyes. Li Wushuang is cultivating the tyrannical script, that is a high-ranked earth skill and combat skill. He obtained the inheritance of a combat soul warrior, and his body is incredibly strong. But now, he actually lost to Jiang Chen in a physical fight. This is really unbelievable. Damn it, don't tell me Li Wushuang is really going to lose. I, your daddy, am using the 300-man elixir. I've been tricked by that dog. Monster, this guy is not a human. I guess his talent is even higher than the northern and southern dynasties. He is only an early mortal core warrior, and he can actually defeat Li Wushuang. Isn't this just bullshit? No one wasn't shocked, everyone couldn't control their emotions. Although the winner between the two hadn't been decided yet, and Li Wushuang had only lost by a small margin, but that was Li Wushuang we were talking about. The talisman could only be used once, which meant that Li Wushuang could only use the talisman to unleash a single attack. After that, all the energy in his body would be drained, and he would become an arrow at the end of its flight. But in the eyes of many people, an attack like this only needed one attack. Such powerful strength. Heavens, Li Wushuang's energy has reached the mid-heavenly core realm. Jiang Chen is finished, there's no way he can deal with this. Someone shouted out in shock. Will big bro Jiang Chen be alright? Yan Chen Yu's face was filled with worry. Even De Huang Dog had a serious expression in his eyes. Jiang Chen was indeed an abnormal monster, but his cultivation level was too low. No one had expected Jiang Chen to use such a terrifying attack in the end. Guaniyun, I wonder who will die in the end. How do you think Jiang Chen is going to defend against junior disciple Li's next attack? On the grandstand, Liang Xiao was laughing out loudly. He looked at Guaniyun who had a worried expression. Humph. Guaniyun let out a cold snort, then he used his divine sense to send a message to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, just admit defeat, there's no need to lose your life. Right at this moment, Li Wushuang's energy had reached the peak of the mid-heavenly core realm. Under this condition, even if he only had one chance to attack, would Jiang Chen be able to defend against it? Chapter 96. Everyone became nervous. Some were happy, some were worried. But there was one thing that everyone firmly believed, and that was that Jiang Qin, who was only at the early mortal core realm, had no way of fighting against Li Wushuang, whose combat strength had suddenly increased to the peak of the mid-heavenly core realm. Everyone felt that it was best for Jiang Qin to admit defeat at this moment. Even Guan Yun reminded him. Was he really going to admit defeat? That was impossible. If it was anyone else who was facing this kind of situation, the only thing they could do was admit defeat, or else they would die. But unfortunately, Li Wushuang's opponent was Jiang Qin, an old monster who had the experience and wisdom of a saint. Jiang Qin had gone through countless battles, even if they were extremely dangerous, he still couldn't count them all. No matter if it was his temperament or experience, Jiang Qin was miles ahead of Li Wushuang. Li Wushuang's energy had finally reached its peak, and the attack that he had been preparing was finally going to be unleashed. He was extremely arrogant, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Jiang Qin, I can't believe you didn't admit defeat. Good, this is great. You are courting death, don't blame me for this. Li Wushuang started laughing out loud. But right at the moment when he was about to unleash his attack, Jiang Qin did something that almost made countless people vomit blood. Behind the indifferent face of Jiang Qin, a pair of blood-red wings suddenly appeared. With a flap of the wings, Jiang Qin flew up high into the sky. Jiang Qin, who was hovering in mid-air, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a bright smile appeared on his face. He looked down at Li Wushuang with great interest. What? He can actually fly. How is this possible? Damn it, what's going on? How can a mortal core warrior fly? This is the end. No matter how strong Li Wushuang's combat strength is, there's no way he can defeat his opponent. Some people were about to vomit blood. They had never thought that there would be such a turning point at the last moment. Kaka, this little brat is really smart. He waited until Jiang Qin's aura was completely condensed, and he was ready to attack, then he directly flew away. At this time, Li Wushuang was like an arrow that left the bow, he had no choice but to attack. If he didn't, he would suffer the backlash from the talisman's energy, and he would definitely die. If he did, he wouldn't be able to attack Jiang Qin at all. At that time, he would be like an arrow at the end of its flight, and would be at the mercy of Jiang Qin. The Huang dog cackled. This move of Jiang Qin's could be said to have eliminated his opponent without a drop of blood. It was truly brilliant and vicious. Jiang Qin had understood this from the very beginning. Although Li Wushuang could temporarily unleash an attack at the peak of the mid-heavenly core realm, it didn't mean that he was a heavenly core warrior himself. He also didn't have the ability to control natural energies and fly in the air. If he waited until Li Wushuang attacked, with Jiang Qin's current strength, it would take him some time to break the lock of a mid-heavenly core warrior's attack. Besides, the attack of a mid-heavenly core warrior was too fast, and it wasn't easy to deal with. Therefore, Jiang Qin waited until the moment Li Wushuang provoked him to attack, then he immediately flew up into the sky. No matter how strong Li Wushuang was, there was still a limit to his attack range. Jiang Qin's height had far exceeded Li Wushuang's attack range. Ha ha ha, Guan Yun started laughing out loudly. Jiang Qin had once again given everyone a pleasant surprise. This situation had put Li Wushuang in a very awkward position. He didn't know whether he should attack, but he also couldn't not attack. This was worse than swallowing a fly. This guy can actually merge with the wings of a demon beast. Liang Zhao's originally happy face had now turned into a shocked expression. No one had ever thought that an early mortal core warrior could actually fly in the sky. The one who was the most depressed right now was of course Li Wushuang. He was extremely domineering, and he wanted to kill Jiang Qin. But now, the arrow was already on the bowstring, and the bowstring was fully drawn, but now he realized that the enemy was gone. This kind of feeling really made him want to vomit blood. Li Wushuang raised his head and looked at Jiang Qin, who was looking at him with a mocking expression. He couldn't help but curse out loud, "Jiang Qin, if you are a fucking man, then come down here and fight me face to face." Li Wushuang's face had turned red, and his majestic body was trembling. His body was surrounded by a terrifying energy whirlpool, and he couldn't hold on any longer. If he didn't release that energy, he would be destroyed. Yo Li Wushuang, you even used the source of combat strength talisman of the combat soul realm, you really are a real man. Since you are a real man, why don't you release it and let everyone see how strong your attack is? I'm really looking forward to it. Jiang Qin said sarcastically, not afraid that his tongue would be cut if he said too much. Puff, hearing what Jiang Qin said, Li Wushuang immediately threw up a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood, half of it was because of the backlash from the energy, and the other half was because he felt wronged. This Jiang Qin was really shameless, he had no sense of shame at all. Both of them were fighting face to face on the fighting stage, and he just flew away. Damn it, Jiang Qin's methods are too insidious and shameless. He didn't even attack, but he put Li Wushuang in a dangerous situation. Sigh, Li Wushuang is finished. Li Wushuang's energy came from that talisman, it can be said that he borrowed external force. Now that the energy is wreaking havoc, if he doesn't release it as soon as possible, the consequences will be unimaginable. What else can we do? After all, he has wings and can fly. Li Wushuang should just admit defeat now and release his energy. Otherwise, with Jiang Qin's methods, I'm afraid he will die. No way, I guess Jiang Qin doesn't dare to kill Li Wushuang. He has already offended the Tianjin Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion. Li Wushuang is the representative of the Tianjin Gate. If he is killed, Jiang Qin will have completely offended the Tianjin Gate. Everyone was sighing. From the beginning to the end, today's competition was full of drama. From the beginning to the end, every battle that was related to Jiang Qin would have an ending that exceeded everyone's expectations. And now, when everyone thought he was dead for sure, he flew up and turned the tide of the battle. This was really exciting. Ah, Jiang Qin, I'll fuck you. Li Wushuang was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Since that was the case, why would he leave a potential disaster alive? This was not Jiang Qin's style. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the sword in Jiang Qin's hand had arrived above Li Wushuang's head. At this moment, everyone in the square widened their eyes. Bastard, I told you to stop. Liang Xiao was enraged. Disregarding the rules, he flew up from the high platform and attacked Jiang Qin. Humph. Liang Xiao, not to mention you, even if your father or your grandfather were here today, they wouldn't be able to save Li Wushuang. Jiang Qin coldly snorted, ruthless. I admit, Li Wushuang finally reacted. The threat of death made his soul tremble. Too bad, at this moment, it was already too late to admit defeat. He didn't even have the chance to say the word, admit defeat, before he was cut in half by Jiang Qin. Admitting defeat now, too late. But obviously, something even more exciting was about to happen. Perhaps there would be another good show. Jiang Qin had become famous after today's battle, and his name had spread across the entire Qi province. In this battle, he had killed Ling Ao and Li Wushuang, and he had even made Yi Qingzi admit defeat. It would be hard for him not to become famous. At this moment, the little devil king had also woken up. He had temporarily suppressed the demonic energy in his body. He had just witnessed the scene where Jiang Qin killed Li Wushuang, and he was extremely shocked. Right now, Jiang Qin was in a dangerous situation, so of course he had to help. Listen up, from now on, Jiang Chen is the little devil king's, best friend. Whoever dares to attack him will be Han Yan's, enemy. The little devil king had also made his stance clear. He was determined to protect Jiang Chen. No one dared to look down on the little devil king. Although the little devil king was only at the peak of the mortal core realm, everyone knew that once Gu Tianma's power was awakened, his cultivation level would increase by leaps and bounds. His potential wouldn't be any weaker than Guanyin, or even the northern and southern dynasties. Besides, the little devil king had the black sect behind him, so no one dared to look down on him. Jiang Chen flapped his blood wings and landed in the middle of the black sect's group. Immediately, the disciples of the Tianjin Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion glared at him with murderous gazes. However, the reaction of the disciples of the black sect was completely different. Many of them immediately surrounded Jiang Chen. Congratulations, senior disciple Jiang, for becoming a disciple of the black sect. Senior disciple Jiang is extremely powerful, he even killed Li Wushuang. In the future, I hope senior disciple Jiang can take care of us in the black sect. That's right. Senior disciple Jiang Chen's potential is unparalleled, and he is even stronger than the northern and southern dynasties. He will definitely become the hope of the black sect. All the disciples of the black sect started flattering Jiang Chen. They weren't idiots. With Jiang Chen's performance today, even if he were to enter the black sect, he would definitely be valued by the sect. Besides, Jiang Chen's potential was limitless, and his future achievements would be limitless. Now was the perfect time to ride on his coattails. Liang Xiao was gnashing his teeth in anger, but with Guanyin standing in front of him, there was nothing he could do. Besides, the competition had just ended, and if he were to attack the person who got first place in the competition, it would affect his status. Besides, Jiang Chen was now a disciple of the black sect. According to the rules of the Qi province competition, after the competition ended, disciples of the four big sects weren't allowed to fight in the whirling sun square. After all, the Qi province competition was a symbol of the Qi province. Tens of thousands of people were here to watch the competition, and if a fight broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Northern and southern dynasties, are you still not going to announce it? Guanyin stared at the northern and southern dynasties who were standing far away. The northern and southern dynasties had cold expressions on their faces. Their cold gazes landed on Jiang Chen, and with a loud and clear voice, they said, I hereby announce that the number one outer circle disciple in this year's Qi province competition is Jiang Chen from the black sect. The northern and southern dynasties actually announced it. This made a lot of people feel confused. Initially, people thought that even if the northern and southern dynasties didn't kill Jiang Chen, they would still make things difficult for him. But they didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be announced as the number one disciple in the competition in such a straightforward manner. Daddy's 400-man elixir, that damn dog is lucky. The heavens are blind, Jiang Chen really got first place. That Li Wushuang is too weak, what a waste of daddy's feelings, what a waste of all my hopes on him. Damn it, that damn dog is going to win big this time. Those who had bet with De Huang Dog were so angry that they wanted to bang their heads on the ground. Especially those who had bet with De Huang Dog a second time, they were filled with regret. The northern and southern dynasties took out a storage bag and casually threw it towards Jiang Chen. Many people looked at them with envious gazes. Everyone knew that inside that storage bag was the prize for this year's competition. A mid-ranked combat weapon, a storage ring, and an earth fruit. Jiang Chen opened the storage bag and saw a shining long sword. Next to it was a light blue storage ring that was emitting a faint glow. Next to the storage ring, there was a box made of jade. A faint wave of energy was leaking out from the box. It was the earth fruit. Jiang Chen sent out his divine sense and instilled it into the storage ring. The storage ring immediately flew out. At the same time, with a thought from Jiang Qin, the long sword and the earth fruit both fell into the storage ring. Jiang Qin took out the storage ring, wore it on his finger, and casually threw the storage bag to the side. Inside the storage ring, there was at least 2 rooms worth of space. It was more than enough to temporarily store items. Furthermore, the storage ring was controlled by divine sense. It was different from those low-ranked storage bags that could be opened with yuan energy. If it was in his previous life, Jiang Qin wouldn't even look at a storage ring like this. But in his current situation, this storage ring was not bad. Congratulations, Brother Jiang. The little devil king cupped his fists towards Jiang Qin. Don't congratulate me yet, this matter isn't over yet. Jiang Qin smiled. He knew that this matter wouldn't end just like this. The northern and southern dynasties wouldn't let this matter rest. Sure enough, the northern and southern dynasties revealed a cold smile towards Jiang Qin, and immediately announced in a loud voice, I hereby announce that the Qi province competition is officially over. But, I have some private matters to deal with. After the northern and southern dynasties finished their announcement, they didn't move at all, but their whole bodies had already appeared in front of Jiang Qin like a ghost. Kneel down. The northern and southern dynasties' aura was tyrannical, and a strong noble aura rushed towards Jiang Qin. Hua! This action from the northern and southern dynasties immediately caused an uproar. Sure enough, this matter wasn't over yet. The northern and southern dynasties really went crazy. Now that the Qi province competition is over, they want to deal with Jiang Qin in their own name. Jiang Qin is in danger. Guan Yun can stop Liang Shao, but he can't stop the northern and southern dynasties. The 4 big sects have set a rule. After the competition, no one is allowed to fight in the Whirling Sun Square. The northern and southern dynasties are breaking the rule. The crowd once again became restless. Everyone's gaze landed on Jiang Qin, trying to guess how he was going to deal with the northern and southern dynasties. This arrogant man was not easy to deal with. Northern and southern dynasties, what are you trying to do? Guan Yun stood in front of Jiang Qin, angrily staring at the northern and southern dynasties. Loser, get out of my way. A powerful shockwave shot out from the northern and southern dynasties towards Guan Yun. Guan Yun was forced back 2 steps. Everyone sighed. The northern and southern dynasties were too strong, even the mighty Guan Yun was no match for them. Some people still remembered when the northern and southern dynasties fought against Guan Yun, they only used 1 strike to defeat Guan Yun, creating a legend that couldn't be replicated. Jiang Qin, kneel down. The northern and southern dynasties said in an imposing manner. Northern and southern dynasties, Jiang Qin is now a disciple of the Black Sect. How dare you ignore the rules of the Qi province competition and act recklessly? Guan Yun didn't back down. If he couldn't protect Jiang Qin, then no one would be able to protect Jiang Qin today. The northern and southern dynasties could kill Jiang Qin with just 1 finger. Rules. When we northern and southern dynasties want to kill someone, we don't follow the rules. Don't try to pressure me with the rules. If you don't step aside, I'll kill you as well. Chapter 98. The northern and southern dynasties had started making things difficult for this rising star of the Qi province. In his eyes, rules were nothing. Let alone the rules of the Qi province competition, he could totally ignore any rules in the Qi province. It was impossible to restrict the northern and southern dynasties with rules. At least, Jiang Qin had never thought about it. The northern and southern dynasties were dragons amongst men, they were born with great fortune, and there was a domineering aura above their heads. Geniuses like these would have limitless achievements in the future, just like those super geniuses from the divine continent, they didn't even put the heavens in their eyes. The northern and southern dynasties thought they were above everyone else, and no one was allowed to offend them. Therefore, they wanted to kill Jiang Qin, and they wanted Jiang Qin to die while kneeling on the ground. It's over, it's all over now. The northern and southern dynasties are too arrogant, they won't allow anyone to insult their dignity. Now, even Guan Yun can't protect Jiang Qin. The most important thing is that the northern and southern dynasties are too strong. Guan Yun is very strong, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jiang Qin. I think the northern and southern dynasties are strong enough to fight a divine core warrior. A man like this can only be found once in 1,000 years, and the Qi province has never had such a person. He is the biggest pride of the Burning Sky Pavilion, he doesn't care about any rules. Countless people were sighing. The northern and southern dynasties were too strong, and there was no way they could fight against them. Jiang Qin was finished, there was no way he could survive today. If the northern and southern dynasties wanted to kill him, no one could save him. Even if he used his blood wings to escape, it would be useless. No one could escape from the hands of the northern and southern dynasties. Get lost. The northern and southern dynasties spoke in a tough manner towards Guan Yun with a cold tone. Northern and southern dynasties, don't think you can do whatever you want. Guan Yun was extremely furious. As the leader of the Black Sect, even if he wasn't a match for the northern and southern dynasties, he couldn't just sit back and watch the people of the Black Sect being slaughtered by the northern and southern dynasties. Liang Xiao, who was at the side, had a cold smile on his face as if he was watching a show. He wanted to see how Guan Yun was going to defend against the northern and southern dynasties. At this time, a big hand pressed on Guan Yun's shoulder from behind. It was Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen walked out from behind Guan Yun and stood in front of the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen was wearing a white robe, and he had a faint smile on his face. His robe and hair were fluttering in the wind under the pressure of the northern and southern dynasties, but the smile on his face didn't change at all. His eyes were as sharp as blades as he stared back at the northern and southern dynasties. Just in terms of bearing, he wasn't any weaker than the northern and southern dynasties. What a great bearing! Just this boldness alone makes this Jiang Chen amazing. This man's mentality is really strong, it doesn't match his age at all. It seems like he isn't afraid that the northern and southern dynasties will kill him with just a single slap. Everyone were shocked. Even Guan Yun didn't expect Jiang Chen to have such courage. He was able to face the northern and southern dynasties in such a calm manner without any fear. You aren't afraid of me. The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties were like cold knives, fiercely scraping Jiang Chen's face. He didn't make a move to kill Jiang Chen. At the same time, his voice was heard again, Jiang Chen, cherish your 1 year of life. Jiang Chen's expression didn't change, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. In today's situation, other than this method, no one could save him. Jiang Chen's eyes were very sharp. With just a glance, he could tell what kind of person the northern and southern dynasties were. This kind of person was filled with arrogance from head to toe. It was a nobility that came from their bones. They wouldn't look up to anyone. Therefore, he used a year of time to bet on the arrogance of the northern and southern dynasties. He was sure that the northern and southern dynasties would give in. There were too many people here, and the Qi province competition represented the entire Qi province. With the status of the northern and southern dynasties, if they still tried to kill him after he said that, it meant that they were afraid of him. How could the arrogant northern and southern dynasties be afraid of others? Therefore, the northern and southern dynasties left, leaving behind a 1-year promise. Damn, the northern and southern dynasties left just like that. That Jiang Chen is really something, he actually dared to make a 1-year promise. In just 1 year, no matter how much of a genius he is, there is no way he can be a match for the northern and southern dynasties. That's right, this Jiang Qin is too arrogant. He only used 1 year. He is only an early mortal core warrior now, and even if the northern and southern dynasties' cultivation stagnates for 1 year, Jiang Qin still won't be able to reach that level. Sigh, it's just 1 more year of life. At that time, he will still be killed by the northern and southern dynasties. I'm actually quite interested in this 1 year promise. Jiang Qin doesn't look like a reckless man. Let's just wait and see. 1 year from now, there will be a good show. That's right, the battle between Jiang Qin and the northern and southern dynasties will definitely become the biggest attraction in the Qi province. 1 year from now, it will still be very lively. After Jiang Qin joins the Black Sect, he will definitely get better resources, and he will be focused on training. Everyone was sighing. Today's Qi province competition had been full of twists and turns, but in the end, it had ended in such a way. It was obvious that Jiang Qin was the biggest winner in this competition. An unknown rogue cultivator had appeared out of nowhere like a dark horse, sweeping away all the outer circle disciples of the 4 big sects, taking first place in one fell swoop. His name had spread far and wide. The name Jiang Qin, it wouldn't take long before it spread across the entire Qi province. There would be no one who didn't know about him. There were too many unexpected things in this Qi province competition. Who would have thought that the champion that everyone thought was going to win would die a horrible death here, his body split in half? Who would have thought that the genius Ling Ao would be decapitated? For the Tianjin Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion, the death of Li Wushuang and Ling Ao was definitely a huge loss. As for the Valley of Happiness, they had no doubt played the role of a spectator in this competition. In fact, the Valley of Happiness only had a strong overall strength, but their dual cultivation technique was considered a crooked path. It was very difficult for them to produce any strong geniuses. In all the previous Qi province competitions, the Valley of Happiness had never won first place. From the way Yi Qingzi admitted defeat, it could be seen that once the charming technique they cultivated became useless, they would lose their biggest advantage. 1 year promise, if you have the ability to survive for 1 year, then we'll talk about it. Liang Shao let out a cold snort, he turned around and was about to leave. Right at this moment, a disciple from the Tianjin Gate stood out and said, "Senior disciple Liang, this Jiang Qin and that De Huang dog are together, ask him to hand over the dog." The dog that released the demon beasts in the demon ceiling tower? Liang Shao was startled. He had heard about the incident in the demon ceiling tower. Not long ago, a hateful dog had appeared in the sect, and it had caused a huge mess in the outer circle. "That's right, it's that damn dog," the disciple said while gnashing his teeth in anger. "Jiang Qin, hand over that dog." Liang Shao turned around and looked at Jiang Qin. "Liang Shao, what dog? Don't be unreasonable," Guan Yun said in a dissatisfied manner. "Guan Yun, you can protect Jiang Qin, don't tell me you want to protect a dog. If you don't hand over that dog today, don't blame me for attacking you." Liang Shao had been suppressing his anger. He couldn't kill Jiang Qin, and if he couldn't even take down a dog, he would die of depression. The crowd, who were about to leave, once again threw their gazes towards the center of the square. It looked like the Tianjin Gate and the Black Sect were going to fight over a dog. "That dog has nothing to do with me. If you have the ability, then go and catch him. Why are you asking me for a dog? Which one of your eyes saw a dog beside me?" Jiang Qin sneered. That dog was not easy to catch, and even if he wanted to hand it over, there was nothing he could do. "That dog is right here," someone shouted out from the crowd. It was the man who had bet with De Huang dog on elixir. Swoosh! As soon as this person's voice fell, several disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect flew over to this side. Chapter 99. Where is De Huang Dog? The disciples of Tianjin Gate were all very aggressive, which made people wonder what that dog had done. It was as if all the outer sect disciples of Tianjin Gate had killed their father, and it actually made them have such a big reaction. He's here, Elixir, the one who had tricked so many of us. We can't let him go. Some of them were gnashing their teeth in anger. When they thought about how they were tricked by a dog, they couldn't help but feel depressed. Many of them pointed at Big Yellow's position, but to their surprise, Big Yellow was nowhere to be seen. There was only a beautiful lady in purple clothes. Damn it, that dog was here just now. When did it run away? The Huang Dog ran away. Look, he can't have gone far. Someone exclaimed. Many people looked towards the outside of Whirling Sun Square, but they couldn't find any trace of De Huang Dog. That dog had disappeared without them knowing, as if he had never been there. Damn it, how dare you trick us? The disciples of Tianjin Gate were furious and grabbed that person's neck. That person was so scared that his face was full of sweat. No, there really was a dog here just now. It was very majestic and had yellow fur all over its body. They can all testify that I was not the only one who was tricked. Yeah, that dog was here just now. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? You guys are disciples of Tianjin Gate. We wouldn't dare to lie to you even if we had 100 guts. I just don't know how that dog ran away. So many people didn't see it, it's really frustrating. The others quickly testified that De Huang Dog really did exist. They were also very depressed and wanted to cut De Huang Dog into pieces. Hearing that, the disciples of Tianjin Gate released that person. That disciple used his divine sense to scan around Whirling Sun Square, but he couldn't find any trace of De Huang Dog. He couldn't help but curse, damn it, that dog is very cunning. He ran away again. Oh right, this woman is with De Huang Dog. They came here together with Jiang Qin. Someone pointed at Yan Qinyu. All the disciples of Tianjin Gate had their eyes fixed on Yan Qinyu. Many of them had their eyes lit up. Although this girl was wearing a veil, it still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. They couldn't help but imagine what kind of face was hidden under the veil. Tell me, where did De Huang Dog go? A reckless disciple asked. How would I know? His legs are on him. I can't stop him from going anywhere. Yan Qinyu said coldly. These people in front of her were all Jiang Chen's enemies. Of course, she wouldn't be nice to them. Damn it, a little girl is still so arrogant. Let me see what you look like. You're still pretending to wear a veil. The disciple stretched out his big hand and grabbed the veil on Yan Qinyu's face. Jiang Chen, who was far away, saw everything. He couldn't help but let out a sigh and shake his head. Some people just like to die. The current Yan Qinyu was no longer the Yan Qinyu from Red City. Even if all the disciples of Tianjin Gate attacked her together, they wouldn't be able to defeat her. Looking at the disciples' action, Yan Qinyu's eyes turned cold. She stretched out her hand and casually waved it at the disciple. Swoosh! An icy cold beam was unleashed by Yan Qinyu, and it instantly covered the disciple. The mid-mortal core disciple was instantly turned into an ice sculpture. He was still in the same position as when he attacked Yan Qinyu, but his body was now covered by a layer of ice. Soon, his life was completely frozen. This scene had frightened everyone on the spot. For a moment, it was dead silent. Everyone stared at the veiled girl in purple clothes and the frozen Tianjin Gate disciple. Swoosh! After the silence, the crowd burst into an uproar. Many people couldn't help but take a few steps back and stay away from Yan Qinyu. Who would have thought that a little girl could have such powerful abilities? She could easily kill a mid-mortal core disciple of Tianjin Gate. The mid-mortal core disciple of Tianjin Gate was not someone an ordinary mid-mortal core warrior could compare with. Even so, he was still killed by this girl. This didn't mean that the disciple of Tianjin Gate was weak, it just meant that this girl in purple clothes was too strong. Damn it, how can this girl be so strong? She has hidden her strength too well. She has a cold body, which is very rare. She killed a mid-mortal core warrior with just a wave of her hand. Looks like she will be another dark horse in the Qi province competition. She came here with Jiang Qin, right? Both of them are just too abnormal. A lot of people were muttering to themselves, thinking that they had made a mistake. The shock in their hearts had reached an extreme level. Jiang Qin was already abnormal enough, but no one had expected that a random girl following Jiang Qin would be this terrifying as well. All the disciples of Tianjin Gate were dumbfounded as well. When they saw their own disciple being killed so easily, the sense of superiority they had as a disciple of Tianjin Gate had suffered a fatal blow. All of them stared at the girl in purple clothes furiously, but no one dared to attack again. You're courting death. On the other side, Liang Xiao saw what was happening. His expression turned cold. He reached out his hand and grabbed towards Yan Qinyu. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's expression changed. He flapped the blood wings on his back and dashed towards Yan Qinyu. At the same time, he didn't forget to tell Guan Yun, senior disciple Guan, stop him. Guan Yun didn't dare hesitate. He knew that the girl was one of Jiang Chen's people, so he immediately blocked Liang Xiao. Besides, he had just witnessed how terrifying Yan Qinyu was. She was no weaker than Jiang Qin. If a genius like her could join the Black Sect, it would be a good thing for the Black Sect. Bang! Guan Yun blocked Liang Xiao's attack. As their energies collided, a loud explosion sounded out. At the same time, Jiang Qin landed next to Yan Qinyu. He placed his hand on Yan Qinyu's shoulder and shouted at the disciples of Tianjin Gate, "Get lost!" Swoosh! The disciples of Tianjin Gate were so scared that their faces turned pale. All of them backed away. Although they wished they could eat Jiang Chen's flesh, they knew how terrifying Jiang Qin was. He wasn't someone they could deal with. If they offended Jiang Qin, he would just kill them with a single slap, and they wouldn't even have a chance to complain. Jiang Qin held Yan Qinyu's arm and swaggered into the Black Sect's group. He was unleashing an invincible and domineering aura. Guan Yun, get out of my way. The disciples of Tianjin Gate aren't people you can kill just because you want to. Liang Xiao felt like his lungs were going to explode. Today, the Tianjin Gate had lost all its face. Jiang Chen had actually said she was his fiancée in front of so many people. This was really embarrassing, he didn't even discuss it with her beforehand. However, from the happiness in Yan Qinyu's eyes, Jiang Chen could tell that she was very happy to be his fiancée. All the disciples of the Black Sect burst into laughter, the atmosphere was very lively. Junior disciple Yan, we'll be friends from now on, you don't have to wear the veil anymore. When we get to the Black Sect, you can't wear a veil every day, right? Chapter 100. Yan Qinyu glanced at Jiang Qin. After seeing Jiang Qin nod his head, she slowly removed her veil. When Yan Qinyu's face was exposed in front of everyone, all the men's eyes lit up. Even a monk with a pure mind couldn't help but praise Yan Qinyu's extreme beauty. It was a kind of natural beauty, without any kind of makeup, her beauty was indescribable. So beautiful. Senior disciple Yan will be the #1 beauty in the Qi province in the future. Senior disciple Jiang is so lucky to have a fiancé like senior disciple Yan. He has no regrets in his life now. What are you talking about? Senior disciple Jiang has both integrity and talent, He is talented, wise, and mighty. He is the best among all men. Only a beauty like senior disciple Yen is worthy of him. That's right. Senior disciple Jiang and senior disciple Yen are a match made in heaven. They are a perfect match. All the outer circle disciples of the Black Sect were flattering Jiang Chen and Yen Qinyu. None of them were idiots, especially after witnessing Jiang Chen's performance today. A monster like this, even if he were to come to the Black Sect, he would definitely be valued by the sect. Besides, after today's battle, Jiang Chen's name had spread across the entire Qi province. He had become a famous man, and the one-year agreement with the northern and southern dynasties had pushed his reputation to a higher level. All of them had to suck up to him as soon as possible. Did you see that? With your abilities, when you arrive at the Black Sect, you will be the representative of the Black Sect. You have even surpassed me. Han Yen shook his head and forced a bitter smile. I didn't do it on purpose. Jiang Chen spread his arms, expressing his innocence. Good brother, you saved my life today, and you even gave me the Buddhist Heart Sutra. I, Han Yen, will remember this kindness. Han Yen patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said in a serious manner. Han Yen knew that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen today, he would have been devoured by Gu Tianmao's power. Even if he didn't die, he would be controlled by his devilish nature, and he would become a murderous devil, losing his sense of self. The Maha-Buddha Heart Sutra given to him by Jiang Chen was the source of the Buddhist Heart Sutra. It was very precious, and it was the nemesis of the devilish nature in his body. He was cultivating the Maha-Buddha Heart Sutra, and it could help him control the devilish nature in his body, allowing him to control the devilish nature and make it his own. Eventually, he would be able to enter the state of being a devil, but not a devil in his heart. We're brothers, there's no need to be so polite. Jiang Chen smiled. He had a good impression of Han Yen. This man was straightforward, and eclectic, just like Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was once the greatest saint under the heavens in his past life, and he had reached a height that no one could reach, he was actually a loner. He had no brothers, no friends, no women, no family, and no one dared to be his friend. The only thing he had was his obsession with the path of martial arts. Therefore, although Jiang Chen stood at the top, his life was not complete. In this life, he wanted to start anew. He wanted to have family, women, and brothers. In this life, he could not be lonely. Alright, two grown men should not be so ambiguous. Alright, there's no need for two grown men to flirt with each other. Junior Jiang Chen, you and Nanbei Chao have agreed to meet in a year, but this decision is too reckless. A year's time is too short. I know you're talented, and it's hard to avoid being arrogant, but Nanbei Chao isn't an ordinary man. He's far more terrifying than you can imagine. Guan Yun said with some worry. Everyone's faces, which were originally laughing, suddenly became gloomy. Even Han Yen frowned. More importantly, the Black Sect had given him a good impression. Junior disciple Jiang, since you can fly, I won't keep any flying demon beasts for you. Brother Yen will arrange a place for you to stay later. Guan Yun said. The Black Sect's Chamber of Commerce was the Black Sect's main force in Whirling Sun City. The flying demon beasts that the Black Sect raised were kept in the Black Sect's Chamber of Commerce. After returning to the Chamber of Commerce, Han Yen arranged an exquisite courtyard for Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, are you satisfied with this place? Han Yen asked with a smile on his face. Both of them had been chatting happily along the way, and they had become familiar with each other. As brothers, the way they addressed each other had changed as well. Han Yen directly called Jiang Chen Little Chenzi. In his words, it sounded more intimate. Not bad, I don't have many requirements for a place to stay. Jiang Qin replied with a smile. All right, then you can stay here and take care of things. I really want to stay and have a few drinks with you, but too bad, the bloodline of Gu Tianma in my body is about to awaken. I need to go back and enter secluded cultivation as soon as possible, and try to break through to the heavenly core realm with the help of Gu Tianma's power. Han Yen said. Brother Yen, you have the devil's seal in your body, and you have the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma. Once it awakens, it will bring you endless benefits, and you will be able to break through to the heavenly core realm with ease. You have to make good use of the Maha Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. The complete bloodline of Gu Tianma is extremely powerful, and with the help of the Maha Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, you will be able to break through to the heavenly core realm with ease. Jiang Qin reminded. Little Qinzi, what do you actually do? Why do I feel like you know everything? Besides, you gave me the Maha Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, that is a secret scripture from the Buddhist sects. Even those orthodox Buddhist sects in the Western continent don't have it. Besides, you were able to merge with the wings of a demon beast, and when you were fighting Li Wushuang, you used an earth-level combat skill. This kind of ability, I don't think a rogue cultivator should have it, right? Han Yen was very puzzled, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Jiang Chen's actions didn't make him look like a normal person. Besides, he was able to casually use the Maha Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, a secret scripture from the Buddhist sects. This was really unbelievable. I got it by accident. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders. Things like reincarnation and rebirth were too scary to tell. All right. Han Yen shrugged his shoulders. Everyone had their own secrets. If Jiang Qin didn't want to tell him, then he wouldn't ask any further. After that, Guanyin brought over 200 outer circle disciples of the Black Sect and rode on flying demon beasts, heading towards the direction of the Black Sect. The Black Sect was located in the northern part of the Qi province. From the whirling sun square to the Black Sect, there was a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. Even if they rode on ordinary flying demon beasts and flew at full speed, it would still take them 2 to 3 days to get there. Within the courtyard, Jiang Qin and Yen Qinyu were sitting leisurely at a stone table. Big bro Jiang Qin, where did De Huang Dog go? We can't just sit here and wait for him. Yen Qinyu asked. Don't worry, that dog will definitely find his way here. Let's just wait here. If nothing unexpected happens, the Huang dog will be here tonight at the latest. Jiang Qin said. He was very confident in the Huang dog. This dog's abilities were not just for show. Big bro Jiang Qin, look at this. Yen Qinyu flipped her hand and took out a light yellow storage bag, then she handed it over to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin received the storage bag with a puzzled look. Chapter 101. That night, the bright moon was hanging high in the sky, and the moonlight was like a silver veil sprinkling down onto the ground. Within the courtyard, Yen Qinyu was nestling in Jiang Chen's arms, admiring the moon. Right at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared from afar, and with a swoosh, it landed in front of Jiang Qin and Yen Qinyu. If it wasn't a Huang dog, who else could it be? Puppy dog, where did you go? Seeing the Huang dog, Yen Qinyu immediately became happy. Bah! Immortal my ass! Those idiots from the Heavenly Sword sect want to capture me. Why don't they take a look in the mirror and see what kind of person they are? I am wise and powerful, so how could they capture me so easily? The Huang dog spat on the ground, then he raised his proud dog head and looked at Jiang Qin with a satisfied expression. Kid, you did well during the day. I didn't expect you to have such guts, I'm impressed. Get lost. Jiang Qin glared at the Huang dog. Aside from being two-faced, this guy was also narcissistic. You asked little you to tell me that there is a treasure in this whirling sun city, what is it? Jiang Qin couldn't help but ask. The reason why he didn't go to the black sect with them was because of the treasure mentioned by De Huang Dog. I do not know what it is either. However, I have already sensed the hidden location of the treasure. It is within a wasteland behind the whirling sun city. My senses are definitely not wrong. Furthermore, for a treasure to catch my eye, it is definitely not an ordinary item. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Looking at De Huang Dog's reaction, Jiang Qin couldn't help but laugh. A treasure that could make De Huang Dog react like this, it must be something good. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and find it. Jiang Qin urged. In his previous life, he had seen all kinds of treasures, but that was different now. He was poor and had to start all over again. Why are you in such a hurry? Pour me a cup of tea first, I'm tired. De Huang Dog pretentiously sat on a stool next to the stone table, waiting for Jiang Qin to pour him a cup of tea. Jiang Qin grabbed De Huang Dog's ear and pulled De Huang Dog up from the stool. You damned dog. You're so brilliant just because I gave you some sunshine. You really think you're a big boss just because I gave you some courtesy. How can a dog drink tea? Jiang Qin had long understood that this dog must not be spoiled. This black-bellied dog absolutely did not know what it meant to be insatiable. Woof! Damn you! Let me go! De Huang Dog grimaced in pain as he was thrown 10 feet away by Jiang Qin. In the end, he reluctantly brought Jiang Qin out of the courtyard and walked towards the northern side of the whirling sun city. You won't even let me drink a cup of tea. Do you have any humanity? You want me to help you find treasures? Can't you be a little more courteous to me? Bastard brat, bite his butt into dozens of pieces if you have the chance. Along the way, De Huang Dog kept muttering to himself, using this method to vent his dissatisfaction. Jiang Chen and Yan Qin Yu just followed behind De Huang Dog, turning a deaf ear to his words. The path that the two of them and the dog chose was rather remote. Therefore, they did not meet anyone along the way. This was the best way, as it could save them a lot of trouble. On the northern side of the whirling sun city, there was a huge wasteland. It was desolate and uninhabited. This was a wasteland where very few people would come and go. The wasteland was very vast, with a circumference of around 20 miles. There were very few buildings on it, and all of them seemed to be quite old and desolate. This kind of place reminded Jiang Qin of the wasteland of Fragrant Sky City. When he was reincarnated, he appeared in the wasteland of Fragrant Sky City. He was locked up by 2 guards of the Jiang family and was about to bleed him. It could be said that Jiang Chen's new life was born in this kind of wasteland. Little dog, are you sure? This is such a desolate place, how could there be treasures? Yan Qin Yu furrowed her brows. My intuition can't be wrong, the treasures must be in this area. My intuition is even clearer now that we're here. De Huang Dog said with a firm tone. What De Huang said is right, I can feel the existence of a defense mechanism in this area. This kind of wasteland, logically speaking, there shouldn't be any defense mechanisms here. If this defense mechanism is used to hide the treasures, then it makes sense. Jiang Qin said. De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Qin with a shocked expression. What kind of monster are you? You can feel the defense mechanism just by standing here. I, your father, only came here because I sensed the aura of the treasures, and I haven't even sensed the existence of the defense mechanism yet. The way De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Qin had changed even more. Defense mechanisms were very mysterious, and not just anyone could set them up. Even if it was the simplest defense mechanism, only those who had reached the heavenly core realm would be able to cast it. Jiang Chen was only a mortal core warrior, and he had only just formed his divine sense, let alone sensing the existence of a defense mechanism. Big bro Jiang Qin, there's nothing you can't do. It's just sensing a defense mechanism, it's not a big deal. Yan Qinyu looked at her big bro Jiang Qin with a face full of admiration. Love-struck fool. The Huang dog ignored Yan Qinyu. A woman in love would have 0 IQ. Alright, let's hurry up and find the treasures while it's still dark. I want to see what kind of treasures are hidden in this desolate place. After saying that, Jiang Qin started walking towards the wasteland. Jiang Qin relied on his ability to sense defense mechanisms, and the Huang dog relied on his ability to sense treasures. The trio arrived in front of a dilapidated building in the center of the wasteland. The building in front of them looked like a dilapidated temple. The walls were full of holes, and some of the wooden pillars that were used to support the building had turned black. No one knew how long they had been decaying. An unpleasant smell came out from the building, and it made the trio furrow their brows. It smells so bad. Yan Qinyu furrowed her brows the most. The building here has decayed, and I don't think anyone has been here for a long time. There is a defense mechanism in this building, let's go in and have a look. Jiang Qin said. That's right, the treasures are in this dilapidated temple, I can't be wrong. The Huang dog said with a firm tone. After that, he walked into the temple. The inside of the temple wasn't any better than the outside, it was also a dilapidated building. The ground was covered in dust up to their ankles, and there were also some debris falling down from the walls. Aside from that, there was nothing else in the temple. Jiang Qin and the Huang dog threw their gazes at the same place. There was a broken door there. Obviously, this was the place Jiang Qin and the Huang dog were looking for. The treasures are in here. The Huang dog said, there really is a defense mechanism outside the door. Jiang Qin's eyes were glowing. A bright beam shot out from his eyes and landed on the door in front of them, causing ripples to appear on the outside of the door. A defense mechanism set up by a divine core warrior. Jiang Qin said that if it was him in his previous life, breaking this defense mechanism would be as easy as lifting his hand. But now, he would have to spend a lot of effort to do so. Could this be a treasure left behind by a divine core warrior? Yan Qinyu was slightly surprised. Who would have thought that there would be a treasure left behind by a divine core warrior in this desolate area of Whirling Sun City? Impossible, it can't be that simple. How could a mere divine core treasure make him feel that way? The Huang dog said. Divine core warriors were indeed strong, but they weren't at the level where they could reach the heavens and the earth. Also, the treasure De Huang dog felt was definitely not as simple as a divine core treasure. Looks like there's something fishy going on here. Let's break this defense mechanism first. Even if it's just a treasure left behind by a divine core warrior, it's still a pretty good treasure. Jiang Qin said. For him right now, divine core warriors could only look up to him. If he could enter a treasure left behind by a divine core warrior, he would definitely get unimaginable benefits. Buddy, you can feel this defense mechanism, do you have a way to break it? The Huang dog looked at Jiang Qin with a provocative tone. It's just a divine core defense mechanism, how can it stop me? Both of you, step back. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. Compared to a divine core warrior, his current strength was indeed weak. But defense mechanisms were different from other things. Defense mechanisms were created by warriors by connecting with natural energies, and no matter how perfect a defense mechanism was, it would still have a weak point. As long as the weak point was found, it would be easy to break it. Yan Qinyu and De Huang dog took 2 steps back. De Huang dog stared at Jiang Qin without blinking his eyes. He wanted to see how Jiang Qin, who was only an early mortal core warrior, would be able to break the defense mechanism set up by a divine core warrior. Jiang Qin stood in front of the defense mechanism. His eyes were glowing brightly. The invisible defense mechanism outside the door was clearly visible to him. There were countless patterns intertwining with each other, and it could make anyone's scalp go numb just by looking at it. But what kind of person was Jiang Qin? Although he didn't have a deep understanding of defense mechanisms in his past life, it was still easy for him to see through a defense mechanism set up by a divine core warrior. Jiang Qin could immediately find the weak point of the defense mechanism. In the next second, a powerful soul energy was unleashed from his body. The soul energy was rolling between his palms, and Jiang Qin kept forming complicated seals with both of his hands. Numerous mysterious defense mechanisms were forming on his fingertips. Damn it, this guy really knows how to use defense mechanisms. The Huang dog was shocked. Only a heavenly core warrior could cast a defense mechanism, and Jiang Qin was only an early mortal core warrior, but he could cast it perfectly. This was insane. Jiang Qin had a serious expression on his face. Casting a defense mechanism was a process that consumed a lot of energy, even more than concocting pills. If he didn't cultivate the Great Soul Derivation skill and the Dragon Transformation skill, with his current cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to cast a defense mechanism. Soon, a ripple appeared on Jiang Qin's fingertip. In the middle of the ripple, an invisible airflow was moving. It was an invisible defense mechanism, and it looked like a snake. Go! Jiang Qin shouted. With a flick of his finger, the snake-like defense mechanism struck towards the door. Pop! Bang! When the airflow hit the defense mechanism, a popping sound could be heard. After that, a deep explosive sound could be heard. The defense mechanism that had been cast by a divine core warrior for an unknown amount of time had suddenly shattered. The shockwave caused Jiang Qin to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize his body. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. With his current condition, breaking a divine core defense mechanism by force was still too much for him. On the other hand, the Huang dog who stood next to him had his mouth wide open. He had broken the defense mechanism of the demon prison tower before, so he knew how terrifying it was. Chapter 102. The Huang dog was prepared to watch Jiang Qin fail to break the defense mechanism, and then he would do it himself. But he never expected Jiang Qin to break the defense mechanism in such a casual manner. How could the Huang dog not be shocked? What a freak! The Huang dog said in an impatient manner. Big bro Jiang Qin, look, a tunnel has appeared. Yan Chenyu pointed at the place where the defense mechanism was broken. The old door had disappeared, and a dark tunnel appeared in front of them. Come, let's go in and have a look. The Huang dog dashed out and was the first one to enter the tunnel. Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu followed closely behind him. The tunnel wasn't big, it could only fit 2 people at the same time. This tunnel leads downwards, it looks like the treasure is hidden underground. No wonder it hasn't been discovered for such a long time, it's really well hidden. Jiang Chen said. Ha, I can feel the aura of the treasure getting stronger and stronger. The Huang dog's eyes lit up, then he quickly walked down the tunnel. The tunnel wasn't too long, it was only about 30 meters long. When they reached the end of the tunnel, they saw a space that wasn't too big or too small. It was about the size of 3 houses, and it was surrounded by hard and cold stone walls. Dozens of fist-sized moonlight stones were embedded into the stone walls, and they were emitting a faint light, causing the dark underground to be lit up. Moonlight stones were rare, but they didn't have much value. They could only be used as decorations. Therefore, Jiang Chen and the Huang dog didn't pay much attention to the moonlight stones. Ah! Big bro Jiang Chen, there's a skeleton over there. Yan Chenyu cried out in shock. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog looked over and saw a skeleton sitting on the ground in the middle of the secret chamber. The bones of the skeleton were rotten, and there were many small holes on its body. It looked like it would turn into dust when the wind blew by. Obviously, this man had been dead for a long time. This should be the divine core warrior, Jiang Chen said. The secret chamber was empty, and there were no treasures in sight. However, a light yellow storage bag was placed quietly next to the skeleton man. The Huang dog's eyes scanned his surroundings, showing no interest in the storage bag at all. His dog's nose kept twitching as if he was searching for something. Jiang Chen didn't care so much. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion towards the storage bag. As if it was summoned, the storage bag fell into Jiang Chen's hand. A surge of essence energy seeped into the storage bag, and the contents of the storage bag were immediately clear to him. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and a thumb-sized pill appeared in his palm. This pill looked similar to human elixir, but the energy it contained was far beyond that of human elixir. Big brother Jiang Chen, what pill is this? It looks like human elixir, but it's definitely not human elixir. Yan Qinyu asked. This is earth elixir, 100% earth elixir. There are 10 of these elixir in this storage bag. Haha, I've made a fortune. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. The value of earth elixir couldn't be compared with human elixir, let alone the 100% elixir. One earth elixir was equal to 10,000 human elixir. The difference between the two was huge. Under normal circumstances, warriors at the Qi High, Mortal Core, and Heavenly Core realms would rely on human elixir. But when they reached the Divine Core realm, especially the mid or late Divine Core realm, the supply of human elixir would sometimes run out, and they would need a higher grade earth elixir. In other words, only Divine Core and Combat Soul warriors would have the rare earth elixir. There were 10 earth elixir in here, and that was equivalent to 100,000 human elixir. Besides, if someone wanted to exchange 100,000 human elixir for 10 earth elixir, no one would do it. When Jiang Chen cultivated the dragon transformation skill, it was a process of consumption. No matter how many energy pills he had, it would never be enough. But now, with these 10 earth elixir, together with the 30,000 human elixir that the Huang dog had tricked, and the 10,000 that he had saved up, Jiang Chen had a total of 140,000 human elixir. Such a huge amount of wealth was more than enough for him to break through to the late Heavenly Core realm. In other words, in a short period of time, Jiang Chen didn't have to worry about pills, and this saved him a lot of trouble. Jiang Chen stored all 10 earth elixir into his storage ring. After that, he took out a battle axe from the light yellow storage bag. The battle axe was 3 meters long, and it was glowing with a faint golden light. It was extremely sharp, and it weighed more than 500 kilograms. Jiang Chen casually swung it, and the battle axe produced a buzzing sound that caused the space around it to tremble. This axe has such a powerful aura. Yan Qinyu was shocked. This is a high-ranked combat weapon. The boost a high-ranked combat weapon can bring is unimaginable. With this battle axe, I can definitely fight a Heavenly Core warrior. Jiang Chen's eyes were shining brightly, and he was emitting confidence from all over his body. There are words carved on the handle of the axe. Yan Qinyu reminded. Jiang Chen flipped the handle of the axe, and he saw 3 words carved on the handle, Axe of Thunder. Since it had such a name, it showed how extraordinary the power of this axe was. Jiang Chen was really satisfied with it. With this Axe of Thunder, he would have another trump card. The Divine Core warrior didn't leave behind many treasures. Besides the Axe of Thunder and the 10 earth elixir, there were only 2 skill manuals left in the storage bag. One of them was called the Hurricane Skill, an earth-level skill. Jiang Chen didn't even take a look at it, and he just casually threw it into his storage ring. As he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, he looked down on any other skills in this world. Jiang Chen casually picked up the other skill manual, and when he was about to throw it into his storage ring, his eyes lit up when he saw the words written on it. Clap of Thunder Combat Skill. This was a combat skill. If it was just an ordinary combat skill, Jiang Chen wouldn't put it in his eyes. Ordinary Earth-level combat skills couldn't compare with his 6 solar fingers, and above the 6 solar fingers, there was also the 9 solar energies. But this Clap of Thunder combat skill was different. It was an axe skill that was used together with the Axe of Thunder. The Axe of Thunder was a high-ranked combat weapon. If it was used together with an axe skill, its power would definitely increase. I can cultivate this Clap of Thunder combat skill and improve my Axe of Thunder combat skill. Jiang Chen temporarily put away the Clap of Thunder combat skill. Jiang Chen said. He knew that in this world, no matter where he went, the most important thing was strength. Only with strong strength could he earn the respect of others. Only when he broke through to the mid-mortal core realm would Jiang Chen's foundation become even stronger. Jiang Chen's foundation would become even stronger. After that, Jiang Chen entered his room and started absorbing the earth fruit. Yan Qinyu and De Huang Dog were guarding Jiang Chen in the courtyard. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and he had the experience and skills of a saint. He couldn't be judged with common sense. With the increase in his cultivation level, Jiang Chen's combat skills had also improved by a lot. With his current state, when he used the 6 solar fingers, he could now unleash the 3 solar fingers. The Sonic Hawk Cry sound wave combat skill had also improved, and its power had increased. Jiang Chen didn't hurry to leave his room. Instead, he took out the Clap of Thunder combat skill book from his storage ring. He had a strong foundation now, and if he could successfully cultivate the Clap of Thunder combat skill, then he would have another powerful trump card. In the future, he would be invincible among his peers in the Qi province. Jiang Chen flipped open the Clap of Thunder combat skill book. Just by reading the incantation once, he had completely understood the essence of the combat skill. With his cultivation experience as a saint, reading an earth-level combat skill wasn't difficult at all. This was an advantage that ordinary people couldn't compare with. This advantage was too strong. When other people cultivated a combat skill, they would need a few months, or even 3 to 5 years to understand the essence of the skill. But for Jiang Chen, he could understand it with just one look. Besides, using the dragon transformation skill to unleash a combat skill was much stronger than using an ordinary skill. With such a unique advantage, he was destined to become a peerless genius. At noon, Jiang Chen tidied up his clothes, then he pushed open the door and walked out. After breaking through to the mid-mortal core realm, Jiang Chen felt like he was bathing in the spring breeze, and his face was filled with a bright smile. Big bro Jiang Chen, you broke through. Seeing Jiang Chen walk out, Yan Qinyu immediately ran up to him. Of course. Jiang Chen lovingly pinched Yan Qinyu's nose, causing the little girl to giggle. Big bro Jiang Chen, are we going to the black sect now? Yan Qinyu asked. That's right. Let's go now. After all, we are now disciples of the Black Sect, how can we not go? After Jiang Chen said that, he turned to De Huang Dog and asked, De Huang, are you going to the Black Sect? Yes, of course I'm going. De Huang Dog immediately wagged his tail. Let me make this clear, the Black Sect is not like the Tianjin Gate. I owe them a favor, so no matter where you go, you can't mess around with them. If not, I won't bring you there no matter what. Jiang Chen said in a serious manner. De Huang Dog was an extreme person who could do anything. What he did in the Tianjin Gate, if he did it in the Black Sect, it would be even worse. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. De Huang Dog nodded his head in a serious manner. Although he had a righteous expression on his face, Jiang Qin still felt that this dog wasn't reliable. But, with Jiang Qin here, he believed that the Huang dog wouldn't dare go too far. Besides, bringing this dog with him would bring him endless benefits. The 10,000-year freezing crystal that Yan Qinyu found, and the wealth left behind by a divine core warrior, had proven the Huang dog's abilities. Alright, we'll fly to the Black Sect. Unleash your wings of light and carry Xiao Yu. Jiang Qin said. What? I won't do it. The Huang dog said with a wronged expression, last time when I escaped from Silver Moon City, I overused my innate ability, so I can't unleash my wings of light for a short period of time. In my opinion, you should unleash your blood wings and carry Xiao Yu and me. Is that so? Jiang Qin grabbed the Huang dog's ear and said while gnashing his teeth in anger, Damn dog, don't play tricks with daddy. Your innate ability has been used for half a month, it should have recovered by now. If you want to follow us, you better carry Xiao Yu. If not, don't come with us. This dog was really cunning. Since his innate ability had suffered a backlash, it should have recovered after half a month without using it. From Silver Moon City to Whirling Sun City, they had traveled for half a month. With the Huang dog's abilities, he should have fully recovered a few days ago. If not, he wouldn't have run so fast when he was found by the disciples of the Tianjin Gate in the Whirling Sun Square. 3 figures shot up into the sky from the Black Sect's Chamber of Commerce, and they quickly disappeared into the sky. One of them was a young man dressed in white with a pair of wings on his back, and the other was a De Huang dog with yellow fur all over his body, carrying a young girl dressed in purple on his back. They kept muttering to vent their dissatisfaction. Dusk. Jiang Qin and De Huang dog flew above a yellow mountain range. Below them was a mountain range. Jiang Qin, who was flying at high speed, suddenly had a cold expression on his face. Something's wrong. Chapter 104. 4 figures suddenly appeared and surrounded Jiang Qin and De Huang dog. All 4 of them had powerful auras, and the fact that they were able to fly proved that they were heavenly core warriors. When one of them saw Jiang Qin and De Huang dog, he became extremely furious and let out a loud roar. Jiang Qin, you little bastard, I'll let you die a graveless death today. The man's voice was fierce. He was the mayor of Silver Moon City, Yin Zhongqing. Jiang Qin finally understood. No wonder there were heavenly core warriors surrounding him. When he saw that it was Yin Zhongqing, he immediately felt relieved. The relationship between him and Yin Zhongqing was irreconcilable. This man wanted to eat him alive. As for the other 3 men, it was obvious that they were the helpers that Yin Zhongqing had found. They had set up an ambush here, and they wanted to kill Jiang Qin for revenge. Mayor Yin, you're really considerate, I didn't expect you to surround me here. Jiang Qin had a faint smile on his face. If it was before, he would definitely turn around and run when he saw Yin Zhongqing, but it was different now. After he had broken through to the mid-mortal core realm, his combat strength had increased tremendously. Even if it was a heavenly core warrior, he wouldn't need to worry about them. Besides, these 4 men in front of him were all early heavenly core warriors. Jiang Qin was confident that he could handle them. Humph. Jiang Qin, I never expected you to participate in the Qi province competition, and you even got first place. You've become famous. Not bad at all. I have to thank you. If you didn't participate in the Qi province competition and became famous, it would be hard for me to find you. If you had followed those disciples from the Black Sect yesterday, I might not have had the chance to get my revenge. I never expected you to stay, we've been waiting for you here. Yin Zhongqing sneered. After Jiang Qin and De Huang dog had escaped, Yin Zhongqing had found a few of his close friends to search for Jiang Qin's traces. His son had been killed and the city lord's mansion had been reduced to ruins. All of this was caused by this man and dog in front of him. With such hatred, Yin Zhongqing wanted to tear Jiang Qin into pieces even in his dreams. With the abilities of these four men, they were able to accurately locate Jiang Qin's tracks. Furthermore, after discovering that Jiang Qin hadn't gone to the Black Sect with Guan Yun and the others, Yin Zhongqing and the others didn't dare attack Jiang Qin at the Black Sect's Chamber of Commerce in Whirling Sun City. Therefore, they had decided to ambush him at this place where he had to pass before heading to the Black Sect. They wanted to give Jiang Qin a heavy blow. Yin Zhongqing, I advise you to give up your hatred. If you leave now, you can still keep your life. As for the three of you, we have no enmity between us, so I advise you not to be bewitched by Yin Zhongqing. Losing your life is not a small matter. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the crowd and said in an indifferent tone. Ha ha ha, what a sharp-tongued young man. Being able to get first place in the Qi province competition, you do have some abilities. But no matter how talented you are still just at the mortal core realm. With the four of us heavenly core warriors working together to deal with a little guy at the mortal core realm, even if you have 6 pairs of wings, you won't be able to escape alive today. An old man with a white beard laughed out loudly. He felt that what Jiang Qin said was a joke. They were 4 heavenly core warriors, and if they couldn't kill a little mortal core warrior, then they wouldn't be able to live anymore. I've already warned you. If you insist on attacking, I won't hold back. I, Jiang Qin, never give anyone a second chance. Jiang Chen's face turned cold. He, Jiang Chen's enemies, only had one ending. Don't talk big. 3 of you, this young man is very cunning. Let's attack together and kill him, don't let him escape. Yin Zhongqing said. The 4 of them had completely locked onto Jiang Qin. They surrounded Jiang Qin from 4 directions, not giving him any chance to escape. Young man, I'll leave this to you. The Huang dog took advantage of the fact that the 4 of them were all focused on Jiang Qin and flew away with Yan Qinyu on his back. Stupid dog, don't go. One of them stretched out his hand and tried to grab the Huang dog, but the Huang dog easily dodged it. Don't worry about that dog, let's get rid of Jiang Qin first. A sharp light flashed in Yin Zhongqing's eyes. Jiang Chen's performance in the Qi province competition had really surprised him. He couldn't let a genius like this escape today. If he had the chance to continue growing, then he, Yin Zhongqing, would never be able to get revenge again. Let's attack together. The old man with the white beard shouted out loudly. It looked like the 4 of them had made up their minds. As long as they could kill Jiang Qin, they wouldn't care about their status. After all, 4 heavenly core warriors attacking a young mortal core warrior together was not a glorious thing to do. Bang! The 4 of them were determined to kill Jiang Qin, so they immediately unleashed their full strength. 4 powerful energies shot up into the sky and covered the sky. Hurricanes appeared everywhere in the sky, and the attacks from the 4 of them connected into a gigantic energy web. It flew towards Jiang Qin, trying to tear Jiang Qin apart. Humph! Jiang Qin, who was surrounded in the middle, let out a cold snort. A serious expression emerged on his face. An early heavenly core warrior and 4 early heavenly core warriors working together, this was a completely different situation. However, Jiang Qin had a strong foundation, so he didn't show any fear on his face. 6 solar fingers. Jiang Qin suddenly shouted out loudly. In an instant, he unleashed the 6 solar fingers. 3 gigantic golden fingers were unleashed by him, and they looked like pillars that could support the heavens. At the same time, Jiang Qin unleashed the sonic hawk cry. The powerful sound waves turned into invisible ripples that swept towards the other 2 men. Bang! This was the collision of 2 ultimate energies. At this moment, the entire sky above them exploded with a loud bang, and the air started burning. Large amounts of sparks flew all over the place. The combination of 4 early Heavenly Core warriors was no joke. Jiang Chen was as ferocious as a tiger. With his mid-mortal core cultivation base, he was fighting against 4 enemies at the same time. He was emitting a domineering aura. No matter if it was the 6 solar fingers or the sonic hawk cry, they were both powerful combat skills. Perhaps only Jiang Chen, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, could do this. Jiang Chen had 40 dragon marks in his Qi Si, so he wasn't afraid of consuming Yuan energy. The energy from the collision quickly dissipated. With just Jiang Chen's strength, he was able to withstand the combined attack of 4 early Heavenly Core warriors. If this scene was spread out, it would definitely shock a lot of people. This was insane, and in the entire Qi province, perhaps only Jiang Chen could do something like this. He broke through again. He is now a mid-mortal core warrior. How is this possible? He is just a mid-mortal core junior. How can he fight against the 4 of us together? Is he still human? Monster, this guy is definitely a peerless monster. Today, let's work together and get rid of him. If not, we won't have another chance in the future, and the next time we meet him, I'm afraid he will be the one to kill us. The few great warriors were shocked. Jiang Chen's performance had far exceeded their expectations. Clang clang. All 4 of them had a combat weapon in their hands at the same time. Yin Zhongqing was still holding the golden axe, a mid-ranked combat weapon, while the other 3 were holding low-ranked combat weapons. Combat weapons were very precious. Ordinary Heavenly Core warriors couldn't get their hands on a mid-ranked combat weapon, unless they were inner circle disciples like the 4 big sections. Yin Zhongqing was the mayor of a city, and that was why he had a mid-ranked combat weapon. The 4 of them unleashed their energy to its peak. They were determined to kill Jiang Chen with a single strike. Jiang Chen's face was calm, and his eyes were as sharp as blades. If he was facing a single Heavenly Core warrior, he was confident that he could kill him, but when facing 4 Heavenly Core warriors, it wouldn't be so easy. Ha! Come, let's see who's stronger. Jiang Chen laughed out loudly. He shook his arm, and a 10-meter-long golden axe suddenly appeared in his hand. When the axe appeared, it immediately produced a buzzing sound that caused the air to tremble. High-ranked combat weapon. The 4 men shouted out in shock at the same time, especially the 3 men who were holding low-ranked combat weapons. They almost spat out some blood. This was a huge blow to their confidence. They were all Heavenly Core warriors, but they were only holding low-ranked combat weapons. But this guy was only a Mortal Core warrior, and he was holding a rare high-ranked combat weapon. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. Even Yin Zhongqing felt depressed. He looked at the axe of thunder in Jiang Chen's hand, and then looked at the axe in his hand. The gap between them had just been widened. Kill him. This guy has other treasures on him, we'll split them all later. Right after Yin Zhongqing finished speaking, the old man with the white beard was the first to dash forward. The long sword in his hand turned into a bright rainbow. At the same time, the other 3 men also started attacking. Let's attack one by one, let's kill one of them first. Jiang Chen's combat experience was too rich. He had experienced countless battles like this. His eyes locked onto the white-bearded old man. With the help of the dimensional shift and the blood wings on his back, Jiang Chen appeared on the left side of the white-bearded old man. This was a place where the attacks of the other 3 couldn't reach instantly. Clap of thunder combat skill. Jiang Chen shouted out lightly. He raised the axe in his hand high up into the air. Streams of natural energies turned into hurricanes and gathered towards the axe of thunder. The axe shone with a golden light, and a vast amount of energy spread out. In an instant, it locked onto the old man with the white beard. Die! Jiang Chen had a cruel expression on his face. He felt lucky that he had cultivated the Clap of Thunder combat skill, and now he could use it in a real battle. Swoosh! The Axe of Thunder let out a loud roar, and with an unstoppable momentum, it chopped down towards the old man with the white beard. A deep crack appeared in the air, and an intense energy roared out like a tsunami. What? The old man cried out in shock. He never thought that Jiang Qin would be able to use a high-ranked combat weapon to such an extent. At this moment, he actually felt the threat of death. The white-bearded old man's reaction was really fast, and he used his long sword to block the attack. But too bad, the Axe of Thunder's power was too strong, and it was also Jiang Chen's full-force attack. There was no way the white-bearded old man could withstand it. Clang! Jiang Chen's Clap of Thunder hit the old man with the white beard. The long sword in the old man's hand was instantly cut in half, but the power of the Axe of Thunder didn't decrease at all. It even chopped off half of the old man's head. Half of the old man's head flew into the air, and blood sprayed everywhere. The old man didn't even have time to scream before he died on the spot. Chapter 105. Jiang Chen killed one of them in the most powerful way possible. After killing the old man with the Axe of Thunder, Jiang Chen once again used the dimensional shift skill with his blood wings, easily dodging the attacks from the other three men. The shockwaves from their attacks were shattered by Jiang Chen's battle axe. Old Bai! Yin Zhongqing shouted out loudly. His eyes were about to shoot out flames. Four Heavenly Core warriors were attacking a young Mortal Core warrior, but one of them had been killed by his attack. This was ridiculous. Everyone, be careful. This guy is a super abnormal monster. Now that he has broken through to the mid-Mortal Core realm, his cultivation level is no weaker than an ordinary early Heavenly Core warrior. He has a high-ranked combat weapon, and he can use combat skills that are compatible with the weapon. Yin Zhongqing reminded everyone. Let's attack together and use our combined strength to suppress him. No matter how abnormal he is still just a Mortal Core warrior. He has used 2 combat skills just now, and now he has used his high-ranked combat weapon once. His Yuan energy should be almost depleted. I don't believe he can still use the power of his battle axe. Another old man said in a cold voice. He had a good relationship with the old man with the white beard. His good friend had been killed on the spot, and this made his hatred towards Jiang Chen skyrocket. Heavy Rock Strike. Triple Hurricane Slash. Invincible 4 Heavy Waves. The three of them didn't dare underestimate Jiang Chen any longer. In their minds, Jiang Chen was a super abnormal monster, and they couldn't treat him as a young Mortal Core warrior anymore. The three of them unleashed their strongest attacks at the same time. Combat skills and combat weapons had perfectly displayed the energy of a Heavenly Core warrior, and the powerful shockwaves from the battle had destroyed the surrounding space. Endless energy flashed in the sky like a rainbow. The shockwaves from the attacks had destroyed a mountain. The combined attack of 3 early Heavenly Core warriors was incredibly powerful. Come on, let's attack together. I, Jiang Chen, have nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. He stood in the air with a battle axe in his hand. His black hair danced wildly in the wind, and his entire body was covered in golden light. He looked like a peerless king who had descended to the world, his domineering aura filling the sky. At this moment, Yin Zhongqing and the other 2 could clearly feel a powerful aura from Jiang Chen. This young man in front of them seemed to be a natural king. It was as if he was no longer a teenager, but an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. This illusion was very absurd, but it was also very real. Facing the frontal attacks from 3 Heavenly Core warriors, Jiang Chen had no intention of backing off. His strong heart wouldn't allow him to back off, and Jiang Chen wouldn't dodge either. The only thing he wanted to do right now was to defeat 3 Heavenly Core warriors with his current combat strength, and create another miracle. Buzz buzz, the axe of thunder started producing an intense buzzing sound. The golden light kept filling the air, and deep dragon roars could be heard from Jiang Chen's body. Dense yuan energy was crazily rushing into the axe of thunder. It was endless, like a vast ocean, and it seemed like it would never dry up. The axe of thunder combat skill was a powerful combat skill, and when it was unleashed by Jiang Chen, it felt like it could split open a mountain. Bang! The sky was shaking, and a loud explosion could be heard. Jiang Chen raised the axe of thunder high up into the air, and a bright light turned into a golden beam that shot up into the sky. In the next second, Jiang Chen chopped down with all his might. 3 gigantic battle axes that were completely condensed from energy, each of them were more than 100 meters long, and they were all chopping towards the incoming attacks. Each of the golden battle axes carried a domineering aura that could destroy everything in its path. It was a truly destructive aura. Bang! It was 1 against 3, this was a rare battle between those with higher cultivation levels. Combat skills, combat weapons, every single one of them represented destruction. The entire sky was filled with destructive energies, and it had turned the entire battlefield into a mess. Yin Zhongqing and the other 2 were hit by the powerful impact of the axe of thunder, and they were forced back more than 30 meters before they could regain their balance. Looking at Jiang Chen in front of them, he was still covered in a golden light, and his domineering aura made him look like a judge of all living beings. The battle axe in his hand could rule over all living beings. How is this possible? How can a mid-mortal core warrior be so strong? Is he really just a mid-mortal core warrior? How can he use such a powerful combat skill? It seems like his yuan energy is endless, and he's not afraid of consuming it at all. This is unbelievable. Damn it, Brother Yin, what kind of monster have you offended? The 3 of them felt like they were going to vomit blood. As Heavenly Core warriors, they had dominated this area for so many years, but they had never encountered such a difficult fight. Bang! Right after one of them finished speaking, another explosive sound could be heard. Jiang Chen flapped his wings and attacked again. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of one of the men, and the axe of thunder had arrived above the man's head with a sharp axe light. Fast, it was too fast. It was so fast that the man only had a chance to react, and there was no way he could block it. Not good. The man cried out in shock. He never thought that after Jiang Chen had unleashed his strongest attack, he would still be able to unleash another attack in the blink of an eye. Too bad, it was all over. The battle axe was merciless, and it sliced the man in half. Blood sprayed across the sky, and the blood splashed onto the other 2 men, causing them to shiver. Swoosh! Jiang Chen was filled with killing intent, and he didn't stop. After killing one man, he immediately swung his battle axe towards the other man. Run! Yin Zhongqing reminded his men, then he turned around and started running. There was no way he could continue this fight. Jiang Chen was too strong, brutal, and overbearing. There was no chance for him to avenge himself, and the most important thing right now was to stay alive. If this continued, neither of them would be able to escape, and they would both end up like the old man. Yin Zhongqing was the first to run away. The other man was so scared that he started sweating. He turned around and tried to escape, but he was too slow. Coupled with the fear in his heart, he had lost all will to fight, and he was killed by Jiang Chen's battle axe. 3 men had died in this fight. Jiang Chen's expression was cruel and merciless, and his eyes were glowing with a cold light. He raised his head and looked at Yin Zhongqing, who had run far away. He flapped his blood wings and chased after him. Right when Yin Zhongqing started running, the Huang dog had already chased after him and stood in front of Yin Zhongqing. "Damn dog, get out of my way." Without saying anything, Yin Zhongqing immediately swung his battle axe towards the Huang dog. Running for his life was the most important thing right now. If he was caught by that man, he would definitely die. Pop! The Huang dog opened his mouth and spat out a huge golden energy ball. At the same time, Yan Qinyu unleashed a curtain of ice, blocking Yin Zhongqing's attack. Rumble, the explosion of energy started rolling. After being delayed by the Huang dog, Yin Zhongqing's escape speed was slowed down by half a beat. At this moment, Jiang Qin had already caught up to him. Looking at Jiang Qin, who was filled with killing intent, and the axe of thunder in Jiang Qin's hand that was glowing in a golden light, Yin Zhongqing's expression became extremely ugly. An aura of death had enveloped him, and his body was filled with fear. "Jiang Qin, don't kill me. Let me live, I promise that I won't trouble you anymore." Yin Zhongqing begged for mercy. "Those who kill will be killed by others." Jiang Chen's face was cold as he raised his battle axe high up. "Yin Zhongqing, you have to know that a single mistake can lead to everlasting sorrow. You shouldn't have offended me that day in Silver Moon City." Jiang Chen's words were like a death sentence for Yin Zhongqing. He was like a judge from hell. Whoever he wanted to kill, that person would have to die. Bang! The battle axe produced an explosive sound as it swung down with extreme speed. "No!" Yin Zhongqing let out a furious roar. He tried his best to raise the battle axe in his hand to block the attack, but he couldn't change his fate. He was killed by Jiang Chen's battle axe. After killing 4 Heavenly Core warriors in a row and continuously using the Clap of Thunder combat skill, even Jiang Chen felt tired. The Yuan energy in his body had been consumed too much, and he had no choice but to take out some human elixir to recover. "You're getting more and more abnormal. You killed 4 Heavenly Core warriors. If this news were to spread, I wonder how many people would be scared to death." Big Yellow waved his arms and legs, his face filled with excitement. They were courting death. Jiang Qin sneered. With a casual wave of his hand, he grabbed all 3 combat weapons and stored them into his storage ring. "Let's keep going." Jiang Qin flapped his blood wings and continued flying towards the direction of the Black Sect. This battle with 4 Heavenly Core warriors had allowed him to truly understand his combat strength, and he had learned a lot from it. Yin Zhongqing's tragedy was just like what Jiang Qin had said. He shouldn't have offended Jiang Qin back in Silver Moon City, and he shouldn't have bothered Jiang Qin even after the conflict was resolved. That was why he ended up like this. Jiang Qin had used the cruelest method to teach him a lesson. In this world, there were some people that you shouldn't offend. Once you did, you would have to pay a hefty price. The Black Sect was located at the northernmost part of the Qi province. It was a majestic mountain range, and it was filled with dense natural yuan energy. White mist lingered around the mountain all year round, giving it a holy and noble feeling. This mountain range was called the Black Mountain. On top of the Black Mountain, there were many different peaks. It was said that the ancestor of the Black Sect found an underground energy vein here, and he occupied it, creating the everlasting Black Sect. An energy vein, not only could it provide a high-quality cultivation environment and gather natural yuan energy, it was also a symbol of luck. The reason why the 4 big sects in the Qi province could remain prosperous for so long was because they occupied an energy vein, and they were able to cultivate geniuses one after another. 2 days later, at noon, Jiang Qin and the Huang dog had successfully arrived at the Black Sect. They landed at the foot of the mountain. So beautiful. Yan Qinyu couldn't help but praise as she looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her. Not bad indeed, it's a perfect location. Jiang Chen nodded his head, he didn't have much of a reaction. He had seen much more than Yan Qinyu. A small sect like the Black Sect couldn't even be ranked in the Divine Continent. Let's go, we're now disciples of the Black Sect. We need to report first. Jiang Chen smiled, then he started walking towards the top of the Black Mountain. Halt, intruder. Chapter 106. Jiang Chen threw a glance at these three men, and he found that they were only at the Qi Hai realm. They should be novice disciples of the Black Sect, and they belonged to the Outer Circle. If they were Outer Circle disciples who had reached the Mortal Core realm, they wouldn't be assigned to guard the mountain gate. But as a disciple of the Black Sect, even if they were just ordinary novice disciples, it was enough for them to be proud of themselves. There were many geniuses among the novice disciples, and many Outer Circle disciples and even Inner Circle disciples who had reached the Heavenly Core realm started as novice disciples. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Black Sect? Are you seeking death? A fat man said with an arrogant tone. His body was filled with a sense of superiority. Jiang Chen was amused. Disciples from big sects were indeed different, they were much more arrogant than others. Just as Jiang Chen was about to tell them his name, he saw a disciple looking at Yan Qinyu from top to bottom. His eyes shone brightly. Pretty girl, what are you doing here in the Black Sect? Your big brother can help you. The disciple smiled at Yan Qinyu, but he didn't know that what he did had violated someone's taboo. Watch your eyes. Jiang Chen glared at the disciple and said without any hesitation. After that, he started walking towards the top of the Black Mountain. If this disciple wasn't a disciple of the Black Sect, he would be a dead man by now just because of what he did to Yan Qinyu. Fuck, who is this guy? How dare he act so arrogantly in the Black Sect? Kid, stop right there. The three men stared at Jiang Chen and blocked his way in front of Jiang Chen. The fat man had a ferocious expression on his face. Where did this guy come from? How dare he act so arrogantly in the Black Sect? He must have eaten a leopard's guts. Get out of my way. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Initially, he wanted to treat them nicely, but the way they behaved had disappointed him. Damn it, this guy is too arrogant. The fat man cursed. Slap! Right after the fat man's words left his mouth, a slap landed on his face with lightning speed. Following a loud and clear slap, the fat man's 200 kilograms body fell onto the ground and let out a painful howl. How dare you hit someone in the Black Sect? You must be tired of living. When the other disciple saw this young man who came out of nowhere and dared to attack the Black Sect, he immediately. However, before he could finish his words, he was slapped to the ground as well, and suffered the same fate as the fat man. The last man was dumbfounded. He stared at Jiang Chen with his mouth wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. Jiang Chen's domineering attitude had stunned him. No one had ever dared to come to the Black Sect and beat up a disciple of the Black Sect. This was outrageous. You wait for me. The disciple finally reacted. He turned around and ran towards the top of Black Mountain, running faster than a rabbit. Kaka, this kid went to get reinforcements. The Huang dog cackled. I never thought something like this would happen right after I arrived at the Black Sect. What a disappointment. Yan Qinyu pouted. This is a good opportunity to show off. Let's just wait here, let's see if he can bring out Guanyin. Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a faint smile emerged on his face. He wasn't in a hurry to go up the mountain, he was waiting for someone to come and invite him up. Not long after that, 8 disciples wearing white clothes walked down the mountain in an aggressive manner. The leader of the group was a tall and strong man with a full beard. Next to him was the disciple who went to get reinforcements. They are all novice disciples at the Qi High realm, not good enough. The Huang dog was squatting on a big green rock, leisurely wagging his tail. Senior disciple Lu, that's him, that's the guy who hit people. The disciple pointed his finger at Jiang Qin. The novice disciple who was called senior disciple Lu had a ferocious expression on his face. When he saw the two men lying on the ground, he immediately stared at Jiang Qin angrily. This senior disciple Lu should be one of the more famous novice disciples. He was at the peak of the Qi High realm, and those who came down with him were all famous novice disciples as well. Kid, do you know what this place is? Senior disciple Lu stood in front of Jiang Qin and said in a fierce tone. Get lost, you don't have the right to talk to me. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. Fuck. Senior disciple Lu was instantly enraged. With his status, there was no novice disciple who didn't respect him, but this guy who came out of nowhere dared to ask him to get lost. Damn it, this was the Black Sect's territory. I think you're looking for, slap. Senior disciple Lu didn't even have the chance to finish his words before he was thrown onto the ground by another slap. All the other disciples were shocked, they couldn't believe what had just happened. Senior disciple Lu was one of the best novice disciples, but he was also thrown onto the ground by a single slap. This young man was really strong. Without waiting for them to be shocked, Jiang Qin took a step forward. Slap, 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 a loud and clear sound of slaps rang out like firecrackers. All the men who came down from the mountain were thrown onto the ground, and they were lying on the ground in a mess, crying out in pain. The novice disciple who came to get help was still standing there, but this time, he was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't bear to look at all the people lying on the ground. This young man was too cruel, he just slapped them as soon as he arrived. This was the Black Sect after all. Let's go get more people. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. All right, just you wait. The disciple was trembling as he once again started running up the mountain. Not long after that, another 3 men came down from the mountain. Besides the disciple who went to get help, there were 2 other young men. These 2 young men were even more arrogant, and their energy was even stronger. They had both reached the early mortal core realm, and they were both outer circle disciples of the Black Sect. In the Black Sect, the difference between novice disciples and outer circle disciples was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was just like the difference between an outer circle disciple and an inner circle disciple. Senior disciple Huang, look, it's that guy, he hit our men. The novice disciple pointed at Jiang Qin once again. When the 2 outer circle disciples saw so many people lying on the ground, they were immediately enraged. Senior disciple Huang threw his glance at Jiang Qin and carefully observed him. He wanted to know who was so daring. Young man, I don't care who you are. How dare you come to the Black Sect and hit our men? This is a serious act of courting death. I want you to kneel down and apologize to them right now. Senior disciple Huang had an imposing manner, he wanted Jiang Qin to kneel down. These 2 men were obviously just small fries amongst the outer circle disciples, and they didn't participate in the Qi province competition in Whirling Sun City. If they did, they wouldn't be so arrogant when they saw Jiang Qin. What's your name? Jiang Qin asked. Fuck, senior disciple Huang asked you to kneel down, are you deaf? The other mortal core disciple cursed. He raised his hand and slapped towards Jiang Qin. Slap. Another slap sounded out, but it wasn't Jiang Qin who received it, it was the arrogant mortal core disciple. The man was slapped by Jiang Qin and fell onto the ground. He kept struggling, but he couldn't stand up. The scene was shocking. Senior disciple Huang's eyes were wide open, and as for the novice disciple, he was terrified. Slapping a novice disciple and slapping an outer circle disciple were two completely different concepts. Where did this young man come from? He was too strong. Slap. Another slap. Jiang Chen's slap landed on senior disciple Huang's face. Senior disciple Huang, who was extremely arrogant just now, couldn't react in time. He was slapped by Jiang Chen and spun 3 times on the spot. But Jiang Chen had controlled his strength well, so senior disciple Huang didn't fall down. Just you wait. Senior disciple Huang turned around and started running towards the top of the mountain. He replaced the novice disciple and became the one to call for reinforcements. The novice disciple who was left behind was stunned. His face was filled with fear. He hoped that Jiang Chen would slap him and throw him onto the ground as well. But Jiang Chen didn't slap him. For him, this was a torture. All he could do was stand there without moving. After a while, another 2 figures walked down from the top of the mountain. One of them was senior disciple Huang, and the other one had an even stronger aura. He was unleashing the aura of a late mortal core warrior. Both of them were extremely fast. Soon, they arrived at the middle of the mountain. The late mortal core disciple first looked at all the men who were lying on the ground, crying in pain. Then, he looked at Jiang Chen. When he saw Jiang Chen's face, and Yan Qinyu and a Huang dog who were watching from the side, his expression changed dramatically. Senior disciple Wang, this is the guy who dared come to the black sect and beat up our men. Cripple him. Beat him until his mother can't even recognize him. Disciple Huang pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and said fiercely. He had a proud expression on his face. He was ready to see how miserable Jiang Chen would be. Senior disciple Wang was one of the strongest outer circle disciples. He would definitely beat this guy until his mother couldn't even recognize him. Cripple your ass. Your father, will beat you until your mother can't recognize you. Senior brother Wang was immediately enraged. Without saying a word, he slapped disciple Huang's face. What? What was going on? Disciple Huang was dumbfounded. What was going on? Didn't senior disciple Wang come here to help him? Why did he suddenly slap him? Senior disciple Wang, why did you slap me? Disciple Huang felt like he had been wronged. Daddy can't beat you to death, but I'll make you blind. Senior disciple Wang slapped disciple Huang's face once again. After that, he walked up and gave disciple Huang a good beating. In the blink of an eye, disciple Huang's head was smashed to the point where even his mother couldn't recognize him. Disciple Huang laid on the ground and wailed. His face was covered with tears. What was going on? Why was he always the one getting hurt? Not only him, all the disciples who were lying on the ground were confused as well. Chapter 107. Hearing the name Jiang Chen, the expressions of the disciples who were howling on the ground immediately changed. Their faces turned pale, and they wished they could slap themselves again. What was called having eyes but failed to see, what was called not recognizing Mount Tai, what was called not courting death, this was a typical case of courting death. Was it a loss to be beaten? Serves them right. That disciple with the surname Huang had tears streaming down his face. What had he done just now? He dared to be so arrogant in front of senior disciple Jiang Chen, and he even said he would beat senior disciple Jiang Chen until even his own mother couldn't recognize him. He was simply courting death. Everyone threw their gazes at the notary disciple who had fainted. If looks could kill, this man would have been cut into pieces. If it wasn't for this notary disciple who invited them, they wouldn't have offended Jiang Qin. That was Jiang Qin. In just one day, Jiang Qin's achievements had become a hot topic in the Black Sect. Getting first place in the Qi province competition, killing Ling Ao and Li Wushuang, setting a one-year agreement with the northern and southern dynasties. Although they hadn't seen Jiang Qin's face, Jiang Qin had become the idol of many disciples in the Black Sect. Damn it, they had offended an idol they had never met before. Being beaten into a pig's head wasn't a loss at all. Not only was it not a loss, everyone even felt lucky. They felt lucky that they were disciples of the Black Sect, lucky that Jiang Qin had shown them mercy. They had heard that Jiang Qin was ruthless. He had killed Ling Ao and Li Wushuang in front of the northern and southern dynasties and Liang Shao. Today, they had offended Jiang Qin. If they were slapped to death, there would be no one to blame. The Black Sect wouldn't punish a peerless genius just for an outer circle disciple. All of you bastards, hurry up and apologize to senior disciple Jiang. Thanks senior disciple Jiang for showing mercy. Wang Yun glanced around and scolded loudly. As soon as these words came out, how could these disciples dare to be the slightest bit negligent? One by one, they crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. They couldn't be blamed for this. It was just that Jiang Qin's slap was too heavy. It really made it difficult for them to move. After being beaten up, they still had to crawl on the ground and apologize. Logically speaking, they should be feeling very aggrieved. However, right now, none of them felt aggrieved. Just like what Wang Yun had said, they should be thankful that Jiang Qin had shown them mercy. If they had followed senior brother Jiang Qin's previous methods, they would already be corpses by now. All right. Jiang Qin waved his hand casually, then he started walking towards the top of Black Mountain. Yan Qinyu and a Huang dog followed closely behind him as they walked up the mountain. Wang Yun revealed an expression of exasperation at disciple Huang's failure to live up to his expectations, and scolded him again. Then, he eagerly chased after Jiang Qin's footsteps. Disciple Huang sat down on the ground. He seemed to have lost his soul, and his face was filled with grievance. Tears were streaming down his face. Thinking about his future status in the Black Sect, disciple Huang started crying again. Damn it, I've offended Jiang Qin, how am I going to stay in the Black Sect in the future? Although I'm also an outer circle disciple, how can my status be compared to Jiang Qin's? Although this was Jiang Qin's first day in the Black Sect, his status among the outer circle disciples was no weaker than Han Yan's. Damn it, Shi Pai, who's guarding the mountain today? Disciple Huang roared at the crowd. His eyes were about to shoot out flames. His name was Huang Jing, and he used to have a good life in the Black Sect. But what happened today had completely destroyed him. Senior disciple Huang, it's those three. Someone pointed out the three novice disciples who were guarding the mountain today. One of them had already fainted, and when the other two saw them being pointed at, their faces immediately turned pale. They were so scared that they kneeled down on the ground. Senior disciple Huang, we're so sorry, we didn't know he was Jiang Qin. One of them was crying. When he thought about how he teased Yan Qinyu just now, he felt like killing himself. Damn it, are your eyes on your butts? You can't even recognize senior disciple Jiang, how are you supposed to guard the mountain? Daddy's future has been ruined by you three bastards. Huang Jing scolded them, then he walked up and kicked both of them to the ground. Both of them were crying out in pain, and they couldn't help but curse in their minds. Huang Jing, you didn't recognize Jiang Qin either. If you did, why would you ruin your own future? You can only blame yourself for being blind, it has nothing to do with us. Look at Wang Yun, perhaps he will be rewarded by senior disciple Jiang when he gets back, and with senior disciple Jiang's protection, he will be able to do whatever he wants in the Black Sect. It's because of these three bastards that we offended senior disciple Jiang. Let's beat them up. That's right, beat them so hard that even their mothers won't recognize them. The flustered and exasperated crowd seemed to have found an outlet to vent, and the 3 disciples guarding the mountain became the target of public criticism. Bang bang bang, oh, it was too tragic. This was human nature. Today, the 3 people guarding the mountain could be considered to have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Normally, when they were guarding the mountain, this kind of situation would not occur. However, today, they encountered Jiang Qin coming up the mountain. The most miserable one was the nominal disciple who had fainted. He was beaten awake and then knocked out again. All right, stop fighting. It's useless even if you beat them to death. Huang Zheng said. If the fight continued, the 3 of them would be beaten to death. Brothers, do you still want to stay in the Black Sect? Huang Zheng asked. Of course. Joining the Black Sect has always been my dream. Someone said. The Black Sect was one of the 4 big sects in the Qi province. Joining the Black Sect was not only a symbol of status and identity, but also, cultivating here was many times better than cultivating in the outside world. There was an energy vein underneath the Black Mountain, and no matter if it was natural yuan energy or cultivation resources, the outside world couldn't compare with them. It wasn't easy for these people to join the Black Sect, so who wouldn't want to stay here and have a bright future? Today, we've offended senior disciple Jiang. How are we going to survive in the future? Huang Zheng said. He's someone we all look up to, and the reason why I personally came to the outer circle to make arrangements is also for senior disciple Jiang. Wang Yun said. The meaning behind his words was clear. From now on, all the outer circle disciples would follow Jiang Chen's lead. Everyone worshipped strong warriors, and it was the same no matter where they went. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Han Yan and Guan Yun going into secluded cultivation at the same time was within his expectations. Putting aside Han Yan, Gu Tianma was about to wake up, and after this secluded cultivation, he would be able to break through to the heavenly core realm. As for Guan Yun, he was defeated by the northern and southern dynasties with just a single strike during the Qi province competition, and he must have suffered a huge blow to his heart. As a competitive man, he wouldn't allow himself to suffer any more blows. Therefore, the reason why Guan Yun went into secluded cultivation was because he wanted to break through to the divine core realm. Who is that guy? He doesn't look like someone from the Black Sect. Wang Yun is following behind him, and he looks very respectful. That's right, I've never seen someone like that before. He's just a young man, but even senior disciple Wang Yun is bowing to him. I guess his background isn't ordinary. I know, he's Jiang Qin, he must be Jiang Qin. The buildings are connected to the underground energy vein, and usually, 6 disciples live in one courtyard. Late mortal core disciples can have their own courtyard, and they can stay there until they break through to the heavenly core realm and enter the inner circle. Wang Yun said. May I know who I'm staying with? Jiang Chen asked with a smile on his face. Senior disciple Jiang, you must be joking. Although you haven't reached the late mortal core realm yet, with your strength, you can easily sweep across the entire outer circle. Senior disciple Guan Yun has specially told me to prepare the best place for senior disciple Jiang in the entire outer circle. Wang Yun brought Jiang Chen around the dormitory area and arrived at the back of the dormitory area. Here, there was a very exquisite courtyard. The courtyard was located at the top of the mountain, and it was directly separated from the dormitory area. It was surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, and there was even a waterfall. The environment was beautiful, and the natural yuan energy was rich. Also, it was separated from the noisy dormitory area, so it could be said to be the best place for cultivation. Wow, this place is so beautiful. Yen Chen Yu stood at the top of the mountain, and she could see the entire Black Mountain. The feeling of looking down at all the mountains made her feel refreshed. There were a total of 3 exquisite rooms in the courtyard. Besides Jiang Qin and Yen Chen Yu, even De Huang Dog could have his own room. This kind of treatment was unique in the outer circle. Pushing open the door, the furnishings in the room were very simple. Aside from a bed, there was also a golden cushion in the middle of the room. Senior disciple Jiang, this cushion can connect directly to the underground energy vein. Cultivating on this cushion will yield twice the result with half the effort. Wang Yun explained. This cushion was specially prepared by Guan Yun for Jiang Qin. In the entire outer circle, besides Han Yan, only Jiang Qin had this kind of treatment. And, not bad. Senior disciple Guan is really considerate. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He was really grateful towards Guan Yun. The place he prepared for him was also unique. Senior disciple Jiang, are you satisfied with this place? Wang Yun said with a smile. And, not bad. Wang Yun, what skill are you cultivating? Jiang Chen looked at Wang Yun and asked. Wang Yun was startled, he didn't know why Jiang Chen suddenly asked about his skill. Senior disciple Jiang, I'm cultivating the Black Sex Wave Breaking skill, a high-ranked mortal skill. Wang Yun said. You're lying, you're not cultivating the wave-breaking skill. Jiang Chen casually pulled a chair and sat down, he didn't even look at Wang Yun. But Wang Yun's expression changed. He was just standing there, he didn't even expose his aura, but Jiang Chen was able to tell what skill he was cultivating with just a glance. Let me ask you, for the past 3 months, every midnight, do you feel pain in your Guanyuan acupoint? After saying that, Jiang Chen pointed his finger out with lightning speed, and it landed right on Wang Yun's origin Guan acupuncture point. Wang Yun felt a warm flow entering his body, and under the impact of this warm flow, the pain in his origin Guan acupuncture point quickly disappeared. When the warm flow disappeared, Wang Yun felt refreshed. The strange feeling in his origin Guan acupuncture point had disappeared, and he had returned to his normal state. Cultivate the cloudy rock art according to what I've told you. Tonight, your origin Guan acupuncture point will no longer hurt. With your potential, it will take you at most half a year to break through to the heavenly core realm and become an inner circle disciple. Jiang Chen said. Plop. The elixir was nothing to him, but to them, it was very important. Senior disciple Jiang, Huang Jing didn't know what to say. He didn't expect Jiang Qin to forgive them so easily, and he even returned the human elixir to them. Senior disciple Jiang is a kind man, you guys should hurry up and thank senior disciple Jiang for his kindness. From now on, you have to work hard for senior disciple Jiang. His killing intent soared into the skies. It was obvious that he was going to kill Jiang Chen and get revenge for his older brother. This man dared to come all the way to the black sect alone, just this courage alone was enough to make everyone admire him. Damn it, how can this bastard be so arrogant? Does he think there's no one in the black sect who can defeat him? Huang Zheng had also arrived at the outer perimeter of the black sect, and he said angrily. Senior disciple Huang, should we inform senior disciple Jiang? A disciple asked. They were now following Jiang Chen's lead, and now that Li Wuling had come all the way here, they had to inform Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Inform my ass. Such a big commotion, do we really need to inform him? Senior disciple Jiang isn't deaf. Huang Jing glared at the man. Within the black sect, Jiang Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He furrowed his brows. Right at this moment, 3 figures flew across the sky, and they were flying towards the entrance of the black sect. These were the inner circle disciples of the black sect. Who dares to cause trouble in the black sect? Following a loud shout, 3 figures appeared outside the black sect's entrance. Among these 3 men, the leading one had a dignified appearance, and he was handsome. The aura he was unleashing could make anyone feel awe and respect. Although the aura of the other 2 wasn't as strong as him, they were still early Heavenly Core warriors. Look, it's Senior Disciple Duanli from the Inner Circle. Senior Disciple Duanli is a mid-Heavenly Core warrior, and he rarely shows himself. This Li Wuling dares to cause trouble in the black sect. If we don't teach him a lesson, the black sect will become a laughingstock. Senior Disciple Duanli will be able to kill Li Wuling with just a single strike. That's right, this Li Wuling is simply courting death. The appearance of Duanli immediately caused a commotion among the crowd. In the eyes of the outer circle disciples and notary disciples, every single inner circle disciple was a mighty existence. Tell Jiang Chen to get his ass out here, I want to challenge him. Li Wuling's black hair was fluttering in the wind, he was extremely arrogant. Humph. Junior disciple Jiang Chen isn't in the black sect. Duanli let out a cold snort. Obviously, everyone in the black sect had heard about Jiang Chen, and Duanli was no exception. This wasn't anything strange. Jiang Chen's performance in the Qi province competition was something that everyone had heard about. Besides, since Guanyin had taken a fancy to Jiang Chen, who wouldn't pay attention to him? Senior disciple Duan, senior disciple Jiang Chen has arrived at the black sect yesterday. Wang Yun was the first one to arrive, and he said to Duanli, "Oh." Duanli was surprised, then he let out a cold snort. If I remember correctly, you should be Li Wuxuang's younger brother, right? You have an ordinary talent, but you have broken through to the Heavenly Core realm in such a short time. This really surprised me. However, with your Heavenly Core cultivation level, don't you think it's shameful for you to challenge Jiang Chen, who is only a mortal core warrior? Duanli threw a glance at Li Wuling. He had met Li Wuling before, but he didn't have a deep impression of him. With Duanli's mid-Heavenly Core cultivation level and status, not to mention Li Wuling, he didn't even care about his brother Li Wuxuang. Cut the crap, I'm here to avenge my brother. If Jiang Chen has the guts, come out here and fight me. Li Wuxuang was like a madman, he shouted loudly outside the black sect's entrance. His voice echoed throughout the entire black sect. Damn it, who does this guy think he is? How dare he come to the black sect to kill someone and act so arrogantly? This guy is really shameless. He challenged senior disciple Jiang with his Heavenly Core cultivation level, and he even came to the black sect in such an aggressive manner. Did his brain get kicked by a donkey? Many people started cursing. Why couldn't he just say he was going to kill someone for revenge? Why did he challenge them? Li Wuling, you're just a small fry from the Tianjin Gate who has just broken through to the Heavenly Core realm. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you think there's no one in the black sect who can defeat you? If you want to challenge me, Daddy will fight you too. An inner circle disciple standing next to Duanli had a big build, and he looked like a hot-tempered man. He shouted out loudly and was about to rush towards Li Wuling. I'm not going to fight you, my target today is Jiang Chen. Li Wuling gazed at the disciple, he didn't show any signs of wanting to attack. It looked like he had made up his mind when he came to the black sect, he was only looking for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, if you're a man, come out here right now. Li Wuling continued shouting. You're courting death. The black sect's inner circle disciple was furious. This Li Wuling had dared to look down on him, and he had even caused a ruckus in front of the black sect. If he wasn't taught a lesson, the black sect would lose all its face. Right when the disciple was about to attack, an ear-piercing sound suddenly sounded out from within the black sect. After that, everyone could see a blood-red figure flying at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it had appeared in the sky with a pair of blood-red wings. If it wasn't Jiang Qin, who else could it be? It's senior disciple Jiang. Wow! He can really fly. That pair of blood-red wings is so magical. So cool. A mortal core warrior who can fly, I'm so jealous. So he's senior disciple Jiang Qin, the one who won the Qi province competition. He's so cool. But, for him to come out at this time, don't tell me he really wants to accept Li Wuling's challenge. When Jiang Qin appeared, he immediately became the center of attention. Even Duanli and the other two inner circle disciples were staring at Jiang Qin. After the Qi province competition, Jiang Qin had become a famous man, and this was the first time many people had seen his face. What an extraordinary aura, he really is a dragon amongst men. No wonder senior disciple Guanyin has such a high evaluation of him. Duanli nodded his head. So, you're Jiang Qin. Li Wuling stared at Jiang Qin with a gaze as sharp as a knife. Killing intent surged from all over his body. That's right, who are you? Jiang Qin asked. My name is Li Wuling, Li Wushuang is my brother. You killed my brother, I want to challenge you, I want to avenge my brother. Li Wuling shouted out loudly. Jiang Qin finally understood. No wonder this guy wanted to kill him, and even risked his life to come to the black sect to look for him. It was all because he wanted to avenge his brother. Under the circulation of his demonic skills, both of his eyes had turned blood red, and his lips were surrounded by black devilish energy. He forcefully threw a punch towards Jiang Qin. The punch carried a strong evil devilish energy. The energy wave turned into a devilish dragon, and it dashed towards Jiang Qin like a raging river. Seeing this, everyone from the black sect became nervous. None of them had Jiang Qin's vision, and even Duanli couldn't see through Li Wuling's real strength. At most, he could tell that Li Wuling had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, and his foundation wasn't stable yet. But in their minds, a heavenly core warrior was just a heavenly core warrior, and a heavenly core warrior was not someone a mortal core warrior could handle. Although Jiang Qin was strong, it was hard to say if he could withstand the attack from a heavenly core warrior. Humph. I don't have the mood to play with you. Since you two are brothers, I'll send you to hell to meet your brother. A cold light shot out from Jiang Qin's eyes. In his mind, from the moment Li Wuling stood in front of the black sect and challenged him, Li Wuling was already a dead man. Jiang Qin would never allow a man who wanted to kill him to live in this world. Besides, this was the black sect, and this battle would affect the black sect's reputation. He had to earn back the black sect's reputation. 6 solar fingers. Jiang Qin shouted out with a deep voice. Without hesitation, he unleashed the 6 solar fingers. His fingertips were glowing brightly, and he forcefully pointed his finger forward. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated through the entire area, and even the sky was shaking. Everyone could see 3 gigantic golden fingers that were as dazzling as pillars that could support the heavens suddenly appeared, and rushed towards Li Wuling's demonic dragon. Bang! The 2 attacks collided with each other, and another loud explosion sounded out. Under the powerful impact of the 6 solar fingers, the devilish dragon unleashed by Li Wuling was instantly shattered into pieces. It didn't even have the ability to defend itself. The power of the 6 solar fingers didn't decrease at all. With incredible speed, it left a long golden trail in the sky, and with a destructive force, it flew towards Li Wuling. What? Li Wuling's face turned pale with fright. He didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful. The demonic skill he was cultivating couldn't even withstand a single attack from Jiang Qin. This was simply unimaginable. Arg! Li Wuling was furious. He raised his head and let out a long roar. All the energy in his body gathered into a black devilish beam, and it flew towards Jiang Chen's 6 solar fingers. Bang! Another violent and powerful collision occurred. At the center of the collision, a thick black smoke rose up. Tap tap tap, Li Wuling kept moving back in the sky, and he only managed to stabilize his body after moving back a few hundred meters. He was breathing heavily, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although Li Wuling had taken out his combat weapon, he didn't even have the chance to use it. He was severely injured by the sonic hawk cry, and he was killed. At this moment, the entire outer perimeter of the Black Sect was in a dead silence. Everyone raised their heads and stared at the young man who had blood wings on his back. Apart from shock, there was no other emotion in their eyes. This was too frightening. Was he still a human? No one had expected Li Wuling to die so quickly. This guy had come to the Black Sect in an aggressive manner early in the morning to avenge his brother, but in just a few minutes, he was killed by Jiang Qin. Chapter 112. Li Wuling's corpse and head fell down from the sky with blood dripping down from the sky. Under the reflection of the red sun, it looked extremely miserable. Li Wuling, who had forcefully broken through to the heavenly core realm with a demonic skill, and Jiang Qin, who had formed 40 dragon marks, were on a completely different level. In order to kill Li Wuling, Jiang Qin didn't even need to use his axe of thunder. All right. Among the crowd, Huang Jing shouted loudly. Senior disciple Jiang is mighty. Wang Yun shouted out as well. Not only them, at this moment, all the disciples who had witnessed Jiang Qin killing Li Wuling couldn't help but feel excited. An outer circle disciple of the Black Sect had killed an outer circle disciple of the Tianjin Gate. For the Black Sect, this was a great honor. Ever since the inner circle competition, when the pride of the Black Sect, Guanyin, was defeated by the northern and southern dynasties with just a single strike, a shadow had been cast over the hearts of the Black Sect's disciples. When the Burning Sky Pavilion was mentioned, they always felt like they had to lower their heads. But today, Jiang Chen's performance had shown them the hope of the Black Sect, and it had wiped away the shadow in their hearts. He was a super genius, and even the northern and southern dynasties couldn't kill a heavenly core warrior with just a mid-mortal core cultivation. Therefore, although Jiang Qin was just an outer circle disciple, he had brought unprecedented morale to the Black Sect's disciples. He was going to become the representative of the Black Sect, and in the hearts of all the disciples, the Black Sect finally had someone who could compete with the northern and southern dynasties. This man has a bright future, I can't compare with him. Duanli murmured. At this moment, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to see Jiang Chen's huge potential. Fellow disciples, help me spread the word. From now on, if anyone from the Tianjin Gate dares to provoke me, I'll kill them. Jiang Chen hovered in the sky and said with a loud voice. His voice was loud and clear, and it was heard by every single disciple of the Black Sect. After that, he flapped his blood wings and flew into the Black Sect, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Whoever provoked him, he would kill them. How domineering, how arrogant. In the entire Qi province, there had never been anyone who dared to say something like this, pointing his sword at the entire big sect. Arrogant to the point of being out of control, Jiang Qin was the first. Too domineering. Too domineering. From now on, senior brother Jiang Qin is my idol. In the past, my idol was the little devil king, senior brother Han Yan. From now on, I have another idol. In the future, the two of them will be my goals. Everyone, spread senior disciple Zhang's words. Let those people from Tianjin Gate know that the Black Sect is not someone they can mess with. Under the lead of Wang Yun, Huang Zheng and the other disciples, the atmosphere among the Black Sect's disciples became lively. Not only did Jiang Chen's domineering and arrogant attitude not make anyone feel disgusted, he had actually become the idol of all the disciples. Senior disciple Duan, junior disciple Jiang Chen is too strong, he killed Li Wuling with just one strike. But, I can tell that Li Wuling has just broken through to the heavenly core realm, and his foundation isn't stable yet. He is far weaker than a real heavenly core warrior. Tell me, if we were to fight with Jiang Chen, who do you think would win? An early heavenly core disciple walked up to Duanli and said. Duanli gazed at the man and said, if you fight with Jiang Chen, I don't know who will win, but let me tell you, don't provoke him for no reason, this man is not someone you can mess with. Duanli kindly reminded them, then he flew back to the inner circle. The other two early heavenly core inner circle disciples looked at each other, then they followed Duanli back to the inner circle. Huang Zheng, ask someone to set Li Wuling's body on fire. The rest of you, don't stay here, go do what you need to do. Wang Yun said to Huang Zheng. After that, he waved his hand at the crowd. This little episode had finally come to an end. The Qi province competition had made Jiang Chen a famous person, and today's fight had truly made him famous in the Black Sect. Hearing about it was not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. Jiang Chen had killed Li Wuling today, and it had completely established his unshakable position in the Black Sect. After killing Li Wuling, Jiang Chen went straight back to his own residence. He stood on top of the mountain, and his white robe was fluttering in the wind. His face was filled with calmness. For him, killing was a normal thing. Jiang Chen knew what kind of path he was going to walk, and he would be killing more people in the future. Half an hour later, a man suddenly appeared next to Jiang Chen. It was Guan Yun. Junior disciple Jiang, looking at your energy, I can tell that you have broken through to the mid-mortal core realm. I heard you just killed Li Wuling, who was a heavenly core warrior. What a domineering man. You've become the idol of so many disciples since you just arrived. Guan Yun said. The news about Jiang Chen's fight with Li Wuling had spread across the entire Black Sect. Even those inner circle disciples who didn't show up knew about it. Senior disciple Guan, I thought you were in secluded cultivation to break through to the divine core realm. Why did you come out so soon? Jiang Chen was startled. He threw a glance at Guan Yun, and found that Guan Yun was still at the peak of the heavenly core realm. Obviously, he didn't succeed in his secluded cultivation. It's not that easy to break through to the divine core realm. I've thought it through, cultivating alone won't work. In order to break through to the divine core realm, I need an opportunity. I'll leave the Black Sect tomorrow and look for an opportunity. Guan Yun said with a smile on his face. What's senior disciple Guan's plan? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Guan Yun's expression suddenly became serious. He said, I'm going to Inferno Hell. Inferno Hell? What kind of place is that? Jiang Chen didn't understand. Jiang Chen couldn't be blamed for this. After all, he didn't know much about the Qi province, so it was normal that he hadn't heard of Inferno Hell. If it was someone else who heard the name Inferno Hell, just the two words alone would make their faces turn pale. So junior disciple Jiang hasn't heard of Inferno Hell. Let me tell you about it. In fact, I've only heard about it, but I've never entered it. In the entire Qi province, there aren't many people who have the courage to enter Inferno Hell. Guan Yun had a serious expression on his face, and his words were filled with fear when he spoke about Inferno Hell. Inferno Hell is a special place in the eastern continent. There are connecting points in all 28 provinces of the eastern continent, and in each of the big sects, there is an ancient formation that connects directly to Inferno Hell. They can send their disciples directly into Inferno Hell through the ancient formation, but only a few actually go there to train. Inferno Hell is a place that represents death. According to the rumors, the environment is extremely harsh, and all sorts of demons and devils roam the place. It's a true land of extinction. With my current strength, entering Inferno Hell will only result in death. Let alone me, even a divine core warrior will have a slim chance of surviving. This was Inferno Hell, a special place in the eastern continent. It was a place where disciples from over 100 big sects from all 28 provinces of the eastern continent would train. But, just like its name, for those who entered Inferno Hell, it was a place that represented hell. Ordinary people wouldn't dare enter Inferno Hell without good reason. Those who entered Inferno Hell were the most ferocious among all ferocious men. In some big sects, when a disciple made a huge mistake, he or she would be sent to Inferno Hell. This was basically the cruelest punishment. At the same time, those who could walk out from Inferno Hell had all gone through the baptism of life and death, and their achievements were limitless. I never thought there would be such a special place in the eastern continent. Jiang Qin murmured to himself. Inferno Hell was indeed a place that no ordinary man could enter. But Guan Yin actually dared to enter Inferno Hell. Just this courage alone was enough to make Jiang Qin admire him. Senior disciple Guan, Inferno Hell is a dangerous place. You have to think about it carefully, don't act on impulse. Jiang Chen reminded Guan Yin. Junior disciple Jiang, you have to know that opportunities coexist with dangers. Inferno Hell is extremely dangerous, but there are many opportunities as well. I, Guan Yin, don't want to be a mediocre man. I'm going to Inferno Hell, no matter if it's life or death, I won't regret it. Guan Yin laughed out loud. Jiang Chen secretly nodded his head. Ever since the Qi province competition, he could tell that Guan Yin was a man of steel, a man of courage. Taking the initiative to enter Inferno Hell, this decision wasn't something an ordinary man could make. Well said. A real man's ambition is to conquer the world. If he doesn't achieve anything, then what's the point of living? We're born in this world, we don't seek immortality, we only seek to make a name for ourselves. Even if it's as short as a shooting star, we still want to leave our own glory in this world. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He completely supported Guan Yin's decision. Moreover, Inferno Hell had also piqued his interest. However, his cultivation base was still weak. If there was a chance in the future, he would like to explore Inferno Hell and see what kind of dangerous place it was. Junior disciple Jiang is so spirited. Your talent isn't any weaker than the northern and southern dynasties. I have high hopes for you. Guan Yin patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said, "Oh right, I'm here for something." What is it, senior disciple Guan? Jiang Chen was startled. The Patriarch wants to see you. I'm here to bring you to the Patriarch. Guan Yin said. Patriarch. Jiang Chen was startled again. He was just a small outer circle disciple, so he shouldn't be taken seriously by the Patriarch. Junior disciple Jiang, this is a good thing, and it's a great honor. You know, the Patriarch is a high and mighty person, and he won't personally meet an outer circle disciple. But, you're different. You've become the #1 disciple in the Qi province, and you've also set a 1-year agreement with the northern and southern dynasties. You've received the Patriarch's approval, and today, you've killed a heavenly core warrior, Li Wuling, with only a mid-mortal core cultivation base. You've really impressed everyone, and the Black Sect will definitely spend a lot of resources on you in the future. Guan Yun said. Jiang Chen nodded his head. What Guan Yun said made sense. It looked like his performance today had completely attracted the patriarch's attention, and that's why he wanted to see him personally. After all, a true peerless genius had a huge impact on a sect. He was the hope of the sect's future. All right, I'll follow you to see the patriarch, Jiang Chen said. Since he had come to the black sect, he had to adapt to the situation. It wasn't a bad thing to meet the patriarch, who was a high and mighty person. Let's go. After I bring you there, I need to prepare for Inferno Hell. I don't know if we'll have the chance to meet again. A smile emerged on Guan Yun's face. Don't worry, we will. He couldn't help but carefully examine him. Daoist Black's expression immediately changed. This young man in front of him, who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, actually gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through him. With his peak divine core cultivation, he could easily see through a junior, but when he looked at Jiang Chen, it was as if he was looking at a bottomless pit. Jiang Chen had a faint smile on his face. He didn't avoid Daoist Black's gaze, and he didn't show any nervousness. Compared to him, Guan Yun was extremely nervous. Daoist Black nodded his head silently. After that, he turned to Guan Yun and said, Guan Yun, you're a rare genius in the black sect. Are you sure you want to enter Inferno Hell? I don't think I need to tell you how dangerous Inferno Hell is. Even if I were to enter it myself, it would still be risky. That's right, I've made up my mind, Guan Yun said with a serious expression. He had made up his mind to enter Inferno Hell, and since he had made up his mind, he wouldn't change it easily. He wanted to use the dangers of Inferno Hell to train himself. Only by doing so would he be able to truly grow. Good, I really admire your courage. In the past, there were some genius disciples in the black sect who wanted to enter Inferno Hell, but none of them were able to walk out alive. I won't stop you, I just hope you can be the first disciple to walk out of Inferno Hell in the black sect, Daoist Black said with an indifferent tone. The way he looked at Guan Yun was filled with admiration. Yun will definitely live up to your expectations, sect chief. Guan Yun cupped his fists. This was a trial with a slim chance of survival. Yun, you can leave now, I have something to say to Jiang Chen, Daoist Black said. Understood. Guan Yun cupped his fist, then he slowly left Palace Black. Daoist Black looked at Jiang Chen, nodded his head and said, not bad, with just a mid-mortal core cultivation base, you were able to kill Li Wuling, who was an early heavenly core warrior. Although Li Wuling's foundation wasn't stable, he wasn't someone anyone could kill easily. If I'm not mistaken, during the Qi province competition, you were only an early mortal core warrior, right? That's right. Jiang Chen didn't deny it. Jiang Chen, it seems like you're not afraid of me at all, Daoist Black said with an interested tone. Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled and said, why should I be afraid of sect chief? I'm a disciple of the black sect, of course sect chief won't make things difficult for me. What's there to be afraid of? Jiang Chen's expression was calm, no signs of nervousness could be seen on his face. This guy is calm, he's calm, he doesn't seem to feel uncomfortable in front of me at all. Besides, he has a dignified appearance, and he was born with the aura of a superior warrior. His future achievements are limitless. A genius like this is the hope of the black sect. Alright, you're really a genius, even I, your father, am impressed by you. Tell me, can my flaming angel and the glorious lotus still be saved? Guoshan asked impatiently. Yes, you can. Plant them in different herb gardens. Both the flaming angel and the glorious lotus are high-quality herbs, and they have strong vitality. You don't need to help them grow, they will grow by themselves. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen, let me ask you another question. How do I combine the single wheat grass and the yellow stone fruit, so that the furnace won't explode? Guoshan asked in a probing manner. He wanted to see if Jiang Chen knew everything. Sect Elder, you're going to concoct the yellow spirit pill, right? The single wheat grass and the yellow stone fruit have opposite characteristics, and it's very difficult to combine them together. Adding in the first-grade crystal sand, you'll be able to combine their characteristics. That way, the furnace won't explode, and the yellow spirit pill's grade will be improved. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he saw Guoshan standing there in a daze. Facing this bow, a smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He gladly accepted the bow. It was Guoshan's honor to receive Jiang Chen's guidance. Besides, Jiang Chen knew that for a man like Guoshan who had spent his entire life in alchemy, his dedication towards alchemy was something no ordinary man could understand. Jiang Chen had helped Guoshan solve all his problems, and none of them could be bought with money. Therefore, Guoshan's bow showed his gratitude. Elder Guo, you're too polite. I just happened to pass by. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Don't call me elder, just call me big brother in the future. Although my cultivation is higher than yours, you are my senior when it comes to alchemy. I'm older than you, so just call me big brother in the future. Guoshan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Older brother Guo. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Guoshan seemed like a man with a simple mind, and he didn't stick to any rules. This was exactly what Jiang Chen liked. Besides, being brothers with the #1 alchemist in the Black Sect was beneficial to Jiang Chen. In the entire Black Sect, perhaps only Jiang Chen could call Guoshan a brother. Brother Jiang, it's all thanks to you passing by. If not, I don't know how long it would take for me to solve all these problems. What I'm curious about is, why are you so knowledgeable? You know, alchemy is different from anything else. There are many things that require constant exploration during the process of alchemy. Without at least 100 years of experience, it would be impossible for you to reach such a level. But looking at your age, you're only 15 or 16 years old. This is really confusing. Guoshan was shocked. He couldn't imagine how a 15 or 16-year-old young man could have such a high level of attainment in alchemy. This was unbelievable. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes and heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have believed that someone like this existed in this world. Didn't I tell you? I'm a genius. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. Damn it, geniuses really can't be judged by common sense. Brother Jiang, you should be an alchemist as well. With your attainment, if you focus on alchemy, you will definitely become a great alchemist in the future, and your name will spread far and wide. Guoshan said. Older brother Guo, alchemy is just a hobby of mine. I don't have much interest in it. Alchemy is not as exciting as fighting and killing. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. How could Guoshan know about his ambition? Sigh, what a pity. But with your ability, you will definitely become a great alchemist in the future, and you will definitely become a great alchemist as well. Guoshan sighed. I heard that you have a 1-year agreement with the Northern and Southern dynasties. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded his head. The Northern and Southern dynasties are all peerless geniuses that only appear once in 1,000 years in the Qi province. He had to focus on improving his cultivation level at all times, and just staying in the black sect wasn't enough. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and he had the ability to directly absorb energy. Therefore, for him, hunting demon beasts was the most direct way to improve his cultivation level. If he was lucky enough to find a demon beast with a unique bloodline, he might even be able to obtain an innate ability. The Myriad Demon Mountain is a primitive mountain range, and it's not far from the Black Sect, only about 1,000 miles away. The Myriad Demon Mountain is divided into 3 sectors. In the first sector, most of the demon beasts are at the Chi High and Mortal Core realm, and you can occasionally see some Heavenly Core demon beasts, but they are very few in number. In the second sector, most of the demon beasts are at the Heavenly Core realm, and it's a very dangerous place. Only Heavenly Core Inner Circle disciples dare enter. Although senior disciple Jiang is only at the Mortal Core realm, after killing Li Wuling, you have the strength of a Heavenly Core warrior, so you can explore the border of Sector 2. As for Sector 3, I heard there are powerful Divine Core demon beasts there. Only 3 days, I'll go back and sleep for a few more days. After saying that, the Huang dog turned around and went back into the room. Jiang Chen's forehead was covered with black hair as he grabbed onto the Huang dog's tail. Woof! Brat, let go. Damn it, you've slept for 3 days and you still want to sleep. Sleep your ass. Daddy is going to the Myriad Demon Mountain to hunt some demon beasts, are you coming or not? If not, you can just stay here and have a good sleep. Jiang Chen said. Myriad Demon Mountain, hunting demon beasts. The Huang dog's ears stood up, and his eyes were shining with a strange light. When are we going? Daddy is going crazy. Going out and having fun was the Huang dog's favorite. On the first day he came to the Black Sect, he couldn't stay still. Now, when he heard that he was going to the Myriad Demon Mountain, the Huang dog became really interested. Now! If we leave now, we can reach the Myriad Demon Mountain before nightfall. Jiang Chen said. The Myriad Demon Mountain isn't that far away, only 1,000 miles. With our speed, we can reach there in a short while. The Huang dog said. It was dusk right now, and for Jiang Chen and the Huang dog who could fly, 1,000 miles of distance could be covered in just a blink of an eye. You know about the Myriad Demon Mountain? Jiang Chen was startled. There's no place in the Qi province that I don't know. The Myriad Demon Mountain is a training ground for disciples of the Black Sect. Demon beasts roam the place, it's a dangerous and exciting place. The Huang dog was excited. Let's not waste any more time, let's go now. After saying that, Jiang Chen unleashed his blood wings and flew up into the sky. The Huang dog unleashed his wings and followed closely behind Jiang Chen, dancing with excitement. The Black Sect was located in the northern part of the Qi province, and the Myriad Demon Mountain was located in the northern part of the Black Sect. It could be said to be the border of the Qi province, and it was next to another big province in the eastern continent. The last ray of light between the heavens and the earth was about to disappear, and night had fallen. Angry roars of demon beasts sounded out from within the Myriad Demon Mountain, and it brought fear to the entire ancient forest in this mountain range. 2 figures appeared soundlessly in the sky above the Myriad Demon Mountain. They were Jiang Chen and the Huang dog. Wang Yun said that most of the demon beasts in Sector 1 are at the Qi High and Mortal Core realm. For me, it's not a challenge at all. Let's go straight to Sector 2. After saying that, Jiang Chen flapped his blood wings and flew straight towards Sector 2. The Huang dog followed behind while wagging his tail. With Jiang Chen's current strength, there was almost no Mortal Core warrior who could withstand a single strike from him. The first sector of the Myriad Demon Mountain was no longer a challenge for him. The Huang Dog had broken through to the late mortal core realm. With his dragon horse bloodline strength and terrifying body, ordinary heavenly core warriors were no match for him. When Jiang Chen and the Huang Dog were together, they were a super abnormal combination. If someone thought they were just ordinary mortal core warriors and tried to find trouble with them, the result would be horrible. When the night fell, Jiang Chen and the Huang Dog were already 1,000 miles deep into the Myriad Demon Mountain. This place was only a few dozen miles away from Sector 2. We're about to enter Sector 2. The demon beasts that will appear should be very strong, Jiang Chen said. He retracted his blood wings and descended from the sky. The place where Jiang Chen descended was a black protrusion. The protrusion looked like a bumpkin, and it didn't attract anyone's attention. Even Jiang Chen and the Huang Dog didn't pay attention to it. Slap. When Jiang Chen's feet landed on the black bumpkin, a slapping sound could be heard. But right after that, Jiang Chen felt something was wrong, because the bumpkin actually felt soft. At the same time, a huge force suddenly rushed out from under his feet, and it rushed towards Jiang Chen like an avalanche. Fuck! Jiang Chen was shocked. He hurriedly dashed out and retreated a few hundred meters away. The Huang Dog descended from the sky and stood next to Jiang Chen. The man and dog stared at the bumpkin in surprise. Then, the bumpkin suddenly jumped up. Roar! A furious roar tore apart the darkness of the forest. The bumpkin jumped up and turned into a huge black monster. Which bastard disturbed my sleep? The bumpkin furiously roared. Since it could speak, it must be a heavenly core demon lord. After all, there were only a few existences like the Huang Dog. Jiang Chen and the Huang Dog had a good look at the demon lord's face. It was a huge black python, and its body was only a few hundred meters long. Just by raising its head, it was already huge. It was angrily looking down at the man and dog. Its huge body instantly shrunk, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a man wearing a black robe. The man was also very muscular. He was 8 feet tall, and he looked like he was in his 40s. Both of his eyes were glowing with a vicious light. The man in black was shaking his body, and he kept shaking his dizzy head. Damn it, why is this dog's head so hard? Even I can't beat him. The black swamp serpent couldn't help but curse. It was shocked in its heart. It looked at the Huang Dog in front of it, and it no longer looked down on him. Jiang Chen, who was behind them, was shocked as well. After the Huang Dog broke through to the late mortal core realm, he had become incredibly strong. Perhaps his combat strength had surpassed Jiang Chen's. Looking at the current situation, even if Jiang Chen didn't do anything, the Huang Dog would be able to kill the black swamp serpent by himself. What's the use of having a hard head? I can still eat you up. The black swamp serpent was enraged. He waved his hand and unleashed a black airwave towards the Huang Dog and Jiang Chen. This black airwave not only had a powerful force, it also carried a foul smell that made people want to vomit. Damn stinky. Buddy, this black swamp serpent is really strong. Let's attack together and kill him as soon as possible. The Huang Dog cursed. He dragged his muscular body, and a golden light surrounded his body as he dashed towards the black swamp serpent. Jiang Chen was even more direct. With a shake of his hand, he took out the axe of thunder and unleashed the clap of thunder combat skill. A bright golden axe light slashed towards the black swamp serpent. Bang! The Huang Dog's energy and Jiang Chen's axe of thunder collided violently with the black swamp serpent. No matter how strong the black swamp serpent was, it couldn't withstand the full impact of these two ferocious fellows. At the center of the energy collision, there were black chi waves everywhere, and all the trees within a radius of 1 mile were destroyed. Some of the nearby demon beasts felt such a strong battle fluctuation, and directly fled in all directions, panicking and not knowing where to go. Bam! The black swamp serpent was sent flying, smashing through 3 big trees in a row. It fell to the ground and vomited blood. Damn it! Where did these 2 freaks come from? How could they be so strong? The black swamp serpent cursed. The fierce glint in its eyes had been replaced by deep fear. Kaka, go! Kill him! The Huang dog dashed out with a swoosh. His speed was so fast that he was like a golden light. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the black swamp serpent. Bam! The black swamp serpent didn't even have the chance to react. It was knocked another 2 to 3 miles away. Roar! The black swamp serpent kept roaring angrily. It flew towards Jiang Qin and Big Yellow, and with a shake of its body, it transformed back into its true form. Its thick tail was like a black pillar, sweeping towards Jiang Qin and Big Yellow. The Huang dog quivered. Jiang Chen's eyes made him feel uneasy. Hee, the Huang, look at our relationship, are we brothers? Jiang Chen laughed. Brother's my ass, I'm not your brother. The Huang dog denied it without hesitation. He immediately distanced himself from Jiang Chen. The Huang, let me discuss something with you. Get me another bowl of blood. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. What? More blood. 1 bowl. Fuck you. The Huang dog turned around and walked toward Sector 2 of the Myriad Demon Mountain. So stingy, you won't even give me a bowl of blood. Chapter 118. Bam! Oh whoa! Along with a shrill cry, a huge creature crashed onto the ground, creating a huge crater. A 30-meter-long rhinoceros wriggled for a few seconds before it died. A bloody hole was dug out from the rhinoceros head, and next to the carcass stood a young man in white clothes. He was holding a shining demon soul in his hand. The demon soul in the young man's hand kept shrinking, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. It had been completely absorbed. Late mortal core demon beasts are still too weak, they can't help me much. I've absorbed 3 late mortal core demon souls, but I only managed to form 1 dragon mark. Looks like I'll have to look for more heavenly core demon beasts. Jiang Chen said. The place where he and the Huang dog were standing right now had already entered Sector 2. Maybe they hadn't gone too deep, so they hadn't met any heavenly core demon beasts yet. The few they had met were all late mortal core demon beasts. What kind of skill are you cultivating? How can you absorb demon souls endlessly? You're not human. The Huang dog couldn't help but ask. He had always been curious about the skill Jiang Qin was cultivating. From Red City until now, Jiang Chen had absorbed countless demon souls. Without the support of a real skill, a human warrior wouldn't be able to do this. Do you want to know? Yes. Give me a bowl of blood, and I'll tell you. I'll give you a bowl of urine. Do you want it? Get lost. Bang! The sky and earth were shaking. The violent shockwaves from the battle shook the entire mountain range, scaring away many demon beasts. In front of Jiang Qin and the Huang dog, an early heavenly core demon beast was killed, and its demon soul was dug out by Jiang Qin. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, Jiang Qin absorbed the demon soul very quickly. But this time, 1 demon soul could only help Jiang Qin form 4 dragon marks. Including the one he had formed before, he now had a total of 50 dragon marks in his Qi Si. Sure enough, the dragon transformation skill is getting more and more difficult to cultivate. The amount of energy required is also increasing. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to condense the remaining 10 dragon marks. Jiang Qin couldn't help but sigh. The dragon transformation skill was indeed worthy of being an ancient divine skill, a supreme divine skill. Aside from being terrifying, the difficulty of cultivating it was also incomparable to ordinary skills. It was hard to imagine how much energy Jiang Qin needed to condense 100,000 dragon marks. If it were to be described with numbers, it would be an astronomical figure. In the 1,000 Monster Mountain, the monsters run amok and their numbers are uncountable. As long as you have the ability, leveling up here is absolutely not a problem. However, if you continue to refine and absorb like this, in a situation where you are in such a rush for success, will it affect your foundation? De Huang Dog asked worriedly. Jiang Chen's extreme cultivation method could be compared to the cultivation methods of demons. Although it could allow him to quickly obtain energy and improve his cultivation level, it would seriously affect his foundation. Once his foundation became unstable, his future path would be very difficult. I know what I'm doing. With my current foundation, it's enough for me to crazily absorb energy until I break through to the heavenly core realm, and it won't affect my foundation. But once I break through to the late mortal core realm, I'll stop temporarily and go back to concocting a pill to stabilize my foundation. Jiang Qin said. Comparing cultivation experience, he was the ancestor of all ancestors. How could he allow his foundation to become unstable? Although this was the first time he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, his cultivation plan was very clear. Every step he took was within the scope of his plan. But this second sector of the Myriad Monster Mountain gives me a dangerous feeling. This place is filled with demonic energy, and I'm sure there are some extremely powerful demon beasts here. Even you and I can't handle them. Therefore, we have to be careful when we travel here, and we can't go too deep. A serious expression emerged on De Huang Dog's face. Jiang Chen nodded his head as well. After all, the Myriad Monster Mountain couldn't be compared with Mount Origin. Although he and De Huang Dog were abnormal beings, they were still only at the mortal core realm. They could easily handle an early heavenly core demon beast, but if they were to bump into a mid-heavenly core demon beast, they would have to run for their lives. There was a saying that a realm was like a different world, a world was like heaven and earth. The difference of a single realm was huge, especially after breaking through to the heavenly core realm. Jiang Chen had to break through to the late mortal core realm, only then would he have the chance to fight a mid-heavenly core demon beast. Oh right, De Huang Dog, did you sense the existence of any treasures? Jiang Chen asked with anticipation. Not yet. But, an ancient mountain like the Myriad Monster Mountain might have some good stuff. But, good treasures usually come with risks, so don't get your hopes up. De Huang Dog said. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had gone 100 miles into Sector 2 of the Myriad Monster Mountain. In front of them was a combat wolf that was glowing in a golden light. Its ferocious eyes were staring at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog without blinking. The bloody combat wolf, the king of all wolves. Be careful, this wolf is much stronger than the black swamp serpent. Jiang Chen said with a serious tone, but at the same time, he was very excited. He was very familiar with the bloody combat wolf. It was the king of all wolves, and it had the true bloodline of the Wolf King. No matter how strong it is, it's just an early heavenly core warrior. If you and I work together, killing it won't be a problem. De Huang Dog licked his lips. A powerful fighting spirit was unleashed from his body. The bloody combat wolf was indeed much harder to deal with than the black swamp serpent, but De Huang Dog was a descendant of a divine beast, so he wouldn't have any problems fighting someone with a higher level. Besides, the current Jiang Chen was much stronger than when he was fighting the black swamp serpent. 50 dragon marks couldn't be compared with 40 dragon marks, so he was confident he could defeat this bloody combat wolf. Let's do this. After saying that, Jiang Qin immediately unleashed his 6 solar fingers. 3 huge golden fingers lit up the dark sky as they dashed towards the bloody combat wolves. At the same time, Big Yellow spat out a huge golden energy ball. Jiang Qin didn't know what Big Yellow's skill was, but the energy ball he spat out was truly terrifying. Jiang Qin didn't know what Big Yellow's skill was, but the energy ball he spat out was truly terrifying. Roar! The bloody combat wolf let out a furious roar. At the same time, a bright golden light shot out from its body towards the 6 solar fingers and De Huang Dog's energy ball. The powerful energy ripples were like 3 erupting volcanoes colliding with each other. It was as if the entire forest was experiencing a massive earthquake. Large amounts of sparks appeared in the air, forming a sea of flames. Terrifying energy ripples filled the air. Tap tap tap. The bloody combat wolf was no match for the 2 enemies at the same time. Its majestic body was forced back a few steps before it could regain its balance. 2 mortal core warriors, how could you force me back? This is ridiculous. But, since you have really angered me, I'll let you die a horrible death. The bloody combat wolf threatened. The arrogant Wolf King was about to get angry, and the consequences were going to be severe. Swoosh swoosh, in the blink of an eye, the one bloody combat wolf turned into 9. 9 identical bloody combat wolves formed a circle around Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Damn it, what kind of strategy is this? De Huang Dog's expression changed. One bloody combat wolf had turned into 9. Furthermore, with his eyesight, he couldn't tell which one was the real bloody combat wolf. This is the bloody combat wolf's innate ability, it's called the 9 phantom wolves. This innate ability doesn't have any attack power, but it's extremely frightening. It can create 9 phantoms in an instant, and each of the phantoms is exactly the same as the real one. It can confuse the enemy. Jiang Qin explained. His eyes were glowing with a golden light. This innate ability was no doubt very frightening, and it was impossible to defend against. The 8 phantoms would move together with the real bloody combat wolf, and they would attack the same way. If the enemy couldn't tell which one was the real bloody combat wolf, then the consequences would be very serious. Swoosh! De Huang Dog turned into a golden light and dashed out. With lightning speed, he rammed into one of the combat wolves. With a bang, the combat wolf turned into bubbles. It was actually a phantom. Damn it! De Huang Dog cursed. The feeling of not being able to attack the enemy was very depressing. De Huang, use your light wings and block its attack first. I'll find out which one is the real bloody combat wolf. Jiang Qin said. All right. A pair of wings grew out from De Huang Dog's back, and he was ready for battle. Jiang Qin's divine sense rushed out and swept through the phantoms of the combat wolf, but he couldn't tell which one was the phantom and which one was the real one. Ha, you want to see through my 9 phantom wolves? Don't waste your time. The bloody combat wolf laughed out loud, and each of the phantoms let out the same sound. The phantoms that were shattered by De Huang Dog earlier actually manifested again. 9 combat wolves charged at the same time, charging towards Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Humph! De Huang Dog let out a cold snort. With a flap of his light wings, he turned into a golden beam and circled around Jiang Qin, not giving the combat wolf any chance to hurt Jiang Qin. A sneer emerged on Jiang Qin's face. The innate ability of the 9 phantom wolves was really frightening. If it was any other ordinary man, he or she would definitely die today. Even if it was a mid-heavenly core warrior, he or she would still be tortured to death by the bloody combat wolf. But too bad, the bloody combat wolf's opponent was Jiang Qin, and it was destined that things wouldn't go as he wished. Perhaps no one from the courtyard would be able to see through his 9 phantom wolves, but Jiang Qin could. He circulated the great soul derivation skill, and threads of soul energy started flowing out from his body. The great soul derivation skill was a supreme skill. It was the pinnacle of all soul training skills. It could see through the source, and under the detection of the great soul derivation skill, the bloody combat wolf had nowhere to hide. Bang! Immortal my ass! De Huang Dog cursed angrily. Although he was extremely fast, his vision was blurred by 7 or 8 phantoms. Under the attack of so many phantoms, it gave the bloody combat wolf an opportunity. De Huang Dog's sturdy body was knocked away by the force of the attack. Luckily, De Huang Dog had thick skin and thick muscles. If it was any other man, he or she would have been killed by the impact. After knocking De Huang Dog away, the 9 bloody combat wolves once again dashed towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin suddenly turned around. With a pair of bright eyes, he locked onto one of the bloody combat wolves. The bloody combat wolf's eyes trembled. It had a bad feeling. Indeed, a golden battle axe appeared in Jiang Qin's hand. He ignored the attacks from the other combat wolves and forcefully swung the axe towards the bloody combat wolf he had locked onto. De Huang, this is the main body, attack him. Chapter 119. The great soul derivation technique was too terrifying. The exquisite soul perception directly penetrated the bloody combat wolf's origin and saw through its true form. Even De Huang Dog couldn't help but praise Jiang Qin. Roar! De Huang Dog let out a roar. In mid-air, he abruptly changed his direction and pounced towards the bloody combat wolf like an arrow released from a bow. The dog's head shone with a brilliant light. It was simply indestructible. With this collision, even a mountain would be smashed into pieces. Rumble. On the other side, Jiang Qin swung his axe high and reached the bloody combat wolf's head in the blink of an eye. De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin had locked onto the bloody combat wolf's true form, completely ignoring the attacks of the phantoms. The bloody combat wolf's expression changed dramatically. It never imagined that Jiang Qin would be able to see through its true form with a single glance. It was very surprising. The bloody combat wolf's mind trembled and actually lost focus for a short moment. In a battle between experts, a short moment of inattention would undoubtedly be fatal. The bloody combat wolf originally still had the strength to fight, but because it was too shocked that its 9 phantom wolves had been seen through, it lost focus and brought true destruction to itself. Bang! Clang! De Huang Dog's head and Jiang Qin's axe of thunder landed on the bloody combat wolf's body at the same time. The bloody combat wolf let out a miserable cry as half of its body was chopped off by the axe, causing blood to spurt out crazily. As for De Huang Dog's head, it was smashed into a mess, and its internal organs were all crushed. The bloody combat wolf was not dead yet, but it was too heavily injured. It was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so it was chopped off by Jiang Qin's axe. The moment the bloody combat wolf died, the 8 phantoms also disappeared. Huh, you're really amazing. You can actually see through the bloody combat wolf's true form. This daddy has to look at you in a different light. De Huang Dog laughed excitedly. A large part of the reason why I was able to kill the bloody combat wolf so easily is because of luck. Jiang Qin smiled. As the king of wolves, the bloody battle wolf was absolutely not that easy to kill. Even if he broke through the 9 phantom wolves, without an intense and cruel battle, it would be impossible to take down the bloody battle wolf. Jiang Qin's luck lay in the bloody combat wolf's mentality. If it wasn't for the fact that the bloody combat wolf was distracted at a crucial moment and lost its chance to escape, it wouldn't have died so quickly. Even if it couldn't defeat Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog in the end, it probably wouldn't have been a problem for it to escape. In fact, the reason why the bloody combat wolf was absent-minded wasn't because he had a bad mentality, it was because he was too confident in his 9 phantom wolves. No one had ever been able to break his cloning skill, but this young man in front of him who was only at the mortal core realm had seen through his real body and broken his 9 phantom wolves with just a single look. How could the bloody combat wolf not be shocked? And while he was shocked, he lost his life. I don't care about luck or not. I just want to know, after you absorb the bloody combat wolf's demon soul, will you be able to obtain the 9 phantom wolves? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Qin with an expectant expression. He clearly remembered that when Jiang Qin absorbed the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, not only did he obtain the blood wings, he also obtained the blood-winged hawk's innate ability, the sonic hawk cry. If he could obtain the bloody combat wolf's 9 phantom wolves as well, then it would be really terrifying. The 9 phantom wolves was much more powerful than the sonic hawk cry. I have to get it. If you give me your demon soul, I can also obtain your complete bloodline. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Jiang Qin looked at De Huang Dog. Fuck off. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and bit towards Jiang Qin's butt. Fuck, stupid dog, I was just kidding, let go. Jiang Qin slapped De Huang Dog and sent him flying away. He rubbed his butt with all his strength. This dog was too cruel, he just wanted to bite him without any warning. Jiang Qin stretched out his hand and grabbed the demon soul from the bloody combat wolf's head. Sensing the pure energy coming from the demon soul, Jiang Qin's eyes couldn't help but shine with a strange light. The demon soul of a demon beast with a unique bloodline was much stronger than ordinary demon souls. The bloody combat wolf's demon soul not only contained energy, it also contained a powerful bloodline and innate abilities. For Jiang Qin, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, this was the rarest treasure. If he could absorb the demon soul, with the help of the energy and bloodline, Jiang Qin was confident that he could break through to the late mortal core realm. Just when Jiang Qin was about to absorb the bloody combat wolf's demon soul, something unexpected happened. A bright sword beam pierced through the night sky with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived above Jiang Qin's head. A sneak attack. This was a sword beam unleashed by a human combat weapon. With such a powerful attack, the attacker was at least a mid-heavenly core warrior. A mid-heavenly core warrior trying to sneak attack Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's expression changed. He knew this wasn't good. He put away the demon's soul and retreated with lightning speed. Slash! But even so, he was still too late. The sword beam had cut through Jiang Qin's shoulder and left a deep wound. Blood was flowing out from the wound. Who is it? Jiang Qin shouted out loudly. Even if it was an early heavenly core warrior who was struck by the sword just now, he or she would have died for sure. The sword strike came without any warning, and only a man like Jiang Qin who had quick reflexes could have dodged it. Swoosh! Along with an ear-piercing sound, a black figure appeared in front of Jiang Qin like a ghost. The man was wearing tight black clothes, and his face was covered by a black veil. Even his head was covered by the black veil, and only a pair of cold eyes could be seen. The black-clothed man stared at the injured Jiang Qin with surprise. He said with a hoarse voice, "You were able to dodge this attack, what a miracle." The hoarse voice was obviously a disguise. The black-clothed man did this because he didn't want Jiang Qin to recognize him. "You're from the Black Sect, why do you want to kill me?" Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. This was the Myriad Demon Mountain, the training ground of the Black Sect. Normally, people from the other 3 big sects wouldn't appear here. Besides, this black-clothed man obviously came prepared. It had only been a few hours since Jiang Qin left the Black Sect. Perhaps only someone from the Black Sect could accurately predict where he would go. Because of this, Jiang Qin felt puzzled. He had just arrived in the Qi province, and the grudge between him and Yin Zhongqing had been settled. What was left was the grudge between him and the Tianjin Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion. He really couldn't think of any reason why someone from the Black Sect would want to kill him. Besides, he was now a disciple of the Black Sect, and he had helped the Black Sect win first place in the Qi province competition, bringing them great glory. More importantly, Jiang Qin had never had any contact with any Heavenly Core warriors from the Black Sect, let alone offending them. But now, someone from the Black Sect wanted to assassinate him. This was really unreasonable. You won't have the chance to find out. I'm killing you today to teach you a lesson. Don't be too arrogant in your next life. There are some people you can't afford to offend. The black-clothed man said in a slow manner. After saying that, the black-clothed man raised the long sword in his hand and swung it towards Jiang Qin. The bright sword beam locked onto Jiang Qin's aura, making it impossible for him to dodge. As a mid-Heavenly Core warrior, he still had to use a mid-ranked combat weapon to deal with a Mortal Core warrior. This showed how determined this black-clothed man was to kill Jiang Qin. Fuck! Jiang Qin cursed. He didn't have the time to think about why the black-clothed man wanted to kill him. Right now, running for his life was the most important thing. The axe of thunder appeared in his hand, and he used it to cut off the sword beam from locking onto him. After that, he swung the axe again. At the same time, the Huang dog spat out a golden energy ball towards the black-clothed man. Bang! The destructive energy started wreaking havoc. The mid-Heavenly Core warrior in front of them was obviously an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect, a genius of the younger generation. His strength was not something an ordinary mid-Heavenly Core warrior could compare with. Even if Jiang Qin and the Huang dog were to fight together, they would still be no match for the black-clothed man. This collision had caused both Jiang Qin and the Huang dog's qi and blood to boil. It was an unbearable pain. Run! Jiang Qin shouted out loudly. Using the rebounding force, he stretched out his blood wings. Then, he and the Huang dog turned into two bright lights and dashed towards Sector 2. This guy is really strong, and that dog can't be underestimated as well. But, in front of me, you won't even have the chance to run away. The black-clothed man sneered. He turned into a black smoke and chased after them. The weapon Jiang Qin is holding is a high-ranked combat weapon. A tiny Mortal Core warrior actually owns a high-ranked combat weapon. What a waste. If I can get my hands on a high-ranked combat weapon, my combat strength will definitely increase to another level. A greedy look emerged in the black-clothed man's eyes. A high-ranked combat weapon was extremely attractive to a Heavenly Core warrior. Rumble! A loud explosion sounded out. The bright sword beam once again chased after them from behind. Jiang Qin and the Huang dog had no choice but to block it. Damn it, we can't go on like this. A mid-Heavenly Core warrior, we are no match for him. The Huang dog said in a gloomy manner. Run towards the center of Sector 2, he doesn't dare go too deep. A ruthless expression emerged on Jiang Qin's face. With the help of the blood wings and the dimensional shift skill, even when he was injured, his speed had increased by a lot. As for the Huang dog, after he broke through to the late Mortal Core realm, his speed was as fast as lightning. But the black-clothed man's speed wasn't slow either, and he kept chasing after them. What? Entering the center of Sector 2. Buddy, are you crazy? That's no different than courting death. The Huang dog widened his eyes and stared at Jiang Qin. Do you have a better idea? I have no choice but to give it my all. As long as I have the chance to absorb the bloody combat wolf's demon soul, I won't have to be afraid of him when I break through to the late mortal core realm. Jiang Qin said. The black-clothed man had appeared just in time. If he had arrived half an hour later, Jiang Qin would have absorbed the bloody combat wolf's demon soul, and he wouldn't have to be afraid of this mid-heavenly core black-clothed man. But too bad, the black-clothed man didn't give Jiang Qin enough time to absorb the demon soul. Jiang Qin, just give up. If you go any further, you will reach the center of Sector 2, and you will die there. The black-clothed man threatened Jiang Qin, but when he saw that Jiang Qin didn't show any signs of stopping, the black-clothed man's expression wasn't as firm as before. Just like what Jiang Qin had thought, Sector 2 of the Myriad Demon Mountain was extremely dangerous. Even the black-clothed man wouldn't dare go too deep. Chase after me if you can. Because of the green hellish python's poison, Jiang Qin's body could turn into a poisonous body at any time. Although the poison from the poisonous needle was powerful, it was unrealistic to destroy a poisonous body. With the help of the green hellish python's poison and the dragon transformation art, the poison on the poisonous needle would only become nutrients for the poison. It would be absorbed and refined by Jiang Qin to increase the poison in his body. Plop. However, Jiang Qin still fell onto De Huang Dog's back. Of course, this was just a disguise. By doing this, he could easily get rid of the black-clothed man behind him. Sure enough, when the black-clothed man saw Jiang Qin fall onto De Huang Dog's back, he immediately stopped chasing. Ha! Senior Disciple Fan's silent poison needle is really terrifying. Jiang Qin is just a mortal core warrior, and he is going to die on the spot. I've completed the mission perfectly this time. When I return, Senior Disciple Fan will definitely reward me handsomely. The black-clothed man laughed out loudly. He had seen the poison needle pierce Jiang Qin's body with his own eyes, and he had also seen Jiang Qin fall onto De Huang Dog's back without moving. Under such circumstances, Jiang Qin was definitely going to die, and he might even be dead right now. As for the De Huang Dog, he wasn't in the black-clothed man's consideration. His target was only Jiang Qin. Go, once we enter Sector 2, the danger will increase exponentially. De Huang Dog will also die, and when that happens, we won't even be able to find his body. We'll be able to kill Jiang Qin without anyone knowing. The black-clothed man had a proud expression on his face. He turned around and flew out of the Myriad Demon Mountain, and soon, he disappeared. Roar De Huang Dog carried Jiang Qin and kept running. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the front. De Huang Dog's expression changed. It's a mid-heavenly core demon lord, damn it, our luck is so bad. De Huang Dog immediately turned around and ran towards another direction. They were about to enter the center of Sector 2. Not to mention a mid-heavenly core demon lord, even a late heavenly core demon lord would be normal. But, if Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog really ran into a late heavenly core demon lord, they would definitely die. Luckily, De Huang Dog was fast enough. If not, it would be impossible for them to escape from Sector 2. Not long after De Huang Dog disappeared, a majestic golden lion appeared at the place where De Huang Dog had been. It looked around, but didn't find anything, so it turned around and went back. De Huang Dog's escaping ability was amazing. Soon, he found a remote valley and came to a deserted and hidden cave. Plop! De Huang Dog forcefully threw Jiang Qin down from his back. Damn it, damn dog, can't you be gentler? Will it kill you to just say hello? Jiang Qin cursed. De Huang Dog stared at Jiang Qin with a shocked expression. This guy's face was covered with oil, and he had a dignified appearance. He didn't look like he was poisoned at all. The Huang dog immediately knew he had been tricked, and he had carried Jiang Chen for nothing again. This was intolerable. The Huang dog howled and jumped towards Jiang Chen. Damn it, damn dog, I was poisoned just now, but I just absorbed the poison. Oh, bastard, you bit daddy's butt again. Jiang Chen was furious as well. Every time this dog bit his butt, it was now swollen. Therefore, the man and dog started fighting in the small cave. It felt like they had returned to the time when they first met in Mount Origin. A few minutes later, the man and dog stopped fighting, but they were still staring at each other angrily. Damn it, you tore daddy's clothes, do you want daddy to run around naked? Jiang Chen looked at the hole on his butt. He had an urge to smash his head into the Huang dog's body and kill him together. Damn it, what about daddy's panda eye? Damn it, you're too cruel. Daddy's heroic image has been completely ruined. The Huang dog's left eye now had a black panda eye. It was very eye-catching. Fuck off, protect daddy, I'm going to break through to the late mortal core realm. Jiang Chen glared at the Huang dog, then he found a big green rock and sat down with his legs crossed. He started regulating his energy. The Huang dog was mumbling to himself. But he knew that this was an important moment for Jiang Chen, so he ran to the entrance of the cave and protected Jiang Chen. You let daddy protect you every time. The Huang dog was unhappy. Jiang Chen ignored the Huang dog. He was regulating his energy. After the fight with the bloody combat wolf and the men in black, he had been injured twice, and his energy was in a mess. Before he broke through to the next stage, he had to adjust his energy. Right now, within Jiang Chen's Qi Si, the green hellish python's poison had changed color. The originally green mass of gas was now mixed with black threads. This was the result of fusing with the poison from the Poison King needle. This was the terrifying part of the dragon transformation skill. With the green hellish python's poison as the foundation, no matter how strong the poison was, it would still be absorbed and turned into nutrients for Jiang Chen. After absorbing the poison from the King Poison Needle, Jiang Chen's poison had become even stronger. Any ordinary heavenly core warrior who was poisoned would die for sure. Jiang Chen took out the bloody combat wolf's demon soul. The demon's soul was glowing in a golden light, and powerful energy was leaking out from it. I'm counting on you now. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing the demon's soul. Bang! The massive energy contained within the demon's soul instantly spread out and rushed into Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. Jiang Chen didn't dare hesitate. He immediately circulated the dragon transformation skill and started absorbing the energy like crazy. Time passed by. Within Jiang Chen's Qi Si, more and more dragon marks were forming. At dawn, outside of the black sect, a black figure suddenly appeared. It was the man in black who had come to the Myriad Demon Mountain to assassinate Jiang Chen. The man in black quickly took off his black clothes and veil, revealing an ordinary face. He looked like he was in his late 20s, and he had an ordinary face. He looked like he was in his late 20s, and he looked ordinary. He looked like he was in his late 20s, and no one would notice him if he was thrown into a crowd. However, his cultivation level was not weak, he had reached the mid-heavenly core realm. The young man took out the black sect's uniform from his storage bag and put it on. After that, he started flying towards the black sect. Within the Myriad Demon Mountain, along with the arrival of dawn, the angry roars of demon beasts could be heard continuously. The entire mountain range was filled with demonic energies, and it covered the sunlight. In Sector 2 of the Myriad Demon Mountain, within a hidden valley, the Huang dog was lying in front of a cave with a bored expression. Within the cave, Jiang Chen's body was covered with yuan energy. He was like the center of a storm, and it could erupt at any time. Right now, Jiang Chen was absorbing the bloody combat wolf's demon soul bit by bit. A demon soul with a strange bloodline like this was the hardest to absorb. Not only did Jiang Chen need to absorb the energy contained within, he also needed to merge with the bloody combat wolf's bloodline. When it came to forming dragon marks and improving his cultivation level, the impact of energy was not as great as the impact of the bloodline. The merging of the bloodline took a long time. After half a night, Jiang Chen had only formed 5 dragon marks. However, he was close to 60 dragon marks, and he would soon break through to the late mortal core realm. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.